হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। তানভীর একেএ টাইম বার্নার গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। এই মুহূর্তে আমরা চলে এসেছি পাবজি মোবাইল প্রো লিগের সিজন 4 এর প্রো টক সিরিজ নিয়ে, এবং এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের সাথে আছে A1 Esports এর আইজিএল, ওয়ান অফ দ্য বেস্ট আইজিএল ফ্রম বাংলাদেশ, দ্যাট ইজ সিনিস্টার শাকিল আমাদের সাথে আছে। সো শাকিল, ওয়েলকাম টু দ্য শো।
কি অবস্থা ভাই?
এই তো আলহামদুলিল্লাহ, কেমন আছো তুমি? কেমন চলছে দিনকাল?
আলহামদুলিল্লাহ ভালোই চলতেছে।
যাক, সো গুড নিউজ, ইউ গাইস গট দ্য ফার্স্ট চিকেন ডিনার এন্ড কংগ্রাচুলেশনস ফর দ্যাট।
থ্যাংক ইউ।
ওকে, সো আমরা তোমার কাছ থেকে জানতে চাই, ইউ গাইজ ওয়ার কোয়ালিফাইড ফর দ্য পিএমজিসি লাস্ট টাইম। এবার কেমন মনে হচ্ছে, চান্সেস কতটুকু, এন্ড আর ইউ লাইক গেটিং রেডি ফর দ্যাট?
আমরা তো পিএমপিএল সিজন 2 থেকে কোয়ালিফাই করছিলাম পিএমজিসি তে। এবার পিএমপিএল সিজন 2 এর থেকে এবার পিএমপিএল সিজন 4 অনেক বেশি কম্পিটিশন, সো আগের থেকে অনেক বেশি টাফ হবে। সো দেখা যাক, খুব দ্য বেস্ট, আমরা আমাদের বেস্ট ট্রাই করব এবারও পিএমজিসি তে কোয়ালিফাই করার জন্য।
অবশ্যই অবশ্যই। সো তোমাদের আমরা কিন্তু হচ্ছে উইকডেজ গুলোতে দেখেছিলাম একটা ম্যাচে কিন্তু সৈকতকেও নেওয়া হয়েছিল টিমের মধ্যে। সো তোমরা কি এই চেঞ্জটা এখন কি আবারও করার প্ল্যান করতেছো আপকামিং যে উইকগুলো আছে সেখানে? কারণ দেখা যাচ্ছে সৈকত কিন্তু ধীরে ধীরে তার ফর্মে আসা শুরু করেছে। সো এনি চান্স ফর দ্যাট?
অবশ্যই চান্স আছে। আপাতত আমরা আমাদের মেন 4 ম্যান নিয়ে খেলার ট্রাই করতেছি, বিকজ আমরা মাঝখানে একটা গ্যাপ ছিল, সবার খেলারই একটু গ্যাপ পড়ে গেছিল আমাদের টিমের, তো এই কারণে একটু প্রবলেম হইতেছে। তো প্যারা নাই, অনেক টাইম আছে এখন আমাদের হাতে। তো আমরা লিগে অত ভালো লিগে চ্যাম্পিয়ন হইতে হবে এমন কিছু ফোকাস করতেছি না, আমরা জাস্ট লিগটারে প্র্যাকটিস হিসেবে নিতেছি। আমরা ফাইনালে ইনশাআল্লাহ বেটার করার ট্রাই করব।
অবশ্যই। সো প্রথম সুপার উইকেন্ডের পর বাংলাদেশের তরফ থেকে একমাত্র চিকেন ডিনার আসে A1 এর হাতে। সো এখন চিকেন ডিনারের পরেও আমরা কিন্তু দেখতেছি পয়েন্ট ডিফারেন্স কিন্তু প্রথম থেকে 16তম পজিশনও কিন্তু তেমন বেশি না, পয়েন্টের ডিফারেন্স খুবই কম। সো তোমরা কি মনে করো যে আপকামিং আরো 2 সপ্তাহে তোমাদের কি মানে আশা কেমন, যে পরবর্তীতে কেমন হবে খেলাটা?
তো যেটা বললাম আর কি, যে অনেক বেশি টাফ কম্পিটিশন। আপনি যদি পয়েন্ট টেবিল দেখেন, এরকম পয়েন্ট টেবিল কোনোবারই ছিল না। 1 থেকে 16 পর্যন্ত লাইক 2টা ম্যাচে পুরো পয়েন্ট টেবিল উল্টা হয়ে যেতে পারে। সো আমাদের যদি 2টা ম্যাচ ভালো যায় তো আমরা ইজিলি টপ 5 টপ 3 তে ঢুকে যেতে পারবো। সো আমরা ট্রাই করতেছি আমাদের বেস্টটা, দেখা যাক কি হয়।
সো সিনিস্টারের কাছে আমার নেক্সট প্রশ্ন থাকছে, তোমাদের যেই ড্রপ লোকেশন গুলো আমরা দেখেছি, সেই ড্রপ লোকেশন গুলোর মধ্যে কিন্তু তোমাদের অনেক কন্টেস্ট করতে হয়, এবং গ্রুপ ডেজ এবং উইকেন্ডও আমরা দেখেছি তোমাদের সাথে প্রতিটা ম্যাপেই কিন্তু বেশ কয়েকটা দল থাকে। সো তোমাদের কি কোনো ধরনের প্ল্যান আছে আপকামিং উইকে নিজেদের ড্রপ লোকেশনটা সুইচ করার?
আমাদের আপাতত এমন কোনো প্ল্যান নাই ড্রপ সুইচ করার। আমাদের আগে থেকে দেখবেন যে মিরামারে যদি লস লিওন্স ড্রপ বলেন, ওইখানে 3-4টা টিম নামতো। তো আমরা আমাদের ড্রপ অ্যাকচুয়ালি ফার্স্ট থেকেই যে আমাদের এমন ছিল যে ছাড়বো না, যতগুলো টিমই আসুক আমরা দরকার হলে ফাইট করব। তো আপাতত আপনি যদি খেয়াল করেন আমাদের ড্রপে কোনো ক্ল্যাশ নাই, কেউই নাই আমাদের ড্রপে, সো ড্রপ চেঞ্জ করার কোনো প্ল্যান নাই।
আচ্ছা, দ্যাটস নাইস, দ্যাটস নাইস। সো পরবর্তীতে আমার কাছে যে কোশ্চেনটা আছে, দ্যাট ইজ তোমাদের মানে আমরা যদি আগের টুর্নামেন্ট গুলার হিসাব করি, তোমাদের 4v4 ফাইট গুলো কিন্তু অনেক স্ট্রং ছিল, মানে ওয়ান অফ দ্য স্ট্রংগেস্ট আমি বলবো। বাট হঠাৎ করে কেন যেন মনে হচ্ছে এই সিজন 4 এ এসে এটা একটু নড়চড়ে হয়ে গিয়েছে। সো তোমরা এটা ঠিক করার জন্য কি ধরনের মানে নিজেরা প্র্যাকটিস করছো বা প্ল্যান করছো?
তো বেসিক্যালি সিজন 4টা হইতেছে এমএস স্টফ, যেটা সবাই জানে। তো আমাদের আগে আমাদের সবচেয়ে বেশি পাওয়ারটা ছিল আমাদের গান পাওয়ার আর কি, আমাদের স্ট্রংগেস্ট পয়েন্ট। তো এই জিনিসটা মাঝখানে একটু ল্যাকিংস হয়ে যায়। তো আমাদের এই জিনিসটা নিয়ে আমরা ওয়ার্কআউট করতেছি, আমাদের গান পাওয়ারটা আগের মতন করার ট্রাই করতেছি বা তার থেকেও বেটার করার ট্রাই করতেছি। এটা ঠিক হয়ে গেলে ইনশাল্লাহ সবকিছু ঠিক হয়ে যাবে।
যাক, অবশ্যই সেই দোয়া থাকলো তোমাদের জন্য। এবং এরপরে আমার কাছে যে কোশ্চেনটা আছে, দ্যাট ইজ তোমাদের নিজেদের কি মনে হয় টিমের লিমিটেশন এখন ঠিক কোন জায়গাটায়, এবং তোমরা সেই লিমিটেশনটা ভাঙার জন্য কি কি প্ল্যান করেছো সামনে?
লিমিটেশন বলতে গেলে আমাদের আপাতত পারফরমেন্স এভারেজ, অনেকটা এভারেজ। আমরা এটা নিজেদের মধ্যে ইমপ্রুভ করার ট্রাই করতেছি। আমরা বললামই যে লিগটার আমরা প্র্যাকটিস হিসেবে নিতেছি। তো আমরা 3টা সুপার উইকেন্ডে জাস্ট কোয়ালিফাই করতে পারলে এখানে আমরা 45টা ম্যাচ পাবো। তো এখান থেকে আমরা অনেক বেশি ইমপ্রুভ করতে পারবো, যেটা আমরা ফাইনালে কাজে লাগাইতে পারবো, এবং ফাইনালে ইনশাআল্লাহ ভালো কিছু হবে।
অবশ্যই অবশ্যই সেই দোয়া থাকলো তোমাদের জন্য। এবং এনি স্পেসিফিক মেসেজেস ফর ইওর ফ্যানস এন্ড সাপোর্টার্স?
তো ফ্যানদেরকে এটাই বলবো যে আমাদেরকে সবসময় সাপোর্ট করবেন, ভালো টাইমে বা খারাপ টাইমে। আমাদের আপাতত পারফরমেন্সটা একটু লো আছে, ইনশাল্লাহ সামনে আপনাদের কিছু জন্য ভালো কিছু আছে। তো আমাদের জন্য সবাই দোয়া করবেন যাতে আমরা ভালো কিছু করতে পারি ফিউচারে।
ইনশাআল্লাহ। সো সেই দোয়া থাকলো। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ সিনিস্টার আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করার জন্য। কথা বলছিলাম A1 স্পোর্টস এর আইজিএল শাকিল ওরফে সিনিস্টারের সাথে, এবং আমরা কিন্তু কথা বলছিলাম পাবজি মোবাইল প্রো লিগ সাউথ এশিয়ার সিজন 4 এর প্রো টক সিরিজে। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ আমাদের সাথে সময় কাটানোর জন্য সিনিস্টারকে, এন্ড আমরা কিন্তু পরবর্তীতে চলে আসবো নতুন কোনো প্লেয়ারকে নিয়ে। সো থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ গাইস ফর বিং উইথ আস। হ্যালো এভরিওয়ান, আসসালামু আলাইকুম। তানভীর টাইম বার্নার গেমিং আছি আপনাদের সাথে। এই মুহূর্তে আমরা চলে এসেছি পিএমপিএল সিজন 4 প্রো টক সিরিজ নিয়ে, এবং আমাদের সাথে জয়েন করছে ফ্রাই প্যান ফ্রম ভেনম লেজেন্ডস। সো ফ্রাই প্যান, কেমন আছো তুমি?
হ্যালো তানভীর ভাই, আমি ভালো আছি।
সো আলহামদুলিল্লাহ, আমি ভালো, সবকিছু চলছে ভালো। কিন্তু তোমাদের এখন যেহেতু তোমরা একসাথে বুট ক্যাম্পে আছো, অনেক এখানে আমরা স্টোরিজ এন্ড এভরিথিং দেখছি। সো কেমন লাগছে একসাথে সবাই থাকতে এবং নিজেরা পিএমপিএল এর জন্য গ্রাইন্ড করতে?
অবশ্যই ভালো লাগছে, এন্ড গ্রাইন্ড তো চলতেছেই। সো লেটস সি।
ওকে, সো তোমরা কিন্তু আগের পিএমএনসি বাংলাদেশের প্রথম পাবজি মোবাইল ন্যাশনাল চ্যাম্পিয়নশিপের চ্যাম্পিয়ন টিম ছিলে। সো সেই জন্য কিন্তু তোমরা অ্যাকচুয়ালি পিএমসি ওটা খেলতে পারোনি অ্যাজ দ্য রুলস সাজেস্টেড। কিন্তু এইটা কি তোমাদের যে মোমেন্টাম ছিল সেটাকে খানিকটা হলেও মানে নষ্ট করেছে?
তা তো অবশ্যই। পিএমসিও যেহেতু খেলতে পারিনি, এজন্য অনেকটা সময় আমরা গ্যাপ ছিল। তখন হয়তোবা ভালো প্র্যাকটিস গ্রাউন্ড পাইনি আমরা। তো অবশ্যই এটার জন্য একটু হলেও মোমেন্টাম আমরা মিস করেছি সেখানে, কিন্তু উই আর ওয়ার্কিং অন দ্যাট নাও। সো ইয়া।
তোমরা রিসেন্টলি তোমাদের টিমের মধ্যে মাম্বাকে অ্যাকোয়ার করেছো, এবং পূর্ববর্তী যে টুর্নামেন্টগুলোতে মাম্বাকে আমরা দেখেছি সেখানে তার পারফরমেন্সটা কিন্তু খুবই ভালো ছিল। সো পিএমপিএল এর মতো একটা জায়গাতে মাম্বার এডিশনটা ভেনম লেজেন্ডসকে এবং তোমাদেরকে কতটা হেল্প করবে বলে তোমরা মনে করো?
অবশ্যই মাম্বা অনেক ব্রাইট ইয়াং ট্যালেন্ট। সো এবং তার লোকাল টুর্নামেন্ট বলেন বা প্রিভিয়াস টুর্নামেন্ট বলেন, সবগুলোতেই পারফরমেন্স খুবই ভালো ছিল। এন্ড তার গিফটেড গান পাওয়ার এবং তার স্কিল, অবশ্যই সেটা আমাদেরকে পিএমপিএল অনেক হেল্প করবে আশা করছি।
ওকে, সো যেহেতু তোমরা মাম্বার কথা বলছো, মাম্বার কিন্তু এটা প্রথম পিএমপিএল। তো মাম্বার উপরে কি এক্সট্রা কোনো প্রেসার পড়ে যখন তোমাদের মতো মানে ভেটারান প্লেয়ারদের সাথে সে খেলে? তার কারণ তোমরা এর আগে আরো কিন্তু পিএমপিএল খেলার সুযোগ পেয়েছো, বাট মাম্বার জন্য এটা প্রথম। সো তার উপরে প্রেসারটা কেমন এখন?
যেহেতু এটি মাম্বার প্রথম পিএমপিএল, অবশ্যই তার উপর একটু হলেও প্রেশার পড়বে। কিন্তু আমরা সবাই আছি তার সাথে, এবং আমাদের আশা আছে যে সে এই প্রেশার কন্ট্রোল করতে পারবে।
দ্যাটস রিয়েলি গ্রেট। বাট তোমাদের এখন পিএমপিএল এর জার্নি নিয়ে যদি কথা বলি, মানে তোমাদের সুপার উইকেন্ডে আনফরচুনেটলি তোমরা সুপার উইকেন্ড 1টা মিস করেছো। সো তোমরা কি ধরনের চেঞ্জেস নিয়ে আসছো নিজেদের যে গেম প্লে স্টাইল আছে সেটার মধ্যে, যাতে করে পরবর্তী সুপার উইকেন্ডে এই ধরনের কোনো প্রবলেম তোমাদেরকে ফেস করতে না হয়?
অবভিয়াসলি সুপার উইকেন্ড 1-এ আমরা কোয়ালিফাই করতে পারিনি। আমাদের কিছু ল্যাকিংস ছিল, কিছু স্ট্র্যাটেজিক্যাল মিস্টেক ছিল, এবং সুপার উইকেন্ড 2-তে আমরা ফর সুপার উইকেন্ড 2 আমরা এইসব স্ট্র্যাটেজি এবং আমাদের ল্যাকিংস এর যেসব ত্রুটি ছিল সেগুলো নিয়ে আমরা ওয়ার্ক করতেছি, এবং ইনশাআল্লাহ সুপার উইকেন্ড 2-তে ভালো পারফরমেন্স দিতে পারবো।
অবশ্যই ইনশাআল্লাহ। সো যতটুকু আমি শুনেছি তোমাদের আইজিএল স্টিল শট জ্বর ছিল, হি ওয়াজ সিক, দ্যাটস ওয়াই তোমাদের কি কোনো টিমের রস্টারের মধ্যে চেঞ্জেস আসছে, মানে রোলের যে ব্যাপারটা, কোনো ধরনের চেঞ্জেস এনিথিং?
সে সিক ছিল, দু একদিন সিক ছিল সে, কিন্তু এটি তেমন এফেক্ট করেনি আমাদের টিমের রস্টার চেঞ্জের করার মতো। সো না, রস্টার বা রোলের কোনো চেঞ্জ আসছে না।
আচ্ছা আচ্ছা, দ্যাটস নাইস। সো এখন যদি তোমাদের কথা বলি, তোমরা নিজেরা কি চিন্তা করছো যে অ্যাকচুয়ালি ভেনম লেজেন্ডস এর লিমিটেশনটা ঠিক কোন জায়গায়, এবং এই লিমিটেশনটা ভাঙার জন্য তোমরা কি ধরনের কাজ করছো?
আমার মনে হয় না আমাদের কোনো লিমিটেশনস তেমন ছিল, কিন্তু হয়তোবা আমাদেরকে লাক ফেভার করেনি তেমন একটা, এবং আমাদের স্ট্র্যাটেজিক্যালও কিছু ভুল ছিল, যেটার কারণে আমরা সুপার উইকেন্ড 1-এ কোয়ালিফাই করতে পারিনি। কিন্তু আমাদের বিশ্বাস আছে আমরা এটি ওভারকাম করে ফেলতে পারবো, এন্ড ইনশাআল্লাহ সেকেন্ড সুপার উইকেন্ডে আমরা অনেক ভালো পারফরম্যান্স দেখাতে পারবো।
সো বন্ধুরা, কথা হচ্ছিল ভেনম লেজেন্ডস এর ফ্রাই প্যানের সাথে। এই মুহূর্তে আমরা ছিলাম পিএমপিএল সিজন 4 প্রো টক সিরিজে। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ আমাদের সাথে থাকার জন্য, এবং আমরা কিন্তু নতুন ভিডিও নিয়ে নতুন প্লেয়ারকে সাথে নিয়ে চলে আসবো খুব তাড়াতাড়ি আবারও আপনাদের সাথে। থ্যাংক ইউ সো মাচ ফর বিং উইথ আস।
What is victory? Is it crossing the finish line? Is it beating your opponents in that final circle? Is it holding that trophy? No. It's when you defy your boundaries. Your first enemy is your inhibition. The mind is the greatest weapon ever made. Use it to defeat your limits and push yourself to the real victory. This is your chance. Season 4 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia is here.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Woke up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro. This is Super Johnny, and joined by Ocean and Fixes on the analyst desk. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, today it is going to be, well, the final day of the last Super Weekend before we head to the finals, and the stage has already been set. The intensity of the matches that are about to take place could not be any higher. And I guess, Ocean, you're going to help break it down what exactly I'm talking about. What happened in the last game yesterday, or after the last game yesterday?
I mean, in the last game, after the last game, it's kind of the same story, right?
Yeah.
Because DR is getting a chicken dinner, cementing themselves again at the top position, finally once again. And if you talk about that, well, they are defending champions with 5
Yes.
matches coming up. A lot is on the line right now.
Exactly. And Fixes, what do you have to say about ZEUS Esports? Because it felt like we did see over here and there in a few matches a few signs of life from ZEUS, but they are still very low in the standing. I mean, low in comparison to what they have done previously when they've been part of these tournaments. So what do you think today? Can we hope for a dominating performance from ZEUS?
Well, to be honest, ZEUS is trying to get back their former glory, right? They're starting off with getting a lot of kills right from the early get-go. And after that, that is where the problem arises while they're trying to rotate. You know, now they're being caught off by a lot of different teams. You know, 7C killed them twice yesterday. Then, you know, the fights they're engaging in, they're way too out of position. So if they've really got to work on those stuff, right? If they do not, then they're going to have a really hard time today as well.
But for now, we'll discuss this even more later. For now, let's have a look at the prize pool that is there for the PMPL South Asia Season 4, ladies and gentlemen. And as we always like to say about this, since we are in the Super Weekend right now, every single chicken dinner is worth $1,000. Along with that, once you move to the finals, which are going to be happening the next weekend, you will have the opportunity to fight for a lot more money based on where you finish in those in the finals matches. $1,000, $10,000 to whoever takes the first place for themselves, and also $1,000 for the MVP of the tournament. But in order to fight for the money that's going to be there, you have to make sure that you're earning points in every single game, and you are getting high points consistently. And Ocean, we've seen the fight that the teams put up for those skill points, for those placement points. What do you have to say? Any one name, any one team that you think we will see a surprising performance from today? Either a good one or a bad one. Don't give us a spoiler on that.
See, you know, you were just talking about teams going really good for the kill points, right?
Yes.
So I8 is one name, to be honest, that is just going for kill points nowadays. But today, I believe, if we talk about Mongolian domination, well, Stalwart, because action top, we know what the lads are doing. I believe we might just see something out of the blue from these lads in a good way.
I mean, maybe, you never know. And also, I mean, as we have been discussing DRS and ZEUS, Stalwart and T2K, they are in a fight for their own as well. Stalwart Esports trying to make sure that they have a good momentum and a lot of chicken dinner money going into the finals. And T2K, I believe today is going to be an opportunity, or not opportunity, but today is their opportunity to take the first position away from DRS. But as we move forward to the next page, we see I8. Now, Fixes, What do you think about I8's possibility to climb up towards the podium?
Well, I mean, they're doing really good, to be honest, because the players have gotten back in form. They're having consistent standings, but the podium finish is a little bit difficult. You know, if they get a chicken dinner, and maybe in the first 3 games, then yes, I must say it's a possibility. However, there's another case if they remain consistent in the top 3 in every single game. Yeah, that can be true as well.
I mean, so it can happen, but it depends on what I8 are willing to do in the games. But over on the other side, we do see a few interesting names: ZEUS Esports, Future Station, R3D, and 7C Esports. All of these teams have delivered some, let's say, interesting performances in the last few days. Would you agree, Ocean?
Yeah, so, we're talking about ZEUS Esports. Yeah, they have been doing really good. R3D is a team, I mean, especially with the lads like Hassan, I'm really impressed by this lad. We've talked about this, right?
Yeah.
This lad will reach new heights for sure. 7C, yeah, they have been doing good. I mean, R3D, 7C, they have made up their markers around 16 spot and all those things. Future Station, again, a team just likes to go for the placement points, and we've seen that in multiple Erangels.
Well, yes, we have seen their stats, and up until now, they're still unbeatable on the map chance graphic that we have. But moving on to 4 more teams, we have BABLU Clarity, PN Crew, Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, and High Voltage. Now, High Voltage had a pretty nice day for themselves yesterday. We did see a few consistent finishes, and overall, it was a good day. But one thing that's going to be required from the side of High Voltage going into the finals is to show us a display of that same consistency. Now, Fixes, what I want to ask from you, what do you think are a few key places where you think High Voltage is lacking right now?
In a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
They've been, first of all, the major problem we've already discussed about is the composition. The players that are playing are relatively new. They're going to take some time to adapt and adjust, which they have done. Yesterday was a really good day for them. But yeah, right now, if you take a look at the overall rankings, we do know for sure that all the teams that we have with us have certainly qualified, right?
Yeah.
Now, what they're going to be doing today, or rather how the approach is going to be here, is to play for respect, right? So we're going to expect a lot of aggression coming in by all these teams. They're not going to shy away from taking fights, because either ways, they know they've already qualified for the finals.
Exactly. I mean, the top 10 is definitely moving forward to the finals for sure. I guess the main story for today is going to be who's going to be moving on as the first position as the winner of the league stage is going into the finals, because DRS, they're sitting on the first with 420 and Train to Kill on the second with 406 points for themselves. Now, going to the second page of the standings, this is where things get interesting, because once you have a look at this, the top 16, it is pretty clear who's going to be moving there. But PN Crew, they are still the X factor that have been causing a lot of trouble for T2K. Now, Ocean, what do you think? I mean, what do you think T2K should do to start avoiding PN Crew a little bit more inside the matches so that they have a possibility of taking the first position away from DRS?
So maybe in the upcoming match, if not an upcoming match, but maybe in a few off games, that is, obviously Miramar and Sanhok 2 off games play, we might just see them maybe changing their drop location a bit if it comes down to those matches. Otherwise, if we talk about the finals, I mean, T2K knows PN Crew, it's still a long shot for PN Crew just to be in top 16. So that's where T2K knows that, when it comes down to the big leagues, the main matches, that's where T2K can just play onto their own strategies. So maybe they're just focusing on that and they're just letting PN Crew just mess up here and there. But I don't know.
Maybe, you never know. I mean, because as far as the league stages are considered, T2K have earned for themselves a lot of money already, and the rest of the prize pool it is going to be given out based on the finals performances. So maybe they're just taking a back foot, just trying to get a read on what exactly is going to be their closest competition, which for now looks like it is DRS. Let's have a look at a head-to-head between these two teams, DRS versus T2K, and their overall stats from the performances that we have seen in the third Super Weekend. Now, it is quite interesting what we are seeing right now, but again, it is going to be the numbers guy who's going to be making things a lot more clearer. So, Ocean, that's your cue.
Talk about it, right? When we see T2K's performance this Super Weekend, and we know a big hand of PN Crew just comes in because of that average survival time just dropping down. You remember, the first day, the game of Miramar. You remember yesterday, those drop clashes that were happening between T2K and PN Crew. A lot of times that shows, even if T2K was winning those fights, maybe they were losing one player here and there, and all those things did create a lot of difference for them. But well, if we still talk about DRS on the other side, the team is just like they're playing the national gameplay. It doesn't matter. Yesterday as well, the final game, they knew they had to take the zone. They went to Yasnaya. From there, they started moving up north. They just got the circle, and then obviously Martin is just coming up, and AJ as well. Like those utility usages and those supports that are just being provided by their players. That's just so good.
Yeah, it has been a good performance, but fixes. Now, again, a question that I asked Ocean a few moments earlier. T2K, the main problem that we are seeing from what happened yesterday and day before was the fact that even though they get a few kill points early on because of their collision with PN Crew, they lose out on an individual, which puts an impact on the late game performance. What do you think can be changed in order to avoid that situation today as well?
Well, we've seen that change happening from PN Crew's side with the sort of wave that olive branch and then no longer engaging any kind of kerfuffle against T2K. So, but again, we've seen every single time, in the Miramar matchup, they are meeting each other. Now, taking a look at this particular seismograph that we do have, we can clearly see DRS. They're trying to build up the lead, and yesterday's games have helped them so much. But look at the downfall for T2K. They have been consistent for quite some while, but yesterday, that stint against PN Crew every single time, you can see how much it is hurting them because, indirectly or indirectly, that is occurring because even in the map like Sanhok, we have seen this happening where T2K drop off at the drop location, but PNQ stand as an obstruction over there, trying to delay their loot or do something. So in some way or the other, just poke them and create trouble in the longer game for TK.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Plus, if you look at the 7th game as well, in which DRS had their lowest performance, it might have been T2K's chance to maybe just get more and more points, and that just did not happen. So a bad game for DRS is eventually becoming a bad game for T2K. That means they are not getting that lead.
Exactly, those early skirmishes are causing a lot of trouble, but there are two more teams that share a word in their names, but apart from that, they don't like each other at all, as far as we have seen inside of the game. That's how I'm talking, because Wizzes Vibes and Vibes, we've seen numerous collisions. Both these teams have quite similar play styles, wherein we do see them in those team fight situations, but it is quite an interesting sort of matchup that we are seeing from them, because the competition is really close. We did see Wizzes Vibes catch up, but yesterday with how Vibes Esports were playing, they did manage to get a little bit of a safety cushion for themselves. Now, Ocean, over here we do see quite an interesting situation with how these teams are taking those fights, the damage dealt and the damage received.
So for Vibes, yesterday is an incredible game, a game for the chicken dinner that just helped them a lot. They have 4 chicken dinners in their bank right now, which again is a really good thing. For Wizzes with Vibes, if their players start faltering down, gets taken down, you remember, if it's like 1 or 2 players are down, the other 2 players, they don't go for the kill points. Rather, if it's like Malik or Delta, they try to go for the survival game, which obviously gets you good position points. But again, if you're a solo man surviving in an area that's just being ruled by squads or trios or duos, obviously if you make a mistake, you will be the first one to be taken down, and the last one as well for your team. So in those things, that is the only key factor that kind of helps Wizzes with Vibes, but goes against them as well. How long can a solo person survive if it's a squad just around them?
You know what? All right, sorry to interrupt, Johnny, but there's a few other things that I would really love to add on over here, because we've seen one distinctive difference between Vibes and Wizzes with Vibes is that Vibes do not shy away from taking a lot of fights, right? Yeah. And this is where they succeed, and we totally understand the reason why, because they've got the players who can pull that off. But considering Wizzes with Vibes coming in the first PMPL, like Ocean said, I completely agree with him that they focus a lot on those position points. But yes, as time goes on, and maybe in the next tournament, in the finals, that is where they start pulling off those kill numbers, and that deficiency that they've been having so far will of course be completed.
Maybe, as you said, the kill numbers need to be increased by the team, and yes, I completely agree with you. This is their first experience as a team on this gigantic stage, and it is going to take a little bit of a while to get used to it. There are a lot of people around us. We're completely surrounded by audience right now, but still, let's have a look at the kill leaders that are there for this PMPL South Asia Season 4 right now, and we know who is leading the charge. It is the man, the myth, the legend from Stalwart Esports, Action sitting at 125 kills. And let me remind you guys, there is $1,000 for the MVP of the tournament in the final. So if his performance continues to be like this, maybe we're going to see him walk away $1,000 richer. What do you think, Ocean?
So this is the thing, right? Actually, Top is not far behind. He has higher amount of damage. He has higher survival time, and both of them has 40% weightage. The only thing that he's just lagging behind is the kill numbers. And I can assure you, if he has 119 points something, that's the average. So if he has 120 kills, obviously he will be at the top. And it comes down to the MVP stats that we have. So it's kind of a competition between the teammates.
Yeah, I was just going to say it is going to be there, but there are other players that are just slowly and steadily inching step by step closer to their numbers as well. But as we move to the second page of the standings, yesterday, this is what we were focused on. I mean, T2K and DRS, they have been doing really good for themselves, but ZEUS Esports, Godless, finally showing up in the top 10 kill leaders. And it is quite a distance that he has to cover up, sitting on 81 kills as of now, but still, for a long time, no one from ZEUS Esports was a part of this leaderboard, and it was, quite interesting to see what was going on with the team at this point. But, ladies and gentlemen, talk about interesting things, and we have a lot of interesting things to give away to you guys. Starting things off, it is going to be the winning chicken ban, which 5 of these are going to be given out every single day. You have to be tuned into the chat of PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia, and you will get a redeem code at random. So just make sure you're tuned into the chat always, and as soon as the code is there, you are also there to grab it. Now, this is not it. There is also, along with this, the PMPL parachute. 10 of the PMPL parachutes are going to be given out again at random, but focusing on the pan for now. Again, 5 pans each and every day. Today is the last day, by the way, so a final opportunity for you guys to grab the pan. And as I was saying about this, the PMPL 2021 Fall parachute, 10 of these parachutes are going to be given out today as well through a chat Q&A that you have to participate in. It's the same YouTube channel, PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia. So make sure you guys are tuned in and watching all the action on PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia. And while you are there, just subscribe to the channel as well so that you do not miss out on any of the content that we are putting out on the channel for you guys, and do not miss out on opportunities such as, well, being able to claim this parachute and the pan. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to move forward with our day and have a look at the schedule that we're going to be following. It is going to be the same, starting things off on Erangel. Match number 2 of the day, it is going to be Miramar, followed by Erangel, Sanhok, and Erangel once again. Now, after the schedule, it is time to have a look at the map chance graphic that we have, and we were just talking about this, Ocean. Future Station sitting on the first. Wizzes vibes. They are trying to catch up, but what do you think?
So let's just leave map chance behind. It always deceives us because Future Station they are just
quite true. Yeah.
I mean, Fixes, do you want this masala that T2K should actually win the first game and just try to get the numbers really close to DRS or maybe something like that? I mean, I would love to see that happening.
You know what? I'm thinking that none of these teams are going to get a chicken dinner because history has been the witness.
I get it, yeah.
Every single time we look at the final day, this is where all the off teams that have no chance of contesting or winning the getting into the finals or having a top 3 position usually dominate. So I will let's say I'm going for I8 this game.
What about you, Ocean? Quick prediction, one word.
I mean, I had T2K in my mind, but
then
right, just as he's saying, I'm going to go with ZEUS.
All right, ZEUS and I8, but let's see what the casters have to say. Over on the other side of this stadium, over to Blair and Experiment.
Thank you again for that, Johnny. I like how Johnny asked Ocean for one word, and he's like, T2K or
it's
ZEUS.
An essay.
We
Anyway,
love
how
the
you doing,
Ocean.
bro?
We love him. We just love pulling his leg. But XP, I'm going to put you under the spotlight. Who do you think is going to take this one?
It doesn't really matter because, today is the final day of the Super Weekend, and we already have an idea which the top 16 teams are and who's going to be going forward. I guess the storyline today, Blay, is who's going to be $1,000 richer after every game. And you know what? That was perfect timing because I dodged your question. You see, I did that. I dodged your question.
You're
and now,
still stuck with me for the next 30
ladies
minutes,
and gentlemen, the game is finally underway. Game number 1 is Erangel. It is going to be a beautiful sunny day. a lot of action in store for you as we have a look at the flight path for this thing. Now, again, it is slightly different because it is going to be cutting the map pretty much in half from this time play. We are flying down south, all the way from Severny. We're going to be flying over Rozhok, over School, over Pochinki, finally ending just west of the Sisnovka military base. Now, we have a look at the overall teams over there. Wow, DRS, I mean, boy, these guys really surprised everyone, right? Overtaking T2K, getting the job done. Again, I think it's all going to be about who's going to be richer by the end of today.
And who comes out on top, right? Even that
Yes,
kind
sir.
of matters, right? Who's going to be crowned the champions of at least the super weekends as we come to an end. At the end of the day later on, obviously we still have a little bit of few more games remaining, 5 games in total. Now, Deadeye's guys, they're not playing the Super Weekend XP, but they've accrued 284 points. That's an average about 140, right? 142 points in those 2 Super Weekends. So they're going to be pretty comfortable. Obviously, they're going to be dropping down the table, but they're guaranteed not to drop out of the top 16. So they're going to be pretty relaxed about this. DRS in 420 points, T2K in 406. I want to keep an eye on this particular battle, right? DRS have really had a resurgence in the past couple of days, getting chicken dinners, getting a lot of kills as well. So I do wonder, it's a matter of pride as well, XP. If T2K can somehow just, reclaim the crown for themselves at the end of the day. Also, P and crew not dropping on T2K, so yeah, maybe the bad blood's, all water under the bridge.
It could be, but again, we did kind of dig in the story. I mean, we were right, Blay. It was a little personal, but we'll come back to that in a second. And, talking about T2K, they did kind of keep the throne all nice and warm and cozy for DRS, and I'm sure they want it back now. Now, if you have a look at the circle, pretty straightforward circle. We have a little bit of the South Island in play for you as, this could be troublesome. A deal does have that UAZ, and entry is all by his lonesome running in the woods. Now, this is not where you want to be. At least you can hide behind these trees for cover, but looks like a deal is hell-bent, Play, on getting this first early kill.
So what entry's doing here is how I try to cross the roads near my house.
Is that how it is? Wow.
Yeah, that's how it is. Like we have cars just chasing me and trying to kill me, and I'm like, no, you're not gonna hit me. I'm gonna dodge you. As Clutch Baba is gonna try and shoo away a deal. Now, it's 2 of them. They're gonna alight, and a deal needs to be careful here. He's gonna just ride off into the distance, into the sunset XP. He won't really be facing much trouble there, and he's going to be regrouping with the rest of his teammate. I like how Future Station are like, you're coming for one of us? You're coming for one of us? You're coming for one of us? We'll show you what he got, and I like how they chased him away.
It could have been a bluff as well, because although he was being chased, I did kind of expect him, right, to alight from his vehicle and then lay down some shots. Maybe had he done that, just crossing that little hill, he would have had a better lay off the land, and, he might have actually landed a few shots. But again, like you said, Future Station have chased away the intruders, and Ferry Pair and the surrounding area is going to be theirs for the taking. Now, if you have a look at the circle play, everyone is going to look pretty comfortable this time around with P and crew, as you did, of course, mention early on. They're going to be all by the lonesome at Severny, so they are going to expect some heavy resistance sooner or later, but I guess they aren't really going for T2K this time around. Elsewhere, I do see something happening at Georgia Paul. It could be possible that BABLU and RAW might just lock horns in a few minutes, but again, overall, it's like a typical Erangel starting for you. It's going to be lackluster as far as action right off the bat is concerned, and we almost did get to an early lock, but unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be.
All right, let's have a bit of a bet here, XP. No real money, just pride. At what time do you think we're gonna have the first?
My pride is all I have left, Blay.
Same here, man. Same here. The clothes on my back as well. At what time do you think the first knock and confirmed kill is going to happen on this map right now?
In about 2 minutes and 47 seconds from now.
Well, give me a total time. I'm bad at math. Like right now, I think we're 2 minutes into the game right now. I think
we are. I think somewhere around the 5, maybe 6 minute mark. The thing is, basically, it's going to be. I don't know if it's going to be a confirmed kill, but we definitely should see some bullets fly towards Milka, because have a look, T2K, they're spread out on the farm, right?
Don't give me. I know what they're trying to do here, XP. Don't give me knocks. Give me a time. Give me a time where the first body is gonna drop.
7 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock.
7 minutes, 40 seconds. That's very precise. I like that. I'm going to be a little bit more daring. I'm going to say 10 minutes. All right. Whoever's closer, they get the win. And you get nothing out of it. You just get pride.
That's fine. That's fine. I need to fill up my pride bar as well because, well, things have been kind of dicey lately. But right now, I8, man, one of the teams, I think Fixes did pick this team to come across as the winners in this game. Now, I8 have had that similar situation from the beginning, right? I mean, they've been so close to victory on multiple occasions. They did get the chicken dinner a couple of times, once in the league stage and then once again during the Super Weekends. But again, you know, we did use statements like consistency is synonymous with I8. But now if you have a look at the leaderboards, I mean, okay, they've been consistently in the mid-range as far as the first half of the table is concerned, right? But a lot of teams are playing consistently, like DRS and T2K, obviously obvious contenders for that statement. But, you know, we were talking about Future Station, and there was something funny. So, you know, when the map chance came up, Future Station was, of course, leading the charge as far as average points and kill goes in a game. But, again, you know, they struggle at the end blame. I mean, it's all about, you know, positioning yourself in such a way that you don't want to be open to multiple fronts, but somehow Future Station can't really read in the future in that sense, can they?
True. They're a team who, in my eyes, like you compare them to previous season, right? They've definitely improved leaps and bounds.
Oh, yeah.
They're not just a team where you're like, they're there in the middle of the pack, they can make a little bit of noise. No, this is a team who can contend, who can compete, and who have definitely impressed me a lot. And as we touched upon multiple times, the ability of each and every one of the members of Future Station to somehow, defying all the odds, stay alive till the very end, or at least get a top 3, top 4 placing, even though they might not have all the kills.
You know,
it's commendable, man. Not everyone can do that.
If a few people watching don't know what we're talking about, all I'm going to say is I'll give you a hint. So only one of their members has actually put it in his name, Clutch Baba. But what we're trying to say is each and every one of them can be in that situation. Oh, this could be problematic. Legend is going to be on that rooftop trying to scour, you know, the vicinity for enemies. But Shoykot over here with his Mini 14 8X trained on the man. He does get a few bullets loose, but alas, play, none of them connect.
7:33 seconds on the clock. 7 minutes and 33
well, it
seconds.
Was almost
you're very close, but now 7:40. All right, so you didn't get the right one, but again, it depends on who's closer, right? So if
whoa, wait a second. Action did break out though. We heard the shots exactly at 7:40 play.
I said who's gonna die. Someone has to die. That's literally what I said. You can't just change it.
A little piece of me died inside because I wasn't correct. Does that count?
No.
Okay.
Anyway, we can see everyone slowly moving inside right now. Sealed towards Lipovka, something we don't see very often. Actually, they're in Lipovka and Miltopau, so they are definitely very heavily kitted out. And honestly, they don't really need to make a move yet, right? They have control of large swaths of the land towards the eastern side. And R3D is going to be moving in from the western side. And Stalwart and I8 are going to be coming in from the islands as well. But as they start to congregate and wait for the next zone, we should finally see some bodies getting dropped here. So far, though, no contact made. Like, no one has lost a single point of health.
Well, it looks like, you know, although it's a thing of the past, D-Day might be happening on our maps right now because it kind of looked like A1 Esports play. They took the amphibious route to the main island, and they might just be taken out. There you have it. I just called them out, and Jane over here with the cracker off a shot is going to bring Jax down to his knees, and looks like... well, the assaulters are getting assaulted instead as Jane is going to try and reposition himself. But again, nothing's really going to come out of this unless that team pushes. Now, T2K, this is what I was trying to bring up.
In.
Well, forget it. They're pushing in, Blake.
And 9 minutes, 11 seconds XP. If they get the kill right now, I win. I win, because it's closer to 10. I win. 9 minutes and 15 seconds. The first kill. That's close to 10 minutes XP. I am not a gracious winner, by the way. I'm just going to keep rubbing it into your face. But I love what T2K are doing here, XP. They get the knock, and before the rest even comes in, they just storm the house, and they get the kill. Now, Shoykot is in a bit of a pickle. If he tries to escape, he is going to be peppered by bullets from Sandesh, and he's going to spot out 9boy. 9boy having to alight from his vehicle. Shoykot being knocked out as well by Legend, and A1 Esports are getting bullied by T2K pretty early in the game. And I believe only one of them will survive now.
And that is going to be problematic for them because they did have that little bit of escape route kind of planned out, but right now everything is going to be falling on their heads as all 4 members of T2K are now trading their weapons at that lone man in the tall grass. There you have it. ZEUS is trying to be the bravest one out of them. Again, making sure they don't overextend. They are going to be throwing the utilities, but now Legend and ZEUS, they might have spotted the enemy. Oh, it's the old tale of hiding in a bush play. As we do see Sinister, his teammate was still up and running. Unfortunately, he got shot out and taken down as well, which means A1 Esports, well, this is going to be a bit of a blunder on their part, as a result of which they have been reduced to 1 man. And,
His days are numbered.
But I got to give him credit. He is laying still in that bush. He is popping off a few smoke grenades. We're going to come to that in a second. Looks like Memo has just been run over by Johnny.
That was quick. Smokey spotted out as well, and Blade. Good precision from that DP. Spots that Fear as well in the distance. 7C, like sometimes they confuse me, XP, the way they just spread themselves very thin, but Uzum has been knocked down by Smokey, but a quick return coming in there. So back and forth trades, 9boy being...
I mean, they kind of figure out, hey, wait a second, there are a couple of bushes in this vicinity. Shall I just drive through?
and why do you want to expend bullets, right? Just run over him. And if he gets up and takes a shot, well, everyone's ready to take him down as well. So yeah, very clean wipe coming out from T2K, and they're going to be happy with that, XP. 3 points, and again, it's a battle for the first place. They want to take away the crown from DRS, who are right now leading by, I think, like 12 or 13 or 14 points. Not much at all. And looking at the way everyone's congregating together, again, the eastern side is completely empty. Seal should be very comfortable knowing that there's not going to be anyone coming in from Mill to Power, from Lipovka, from Prison, so they have a lot to work with due to the Mongolian side. In the meantime, centrally though, that's a lot of colors, XP. That's a lot of teams and a lot of bodies that are about to hit the ground very quickly.
It's pretty much like a kaleidoscope just exploded in our faces and everything just came out. But have a look at this replay. We did see this early on. Forget it.
God.
I mean, if Memo was somehow miraculously saved by one vehicle, there was a backup vehicle coming in, and there you have it. Legend finally is like, hey, wait a minute. There's a bush over here. Let me see. Let me just drive through it. And well, surely enough, he did hear something go crunch under his wheels. And with that, of course, A1 Esports was sent packing from this game, the first casualties of the match so far. Now the circle is going to kind of shift a little bit further down south. It is going to be an exciting place because we do have the farm, but we also have a lot of mountainous terrain to work around with as well. Of course, this area play is going to be scattered with a number of compounds, so you know everyone is going to be nice and fortified. However, I am going to expect a couple of teams to push up on those fortified positions and just wreak a little havoc. But right now, Smokey is finding himself in a similar situation which we saw another member in earlier, but right now he has been spotted out. In fact, he is first to lay down some hurt on Anubis. Anubis doing the right thing. If that was a grenade, that would have been perfect, but right now backup is coming in. There you have it, a deal.
There's a Molotov.
Making sure the Egyptian god of death is still on his feet and not down under. Wonderful, wonderful trade over there, and right now we see Wolf. He does finish a member of DRS as AJ puts him on the ground.
Bit of a hectic battle there, but DRS coming out on top. And BABLU down to a two-man squad. So 7C and A1 Esports will bid us goodbye. And this battle, XP, looks like only one team is going to be coming out of this particular skirmish. Now, it is a 3v2 favoring DRS, but with Galton getting knocked down, oh, this could get messy. Pre-fire on the corner from Nima. Great work there to find Danny. And that leaves BABLU in a 1 versus 2. He's going to confirm the kill, but not quite able to make his escape. So he at least takes away a couple of members there of DRS, XP, but they will still survive. 5 points to their name, and their rivals in the form of T2K still have all 4 standing, but they have only 3 kills. But with all the commotion being made over there in these cluster of houses, ZEUS, their crosses are trained in the direction of DRS. And P and Crew, XP, for a change, didn't really face much action early in the game, although they have lost 1 member.
They have lost 1 member. They are going to be playing at the 3-man squad. But again, I mean, you know, it'll be some fairy tale if they come out with 30 points in each game. That's the only way they'll make it, which is kind of far-fetched. So, you know, I like the fact that they've still shown up play and they're still going to give it the best. And, you know, the anemones apparently have died down because T2K are still alive while the other team is in the map. So, you know, normally what we saw on day 2, it was one or the other. But right now, it looks like they have reconciled. Now, DRS, we were talking about, someone is going to hear that commotion in the north. And, well, there you have it. RAW are going to be sneaking in from the back line. In fact, looks like Joker and Vishal are going to be hitting their compound with all their might. There you have it. On the left side of your screens, we do have RAW trying to post up against DRS. But if you notice, ZEUS on top of the hill could be problematic for anyone who goes on the other side. But wait a second, that was a quick knock coming in, and AJ is down before the action even began.
Looking. Oh, that nade. Oh, that nade. Nima is so lucky. Sitting in the stairwell, but he's going to get shot at from a different direction, and it is going to be Joker is going to finish him off, and that is going to be everyone, all of us saying goodbye to DRS Gaming. They at least get 5 kills. So not exactly a terrible showing from them, but getting knocked out pretty early while we still have about 11, 12 teams still in contention. Something that not going to be supremely happy with, considering they're looking to hold on to the top spot. XP on the full 20 points, which now would be 425, if I'm not mistaken. Looking at the zone, though, it's going to be towards the farm, something which we haven't seen much yet so far. We even have a little bit of water inside of the zone down south, and that could be something which R3D could be heading for, right? You can work the edge, the beaches, and you can be at least secure in the fact there's not going to be anyone sneaking up from behind.
Oh yeah, they have the compound for cover, and also, since the beach nowadays is completely littered with trenches and all those old machineries which has just been decommissioned, you can't take cover behind. But someone who could not take cover was I8's Johnny, who was spotted out by Stalwart Esports, and looks like Stalwart are taking fights on multiple fronts. CY Noob is going to be knocked down in a little bit of a drive-by that was quite picturesque, and looks like the attackers are coming back for round 2, and there you have it. They're just driving around. This is a death squad right now, Blade. They are just going to be driving around, gunning people left, right, and center, because I'm pretty sure they are kitted to the gills as far as utilities are concerned, and looks like they've spotted somebody else in the distance, and that, of course, is high voltage. Now, you have a few options over here. Do you want to go around and, try and be a little bit exposed, or do you want to hide in one of these compounds, which is the right call? But have a look at that Clutch Baba. Once again, one member, boys and girls, from Future Station always somehow manages to keep himself alive till the end, and this time it is going to be the Baba himself. Now,
they have no idea.
Completely oblivious. The moment they open the door, however, it's going to be a different story as Jiggle is taken down, and now everyone's aware, wait a second, there is someone in our midst. But of course, they were overpowered and taken down. But from distance, high voltage, here's the commotion,
Are they going
and
to push?
Extreme put a few bullets in Praveen. It could be possible.
They could push up right now because they saw the couple of knocks take place, and that is definitely the opportunity for them to strike when it is a 2 versus 3 or 2 versus 4. Yeah, there we go. This is the right call. Reses has taken place, though, but look at them harassing. 3 members pushing up Cloud, Extreme, and Wadu. Cloud trying to go for a flank around, and if he is lucky, he could potentially find Praveen, who's managed to find himself inside of that building to try and heal himself. So the danger, the immediate danger for the time being, has been abated, XP. Both the members have been res, and they've managed to heal themselves up as well. But high voltage, all 4 members grouping up here, and they are harassing Vibes. These nades are tickling a couple of the players, and Vibes, they're just going to bide their time. This is an interesting fight, though. They're right outside of the zone. Eventually, both these teams need to make a play, but Assassin with a well-placed HE is going to get the knock. Now, is he aware of the second player there? That is Wadu. That's the question. And look at Vibe just pushing in, looking to isolate the 2 players and get the knock and the kill.
I think that is the right call over here. We're going to hold on to that in a second, because Badu, in fact, is going to retaliate. Takes Assassin down. Now he comes out, switches to the M4, almost gets another knock, but it's taken down instead. Praveen is going to go up against the enemy, and he's taken down instead. All of a sudden, Wives are going to be at the receiving end with 3 of their players down on their knees. Between Jiggle is the last man standing, and the fact that he's still in the vehicle. He might just try to make a getaway, but they aren't aware that he's not in the driver's seat. So they did not hear the engine come on, and now they are frantically looking for him. I thought he packed himself up. This is it. He has to make a last stand play, and the odds are stacked against him. In the blink of an eye. High voltage securing that little win over there, although fate was kind of mean to them. I thought the way Vibes were coming in, they were looking good, but that's all she wrote.
It was still very, very painful for high voltage XP.
They only had 1 flank.
Yeah, and high voltage are down to 2 members, by the way, because they were fighting in the blue, right? And so, like, in a 4 versus 1, I believe that situation was, they still lost 2 players. So good work from Jiggle at the end there to stay alive for as long as it did. But here we go. Nate, oh, that is perfect, but somehow it lands underneath the buggy, saving ably. Legend, though. We know how capable this man is. We know what he can do. But going up against two members of ZEUS, what can he do? He's going to push on up. He's going to find the knock, the finish, and the wipe XP. Great work from Legend. Helped out a little bit by, of course, P and crew from the distance, but T2K, they still stay alive. They're gunning for that, at least a top 5 finish, perhaps.
Well, timing was of the essence, and looks like timing was not going to be on Bishal's side, as the moment he peeks out from his window, he is taken down by Scry with his DP28, as members of P and crew are going to be whizzing past as if in the grand race. Now, Orchid does make it through. Ayush and Slayer are trying to do the same, but as I say Orchid make it through, the destination was haunted, because the moment he lighted from his window, he was taken down, and looks like his teammates are making the same mistake. I mean, that is one way to go out with a bang. I get that. I like that. I respect that. But it was kind of silly, as again, Jane and the boys from T2K Play are having a field day with all these cars whizzing by.
Oh, they're happy, XP. Look at them. Look at them on the kills they're racking up. 7 kills already, 4 alive, smack center of the circle. The only danger, or rather the only dangerous opponents they have to contend with are going to be Stalwart Esports and I8 with 2 members alive. Now, T2K, this position is just so great, right? You have the slight high ground advantage, you have cover as well, and as long as you manage to keep your enemies at bay, there's no way any nades are going to be hitting you either. RAW going for a very risky rotation, and while avoiding Stalwart, they might just be heading into the waiting arms of Seal, and RAW are going to alight right in the middle of Seal Esports and Wizzes with Vibes, and Baron is just sitting there in the smoke, and no one has any idea where he is. He can easily get a couple of free kills here. He's sitting in the car inside the smoke. Oh, but he gets shot at somehow. I don't even know how he got spotted out there, XP, but he does manage to finish off get a kill, taking down Vishal. But this has been just a war of attrition. The nade is massive. Goodbye, Delta X. That should explode. There we go. Yeah. And Malik as well, creeping, trying to crawl his way to safety. I think he might be able to make it, but it's looking very rough for RAW in the meantime.
Man, blah, blah, blah. He was alive. Was is the word I want to use. He was alive just moments ago, but his life is going to be snuffed out from the distance somehow against all the odds, against, well, pretty much everything right now. Wizzes with Vibes are still going to be alive and kicking with 2 members ready to take the fight, as RAW are going to be exiting in the 6th position with 6 kills. And right now we have long-range artillery strikes coming in by I8, trying to get T2K just a little disoriented. Now, again, T2K do have a compound to themselves, but the only compound in the circle right now is going to be in control of R3D. And, well, looks like he knows who the enemy is. Smoke has been deployed. Question is Spry going to sneak his way out? And behind that for cover.
Oh, he's spraying everywhere, XP, but nothing is landing. Malik needs to heal himself. An M249 XP, we know how deadly it can be, but also the recoil can be a little problematic at times, especially in mid to long range. And Wizzes with Vibes, the 2 members alive, Malik and Rules. They've given up the position, and that means Stalwart Esports, after having dodged those bullets, are going to be charging in, but good reply. Great nades there, forcing Pika to play a little bit more of a passive position. Now, everyone's kind of in the zone right now, except for I8. I do wonder how they're going to be able to sneak on in, because they're getting gate kept perfectly, beautifully, in fact, by the side of T2K. But Pika, he's got to make a run for it. Or is he?
Well, I mean, the thing that Pika can actually work on is the fact that, his teammates are nearby, and right now he needs to be quiet, because eventually the opponents are going to run out of utilities. And I'm not talking about grenades right now. I want them to deplete the smokes, because once you don't have anything to obscure the vision, you can't really come inside the circle without being shot at. That is exactly what these boys are going to be waiting for. That is a long, optimistic grenade. If it bounces to the right, Johnny could be a little bit in danger. The second grenade could be perfect, but Johnny realizes that something bounced his way, and he safely gets on the other side of that burning wreckage. Now, Seyoga is trying to make his way through the smoke. Jane was taken out early, courtesy of R3D in the distance. Hassan OP is finally going to be taken down, and now T2K are going to get that little shack for cover, but the question is for how long, because we've seen this in the past play. One good grenade through those little slit windows. If it comes in, it is GGWP for these boys.
Yeah, it could indeed be, and it could be Johnny does that.
I like it. Love his positioning.
Oh, look at this. Blind prone, but he will be immediately taken down the moment he gets the knock XP. Now, Sandesh can still be res, though, as we will bid goodbye to I8. Simultaneously, both the players fall. R3D with 4 still alive. T2K, Sandesh should be resed.
The zone is still on
with 4. and the zone is still with them. I mean, how lucky can you get, XP? But as you said, when these three other teams start making a move, though, can they hold off the onslaught? Rules still lying in wait, and that M249 up close could completely perforate Pika and give him a fatal dose of electros.
You don't know. This is completely hypothetical. I'll hold my point. Pika is going to be spotted out, and Rules, of course, with that M249 is just going to shred through his opponent, and rightly so. He gets behind cover in the nick of time. The only thing that is going to be working against R3D is if they get a bit overconfident, a bit complacent, and they start popping their heads out, trying to rack up those kills because they know they have the high ground. They know they have the best position. But, you can get shot at the back from somebody sneaking around as Rules right now. We do know that his teammate Malik is going to be a little further away from him, but they are going to keep a good control on their side of the map as T2K are now going up against the monumental task of escaping that little shack which they kind of cornered themselves in. They are still deploying a large number of smoke grenades, which is testament to how many grenades they carry, but at distance, Rules is going to be giving STE a run for their money as two of the members hit the deck.
Stalwart Esports having to somehow fight against a wall of bullets and lead. You can see the zone shrinking in as well, XP. So eventually, R3D need to make a move, and Sandesh finds Hassan. That's a huge pick. Sandesh very low on health, though. And ZEUS being taken down. A nade follow-up, and that's the opportunity for Stalwart Flex to move inside the zone and try and find himself some foot ground. Action is aware the Rule to someone in the vicinity. He's been cooking the nade for a while. He's going to be tossing it in the wrong direction, however, and he needs to be careful as R3D are going to be finishing off another member of T2K. Suyok's down. That leaves Sandesh, the lone man standing for T2K. Never mind, they're out of here. 8 points to their name, going out in the 4th position, and Rules right now is holding his breath, hoping against everything that he doesn't get spotted out, because right now, XP, it is a 3 versus 4 between R3D and Stalwart Esports, and Rules just a spectator lying quietly hoping no one looks in his general direction.
Well, the thing that's going to work for him is that, Stalwart aren't really going to go on that side of the ring just yet, but he has been spotted out. There you have it. The moment I take his name, Wizzes with Vibes are going to be exiting down to the final 2 teams, ladies and gentlemen. Now, R3D have everything working for them. Even the next circle is a bit left from their point of view, from their compound. So, all they have to do is make sure Stalwart Esports take the bait and slowly crawl in, and there you have it. Adil is in prime position to lay down some punishment to any movement he sees in the grass. They do have that one vehicle for cover. Now, this is going to be a make it or break it moment. What they can do is, put all their eggs in one basket play, get in that vehicle and just storm the enemy, catch them off guard. Because if they go one by one, it is going to be problematic as the smoke is going to dissipate and both teams are going to open fire on one another. But the question is, who is going to walk away $1,000 richer in game number 1 on the last day of Super Weekend 3?
Yeah, coming second, sure, you might get a placement point and everything, but you're not going to get that 1,000 smackaroos.
And bragging rights.
And bragging rights too, absolutely. With R3D, team right now at the bottom of the table, getting a chicken dinner here would definitely catapult them up and give them a much more respectable placing. Stalwart are out in the blue. This one's done, XP. Hassan's repositioning over there, has cut off an escape route, and here comes the nades. Oh, that nade's going to just completely ruin a couple of players. Action left alone in a 1 versus 4, and he will be no more. He gets at least the 1 knock, but R3D, a very, very well-deserved chicken dinner, XP. That zone was shifting left, right, and center, but they held on to their ground. Some great individual plays coming in as well. They're watching for the flanks, and in the final circle, it was kind of funny how they took control and they cut off the rotation for Stalwart. And 15 kills, as you pointed out. 30 points. Incredible game from R3D.
This thought crossed my mind also. Of course, there's going to be some naysayers somewhere or the other saying, the zone favored them. Maybe it did, but like you said, that crowd control play, they racked up 15 kills. Teams did break upon their fortifications, but they smashed every single sword, one after the other, getting the job done, cementing their position, and, walking away $1,000 richer in game number 1. R3D for you, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful.
Just great stuff. I'm taking a look at the results as well. I'm sure the analysts can break it down later on. But R3D, we're sitting in the 16th position, 119 points. With 30 points now, that's 149, which will catapult them over 7C. And now they'll be trailing behind High Voltage. So, yeah, sure, they're not still in the top 10, but it's definitely going to make them feel much more comfortable and more confident as the day progresses. But that's it from us for Game 1. We're going to be going to a very quick break, and we'll be back with the analyst desk.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Wook up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean and Fixes right there. So,
Yeah.
the first game was an interesting one, but Fixes, it turns out what you were saying was quite true in the end. It was R3D that walked away with the chicken dinner, and as you said, last day has a history of teams that have no point in getting those chicken dinners, doing really well for themselves. And R3D, I guess they are going to be really happy with the $1,000 they get right now.
100%. But again, we have to talk about what happened in this particular game right from the very start. Teams were going for a lot of kills. You would have seen a lot of fights, a lot of commotion happening from quite early on, and that is where some big stalwarts did fall off. You talk about, early on, out on 2 players early on. We even had the vibes getting wiped away from high voltage. But one good thing that happened with R3D was they held on to their fortress really well. Even took down a few players of I8 early on.
I mean, they were doing really well for themselves. And as we do have a look at the MVP, it is going to be Joker from R3D with 6 kills, 960 damage, 0 assist, but 256 healing. Ocean, R3D's positioning in the game, I found it really interesting. I mean, they had already set themselves up for success. What do you have to say?
So R3D, just like Play was also talking about it, they had a really comfortable spot for themselves. Not exactly comfortable, but now they do have with this amazing chicken dinner coming up. But you remember, as soon as they just dropped down, we were talking about it. FS was just onto the sidelines, trying to maybe just pressurize them, and well, after that they started just moving forward around the circle, and that kind of just helped them a lot with the movement to the southern side of where the circle was. Obviously, it was in the middle island, but they were moving from the shorelines. That was to south of where the fights were happening mostly, and just like Fixer said, they held their fortress pretty well. Well, Adil coming up with 5 kills, Action 1 kill. 947 damage. It's his survival time that actually distinguishes him along with the damage as well. But 1 kill. That means either his kills were stolen or the lad might just be having a few assists here and there, but 1 kill only.
I was just about to bring this up myself. Like 947 damage, but just 1 kill. Now, I think I believe Action is doing really well for himself in those damage numbers as well. So we're going to see an impact of this on the kill leaderboard when we have a look at it. Probably at the end of the day, but right now let's have a look at a head-to-head comparison between the teams that were in the top 2 in terms of their finishes in this match. R3D against Stalwart Esports. Now, Fixes, we rarely see Stalwart finish with low number of kills, and that has happened quite constantly in the last few days. What do you think is going wrong for them?
Absolutely nothing. I must say it was the zone that, the curveball towards the very end. They were not at the right place. And we did see a lot of teams coming down onto towards those central areas of the circuit, right? So they were getting a lot of knocks, which is clearly reflected, in the damage dealt, right? To 2,300 damage is not less, 12 knocks over there. But it's about being clinical, right? They could not go in for the finish because if they had to do that, they would have to overextend, and which would have led in their early demise.
Exactly, but let's now move forward and have a look at the match summary of this game. We knew Joker, he had done pretty well. R3D overall did really well, and well, Adil is the only man in this game apparently who got any grenade kills, and he got 2 for himself.
So
that
surprise,
is an impressive number,
surprise coming up as compared to the previous game that was yesterday's last game, where we saw a lot of grenade kills coming up. This game, I get it, right? Most of the utilities that were used were either smokes in order to just take the players at a really good safety cushion for themselves, and a few Molotovs here and there. You remember a lot of third parties were being done as well, and in those, if you wanted to move forward or something, you saw the usage of smokes after 1 or 2 players were knocked down here and there. So all those things, but it was still pretty good to see. But again, nade kills, maybe in the upcoming matches we'll see those.
Maybe. I mean, we still have 4 more games remaining today, but for now we do have the match rankings in front of us, and as we've been saying, this game, R3D Esports, they popped off quite nicely. 30 points coming in from this match. Stalwart Esports finishing on the second with 18. But we want to talk about these 2 teams. Teams that are fighting for the first, teams that are fighting for the throne right now. Train to Kill finishing with 16 points and DRS on 5. Now, Fixes, what do you think? DRS versus T2K. In the next match, are we going to see one of these lads, like T2K in particular, will we see them take the first position away?
I think DRS has started acknowledging the fact that
Yeah.
T2K is hungry. They're going for a lot of kills,
Mhm.
but that's where the problem lies, right? This time they
Yeah.
did manage to get a lot of kills. That does not really mean that's going to happen in every single map.
Yeah,
One little mistake, one small mistake, you're going to be punished. Now, again, you talk about DRS, they were doing the same. We
Yeah.
did witness them also taking a lot of fights early on against Clarity BABLU, if you remember. They did manage to wipe them out. However, they did take 2 casualties. Had that not happened, this match could have been again a different story. So both the teams are trying to garner a lot of points for themselves.
Yeah.
It just comes down to the fact that can they keep themselves alive during those fights?
Exactly. I mean, they're trying their level best to do that, but in certain situations, as you have always said, I mean, sometimes the luck factor of this game can actually be really brutal on a team. But let's talk about a team that took control of every single situation that was thrown at them. R3D Esports walking away with the chicken from this match, and Ocean is going to be breaking down the rotations of R3D.
I mean, this is where I would say it was much more calculated, a play coming down. Because if you remember, Fixers, we were just witnessing the match from the sidelines, and we discussed about it. As soon as one player just drops down here, he was getting shot at, right? He needed to get a vehicle and then just move forward towards his own teammates. He did that. I get it. He did that in style. But then the first calculation was, how do you get inside the circle? Because you know you were being shot at already. And then obviously you just reach the edge. There's still a bigger, wider circle to be reached down, and that's where the team just starts moving, and they try to get really good hold of the compounds. But then look at this, the shoreline movement. I would say this was the most calculated one, as per me.
What do you think, Fixes? Was this calculated? Did it it
feel
did work
so.
out quite nicely for them? We did see it in the end, and R3D Esports. I mean, there's one thing that I have to say though. All this time when we've seen R3D on Erangel, we have noticed the slow rotation that they have from starting from Primos. This time it actually worked out quite nicely for them.
Exactly, and holding, just moving and holding around this area. This actually showed that they never wanted to take up the fight in the early stages. And this, keep in mind, this is still like the third and the fourth circle. They never want to take a fight in these stages. But as soon as the next zone shift kind of just started favoring them, then it was like, we can and we will, and they did, because this is where, coming up from the movements, they had the entirety of the game themselves. This is where we saw, obviously, a few players on the backlines just taking down 1 or 2 players of Stalwart. That was from Wizzes with vibes. And then, Stalwart, after they eliminated the teams, they had to come out in the open. This was such an open movement in which, obviously, they were spotted down, they were being taken down, and they were shot on Hassan's final, that minute flank that just held that flat. That was just really brilliant.
That was the game-changing play right there. I mean, it was quite interesting to see Stalwart Esports completely pinned down behind that vehicle. 3 players, and then we see Action trying to find an opening, but Hassan is already there on the ready to finish off the teams. But we're going to witness all of these moments, ladies and gentlemen, once more in the Oppo F19 Pro moments of this match.
Yeah, of course. I mean, right off the bat, like I said, we were witnessing so many fights happening left, right, and center. And this had to be one of the fastest, most aggressive Erangels that we have witnessed in the league so far. More than that, I must say that, this is going to happen throughout the course of the day, right? All these teams just going after each other, because this is one of those things that we did discuss early on, that all these teams have qualified, right? Except from PN Crew, and they have been silent. They've been getting a few kills here and there. They did manage to take down a few players of ZEUS, I believe, but still, Johnny, I mean, the question still is somewhere hovering in my mind is, when on earth are they gonna go after T2K?
Well, I guess we'll have to wait. We'll have to wait till the later half of the day. I believe match 3 is when we're going to see that happen again. Now, this was my favorite push of this game, because a few seconds earlier we saw DRS take another early fight in which they destroyed the players of BABLU Clarity, but lost out on Gyalzan, and then Raw were there to capitalize. We saw a lot of third parties in this game.
This one was so brilliant. I mean, we all were just sitting down and just discussing about it, as players did try to go for the third party, Johnny and Fixes, but a lot of them were kind of in the failures as well, because of the circle just coming up and the zone doing damage. You remember, right? We were saying, come on, man, you need to put up the first stage, and this moment, as soon as you enter in, you get shot down. Fixes, you were the one who was pointing it out at that moment, right?
Wow. I mean, this was a very fun game to witness, and from the side of T2K as well, quite a valiant effort. As we just talked about them, they did have an advantage against their own personal competition, that was DRS. That was a risky move, and you will have to pay for that. Also, I mean, I believe as we were talking about Stalwart Esports, I believe it was the players from Wizzes with Vibes who got the opportunity to pick up Pika, and yeah, it was Rules from Wizzes with Vibes who actually picked Pika up, and it was a little bit more than the kill. Again, it was about delaying the rotation towards the center of the circle that in the end did punish Stalwart Esports, and the chicken dinner was handed over to the players of R3D. But after this intense of a match, it is going to be quite obvious that all of us want to have a look at the damage numbers that were put up by these teams on the board. And R3D Esports, what are you doing? Well, whatever it is, I love it. 2606 damage, 15 kills secured. That is a nice performance.
Yeah,
not just
100%.
them.
Yeah, I
Not
mean,
just
they're
them.
sort of spreading their wings right now, right? And it has happened at a good time because we know for sure that they're qualifying for the finals. Now, this is the performance that we would expect from them in the finals as well. Now, this has to, one of those factors that is causing them to get so many kills, be so much confident is, of course, the zone rotation that they did. And along with the fact that they have no pressure. Right, once they're free to do what they want, now they're not shying away from the fights. But well, we've got a different story altogether over here.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah, I was going to ask Fixes, is this much masala enough for you, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, yes, for the top two, but I really want to have a contestation for the third spot as well. Business with Vibes, they've got to put up a big competition right now.
Well, definitely. I mean, they are putting up a nice competition, but as we move forward in the standings, I want to notice what is happening on the second page of the leaderboard, because R3D Esports, I mean, they have taken over 7C Esports, despite the fact that 7C Esports in the last few days, I mean, up until yesterday, they were doing really well, and yesterday we did see them slow down a little bit. R3D have finally capitalized. Now, the next target is going to be high voltage, but I don't think that's going to happen, and I think you guys agree with me on this. I hope you guys agree with me on this, because the difference is a little too much, and, well, there's just 4 matches remaining.
That's true. I mean, with the 4 matches remaining, yeah, the difference definitely just stays, but I'm still excited for that T2K TRS skirmish.
Oh, yes.
For sure.
Yes. I mean, we would love to watch that.
That's my personal thing to just go to
yeah,
right now.
On the overall leaderboard, it's T2K DRS, and inside of the game, there's one thing that we all want to watch. It is going to be, well, 2 things, in fact. It is DRS, ZEUS, and T2KP and crew. But we do have the next game that is going to happen on Miramar. Let's have a look at the map chance percentage, the graphs that we have in front of us. T2K, DRS, Stalwart, 7C, and Seal Esports are the ones who show up on this one. Fixes.
No.
Which team are you going to pick? You only have these 5 options.
Stalwart. I think they have been one of those teams that have been having quite a good run lately. They barely just missed out on the chicken dinner, and with the form that they're going on, I'm pretty sure they can get a chicken dinner this one, because T2K, I have a gut feeling that they're going to be targeted by PMPL.
All right, so I have kind of a different theory in my mind, and that is T2K is gonna surpass DRS in this game.
All right.
Well, you saw Stalwart and Seal, right? They just interchanged their position in the overall standings. So I believe Seal would want to get that position back for themselves. They might have a really good game, but if they have a good game, Stalwart will be ready for that as well.
Alrighty, so that is still quite vague, Ocean. I have to say, pick a team from the 5 that we just. So T2K, alright. T2K is your first option, and we're gonna see like what is gonna happen when the game is going to be live. There's a lot of action that we anticipate and we want it to happen, but since it is the last day, a lot of the teams are going to try and protect themselves as well. So that is also one aspect of the game that we haven't touched upon, but we're going to witness it right now, because this one is going to be Miramar, and for this one as well, I believe the lads on the other side of the stadium are ready. So we are going to be heading there in just a bit over to the people that you guys love so much. But Ocean, I wanted to ask you. There has been a lot of stuff that has been said that you have been the master of dodging questions. So, what do you have to say about that?
So Do you want me to dodge this question or do you want me to answer this question? That's fine.
That's the most Ocean answer. Look at Fixes. He's just disappointed at this point.
Fixes you have been with me. I mean, you know, I will disappoint you. I mean, that's what I've been doing lately to people, to humans overall. Dogs are fine and cats are fine, but still to humans, I get that. But yeah, moving forward, you know, again, so I'm dodging your question with another question, and that's going to be, so Fixes, I mean, just like you said, just like you talked about the way, you know, obviously T2K, they might just be targeted. Do you feel, I mean, they would want to maybe change their drop for just one match because it's just one Miramar that there is, and then afterwards, it's kind of evident that, you know, P and Crew might not, they won't be in the finals. So do you feel like T2K might just change their drop for this one game?
Well, I must not rule out the possibility. Yes, that can certainly happen. But considering the past few games where P and Crew haven't really been causing a lot of trouble to T2K, letting them be as they are, the chances are really slim. But then again, like I said, the chances are really slim. What I'm really anticipating is they might, P and Crew might go for T2K once they start taking the lead from DRS, and maybe the last two games would be the games where they might get targeted. Coming back to what Ocean said about the drop change, yes, it's going to be a healthy option, but at the same time, when you're changing a drop, you're changing a lot of things, right? You have to be quickly adaptable to the fact that you need to you know, figure out your first rotations. You need to know how to traverse around the map, because what T2K have been doing, they've been really standard with how they rotate, right? So in that moment, what really happens is sort of get used to the teams that they meet. Now you're changing something else, you're going to meet newer teams, you're going to have a lot of difficulties, which I do not think they would want to experiment at this point.
I do have just, you know, one thing to say after that, but the thing is that T2K's lads are kind of XP and Q's lads, so they know Miramar. It was kind of their strong suit. So, you know, I feel like they can just, you know, maybe try to go for it. Because, again, XP and Q lads, strong map Miramar. We've seen them clutching in the previous season numerous times. But yeah, adaptability, that's can be a thing.
I mean, it can be a thing. But for now, since we've been talking about the competition between T2K and DRS quite a lot, let's have a comparison of the team's performances on this particular map, on Miramar specifically. And well, here are the numbers, Ocean, for you.
I mean, we have seen multiple times. It was, you know, DRS getting chicken, T2K at the second, T2K getting chicken, DRS at the second. We've seen those things happening, and that actually just, you know, shows overall in the Miramar when we talk about it. Well, on the list of average survival time, DRS is getting the top position out of both, because obviously it was that one day when DRS, you know, had that hat trick for themselves. It was Miramar as well just coming down in that, and they played it with the actual ease for themselves. But if we talk about the total points that have been accumulated, they go in the favor of T2K, because it's not about, you know, a high average survival time, but it's, you know, just getting those skill points as well for themselves, and that's where they are getting the numbers, and that's why they have a higher total points for themselves. This actually shows that when it comes down to the placement points, DRS loves to go for that in Miramar overall, but when it comes down to the kill points, that's T2K's that's in T2K's favor.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But Fixes, I would love to hear your thoughts on this as well, because T2K, I mean, they've been doing really well on this map.
Yes, they have been, and there's a reason why, because of the zone, right? We've seen majority of the zone being formed at the eastern side towards the center. That's where they drop, right? So they do not have a lot of trouble traversing around. Now, if we have a circle, maybe somewhat going towards northwest, where DRS are really comfortable, then things might completely be different.
Exactly. I mean, things can be different, but what is going to happen, only time will tell. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be right back with all the action of Miramar right after this.
Сан байцгааны намайг зөөлдөг. Би ZEUS спорт багт атак ролтой тоглодог. PMPL хүртэлх хугацаа маш их байсан ба бид энэ хугацаанд илүү нухацтай бас илүү хүчрхэг хэрэгжих болно. PMPL оролцогч бусад багууд бол бүгд сайн багууд, бүгд бидний үзэлтгч нар юм. Энэ PMPL дээр бид өмнө гаргасан амжилтынхаа хязгаарыг эвдэхийг зөвлөж байгаа. Бас биднийг сайн тоглосон, мууч тоглосон ямар ч үед дэмжиж үйдэг фэнүүдтэй баярлалаа гэж хэлье. Бас PMPL олцч буй South амжилт хүсье. 9 сарын 21-нд PMPL South Asia Superweekend оролцгаая. Тэмцээний шууд амжилтыг PUBG Mobile-ийн албаасны хуудаснаас лайвч үзээрэй.
Welcome back, everyone. Do apologize for the short break there, XP, but we're going to be jumping straight on in second game of the final day of the Super Weekend. It is going to be on Miramar, where we will find ourselves one final time, at least, for the Super Weekend.
Well, it's going to be fun, and that is a different way of jumping straight down.
Straight down.
First, defying gravity. That is how Superman's going to hit the ground. Of course, it is going to be a little shaky on the knees because that's the way I plan on, seeing that person hit the ground. But again, that was kind of funny. But anyway, if you have a look at the playing pop, we are going to be cutting the map pretty much in half. This time, we are going to be flying down towards the southeast. We start off, of course, at the Ruins, a place where I'm pretty sure a lot of you in the chat section haven't really been to. You must go check it out. It is beautiful. Anyway, we are going to be flying over El Pozo, just over Picado as well, and that one city which my co-caster Blade just completely despises, Los Leones, where I kind of hope that the final circle ends.
I mean, it's just kind of boring in Los Leones, man. It's just like the same buildings and like 4 or 5 teams. I like urban warfare, but I like a little bit of little bit of variety in life. That's what they say, right? Variety is the spice of life, XP. As DRS, they like the variety. They like water bodies. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Nima heading all the way.
All right.
Okay, baby.
Woo! Excited.
Alrighty then.
I'm pretty sure you don't mind Los Leones being in the circle for now.
For now. As long as it shifts further south, XP. As long as we head towards Los Higos as a final circle, for crying out loud. PUBG Mobile, come on, give this one to me. It's the last Miramar off the Super Weekend, the league stage, and if it ends on the prison island, XP, I am gonna be elated.
You are going to be a happy man. I mean, well, you're going to get exactly what you wanted for such a long time. Maybe the gods of PUBG might just listen to you. More often than not, they're not going to. So just, don't keep your hopes up too high. But it can happen. But right now, it is going to be problematic for a few teams if it does decide to go towards Los Higos. Because if you have a look at what's happening in the north, DRS and SEAL are way far away from one another, but also from the circle. And have a look at SEAL. The majority of the SEAL players are going to be up there. Well, forget the majority. They are actually split in twos, Blay. If you have a look, right next to P and Crew, we have Killer, and I do believe, well, another one of his mates riding shotgun, and they should possibly be, looting up Campo Militar, Toria Humada, all those northeastern places. But right now, as far as action is concerned, it is going to be T2K in the fray right at the beginning once again. Now, normally, there was a little bit of an anticipation going on the analyst desk. I'm pretty sure fixes were like, what, P and Crew are definitely going to be hitting T2K. But what T2K have done is something out of the ordinary. They have kind of switched up their drop spot just a little bit. In fact, Ocean kind of pointed this out. It is always painful, give props to the guy because he's right so many bloody times. But he did kind of speculate, he's like, wait a second, what if T2K decide not to be the target this time? That is perfect Q production. Have a look at that. Minas Generalis is going to be under PN Crew's domain. I'm pretty sure they're going to be trying to find, T2K in the vicinity. Little do they know that they have done a switcheroo and are down south in Los Leones.
T2K are like, yeah, no, we're not going to be dealing... Oh, wait, what's happening down south towards Puerto Paraya? It looked like someone...
Self-inflicted injury?
Yeah, might have, sprained his ankle or something. 7C, bottom of the table. Obviously, they're qualified, right? But I guess it would be a little bit of a kick in the nuts to see R3D be above them, considering R3D fought their way out from the bottom, from the 19th position, if memory serves me right. So, yeah, expect 7C to at least try and make things a little interesting here, but obviously, these are the 16 teams we're going to be seeing XP next weekend, where everything is on the line, where placing 7, 8, 9 doesn't matter. It's about who gets that final win and goes home with the massive chunk of the prize pool. Looking at the zone, though, the circle will be shrinking in, and for a change, XP, BABLU don't have to move. Lucky them.
They don't have to move. Usually they always have to traverse long distances, but this time around, the circle is going to be in their favor. And if they play the cards right and position themselves, ready for who or whatever comes their way, they might just walk away the winners as well. But again, that is speculation as of right now. We're going to see what happens to them during the course of this game. Now, I do hear buggies in the background. That means a lot of teams are already making that dreaded migration down south because... it isn't a walk in the park anymore. It's like, it's going to be nice terrain. You can take your buggies, you can do a bit of sand dune climbing or whatever. But then once the bullet starts flying, it is just panic mode. And I've seen a lot of, teammates spin out, get caught off rotation, and ultimately be put in the ground. So if they want to break the norm, they are going to have to be a little, a little considerate about it. And also, Blay, we've seen one thing. What happens is normally there's a mad dash for the finish line as far as the circle is concerned, right? As you can see on your screens right now. But the ones who travel first are always going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage. Let's see why Noob is going to spot a few enemies, but he is landing down some shots. It's just going to make a little bit of noise. And in fact, Wives are just going to drive by as if nothing happened.
They're like, oh, guys, can you hear some bees buzzing past us? They're like, yeah, it's probably some bugs. Ignore it. There's all bullets going up whoosh, 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 all around them. Anyway, Feature Station, though, it's very early days, so they're still not down to a one-man squad, as we always seem to find them. Everyone's alive. Everyone's healthy. Everyone's feeling very happy, very comfortable, as the zone is going to be shrinking. And now there are a lot of teams. This is one of the rarer circles on Miramar.
May I
go
just
on.
add one thing? A nervous smile came on my face the moment you talked about Future Station, because I kind of feel you're going to jinx them right now.
Ah, they're good. I believe in Future Station. Also, this compound of theirs is kind of isolated away in the in the middle of kind of nowhere, so there's no real chances of anyone really sneaking up, right? And they have an elevated position as well. They're smack in the center, so I feel they're going to be untouched for a while. But I wanted to touch upon the fact that this is one of the rarest circles on Miramar.
Oh yeah,
where we at the first zone we see not the majority, but a lot of the teams outside of the play zone, right? Usually, it's like maybe 3, maybe 4 teams who have to traverse across the terrain to find themselves safety. But this time around, we have Wizzes with Vibes, we got 7C, I8, R3D, Seal, Stalwart, DRS. There's a lot of names there. So, quite a bit of an excursion for a lot of these teams, but there is still a lot of free real estate towards the eastern side, east of Los Leones. We have Power Grid, Picado, and Graveyard as well available for Stalwart, DRS, R3D. And R3D taking a sweet time. Makes me a bit nervous, a little bit, just a tad bit.
a little nervous because it did kind of seem like, they definitely knew that Seal was nearby because they were driving and suddenly a couple of the members alighted from their vehicles. No shots were fired, but I'm pretty sure, they were looking at the direction of Zake's vehicle as he was trudging along in that rocky, rough terrain. But again, no action is going to break out as one expects from Miramar at these early stages. But right now, if you have a look at what's happening down south, now, BABLU, what they're doing is they're actually trying to find the biggest mountain and they just want to go and sit atop the summit. That is what's happening. But it looks like ZEUS Esports Play have a similar idea. So we might just see the gods of Olympus, who have been kind of playing with their mortal side a lot more recently, as they might go up against Clarity BABLU. Now, there you have it. They are really close to one another. About 100, 200 meters is going to be separating the two teams. And sooner or later, there is going to be a battle to be crowned king of that particular hill.
King of the hill, baby. King of the hill. Let's find out. BABLU, I kind of felt they might head towards Minas del Sur, XP. Right? But then again, there is a real possibility the circle might be shifting towards the north or the northeastern side, meaning they would have to cross those bridges. But this is a map where I think I've seen bridge camping once when the circle was down south. So I guess they could have potentially headed on down south, but oh no, okay. Oh, Los Leones is still there, XP, but the fact that the prison, unlike Los Egos, is just still also there in the zone, I'm okay with that. I'll take it.
And, just keeping in continuation with the BABLU point, lovely maneuver by them because, again, they were waiting for the circle to show its face. They're still in the vehicles, and now they are going to have an upper hand on ZEUS for the race to the next hill. If you have a look at what's happening elsewhere, teams are leaving that massive city of Los Leones for greener pastures and, those isolated compounds pretty much right next to a mountain or at the summit. That would be perfect, as, of course, you see lying at the side of a mountain, a couple of drops. In fact, we have 2 drops for you, ladies and gentlemen. So the thing is, whoever comes this way, whoever spots the red smoke in the distance is going to be surprised because there's not 1, but 2 bad boys waiting for you. We, of course, have the Grotza and then the Mark 14. Now, the fun fact is both these weapons blade, they use 7.62 ammunition. So if someone's rocking an AK and an SLR, they can easily upgrade their weapons. But right now, Clutch Barber at distance, and I'm not sure the UMP is the right weapon for that distance, but of course what they're trying to do is just suppress the enemy and possibly get ready for a little bit of an assault, because have a look at CY Noob's position. Now what's going to happen is if they do manage to get a knock, they should be moving in for the kill as far as the placements go right now. But if CY Noob is kind of pinned down all by his lonesome, maybe they're just trying to suppress so that he can find his way back to his teammates.
I do wonder why he's put Noob off the C-Wine. Like, come on, man, have some confidence. Or maybe he's just being sarcastic. Maybe he's
that's what it is. It's like, oh, he's a noob, let me take him on. And then suddenly you're surprised, like, oh, I see what you did there.
Yeah, lying 6 feet under. So, yeah, that's an interesting battle. I do believe that could potentially be one of the possibilities that might play out, as R3D and Stalwart Esports are on a bit of a collision course. And you can see Action and his teammate over there, I do believe it's 2A, have alighted from the vehicle, so they might be taking a few shots. And you can see R3D as well, XP, right at the edge of the zone, are going to be alighting from the vehicles. Now, temporarily, for the time being, R3D do have the superior manpower because the other two players of Stalwart are trailing behind, but not for long. Once they traverse Picado, they're going to be coming in from behind. So that could be an early fight. That could potentially be the earliest fight breaking out here on the map of Miramar.
It could be, and I'm pretty sure we are going to be zooming our cameras right to that location. Beautifully done. Now, what Stalwart Esports needs to do is, Action and Pika have an idea that the boys are over here. Have a look at how they are all posted up. Now, you did kind of say that, Stalwart is split up, but that is something that could work in their favor. There you have it, because from behind, this is what I was anticipating. Top 2A comes in and is going to put some lead in the enemy, and just like that, they are going to be falling, but it looks like we do have a little bit of exchange taking place as Hassan hits the deck in the nick of time.
Ducks down XP, so a couple of knocks. No one dead yet. Anubis heading downhill. Is he going to try and go for the big flank? It looks like he is. Hassan pushing up. Pika not able to quite get the res, and that's a great knock. Second knock, in fact, and that's going to be 2 clean and quick kills coming in for R3D. Looks a little scary there, XP, especially with Top coming in, sneaking in from behind, but with them losing a couple of members, Stalwart, what are they going to do? They're all in the blue. They should make a move.
So right now, they've lost their element of surprise. Had Top kind of just held on to his trigger discipline just a little longer and, let R3D commit to the 2 members on this mountain face as we see it right now, and then shot from behind, that is when panic could have been let loose in the R3D camp. But of course, they did wonderful, and now Action did get taken down early on, which, led to the downfall of Pika as well. So at this point, Stalwart Esports need to cut their losses and need to make it to the safe zone, as Scry is doing on our screen. And I love the fact that he's blasting that music, because, they hit a little bit of an obstacle, but, they're definitely going to try and overcome it. Now, Top does realize that, R3D is going to be making a move and skedaddling out of there as well. Well, he whips that whip around, and he is off to the races, Play.
Off to the races. Let's see where he goes with this now.
I want a car for that vehicle. I mean, not a car. I want a road. I want that vehicle to be on a road. If there's a massive road on the right, I would rather drive on that.
Also kind of makes you, I wouldn't say a sitting target, but, it's Miramar.
I'm worried about the undercarriage of that McLaren. That's about it.
It's fine. It's fine, XP. I'm sure the car will be fine. There. As we do have a further shift. Now I'm sad. Now I'm sad. It's on Los Leones.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me paint you a picture. Why this gentleman is sad is because he's kind of sick and tired of urban warfare. Now, time in and time out, we have fights breaking out in Los Leones. But what he doesn't realize is Los Leones is a gem of a city because, again, you have so many buildings, so many windows, so many openings, so many flanks.
I know.
It gets overwhelming. And that is why he doesn't like it.
Exactly. It just gets overwhelming. And I feel like, look, I'm going to be critical about it. I feel like the fights, they start kind of becoming very similar. You know what I mean? It's like, Team A is fighting Team B in this building. Oh, Team C is fighting Team D in this building. It seems like the same fight at times, which is why I like more variety. And anyway, this is a bit more of variety, although this is at the edge of Los Leones. So we have vibes spread very thin on the outskirts. And then we have Suyog T2K inside of this building under construction, which I believe will never be completed. And A1 Esports down there in that warehouse where they have called their home. But not to forget, BABLU are there as well in a similar warehouse, which unfortunately doesn't have a rooftop. So 4 teams, 16 players, all present as R3D could be going up against P and Crew, who've been very quiet so far. Let's see what they do here.
They have been quiet, but looks like some action is erupting in other parts of this map as I-8 is in a skirmish of its own. Now, R3D, what's happening is they are surrounding the enemy, but the thing is they are still out in the blue, and it is really close to the circle. So basically what that means is if one of them kind of messes up, it could be problematic as Assassin. I beg your pardon, Hassan. I always confuse Hassan with Assassin. I don't know why. It's just the double S and then A-N. You know what I mean? It always just catches me off guard. But anyway, Hassan over here almost getting knocked out by Orchid. But what's happened is Orchid's given his position away. And he is nowhere near his teammates. His teammates are at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 500 meters away. So, if he goes down, it could be problematic for P and Crew. But what it also does is keeps the other members at bay. Hold on to that thought for a second, because Mafia Ninja, although he's down, that is a risky maneuver happening. Nima, I beg your pardon, was down. But looks like Orchid is going to get the better of the opponents right now. His teammate comes in to help him as well, as Glenn, given Oompa Loompa from distance, gets a knock. And, well, Orchid is there to wipe up the rest right now. Hassan is going to come in the enemy. He is going to let loose with that ratata, but in fact, he is going to be taken down. And now Hassan has a little bit of respite. but he's the last man standing. That is going to be problematic.
That's going to be a problem. What's also a problem right now for DRS is Nemo's knocked down. Age is done for Galton and Mafia Ninja have to hold off the alt slot, and it is going to be Bishal finding the kill. Mafia Ninja able to get the knock, but now he's left alone. Mafia Ninja pushing up here. It is right now a 1 versus 1 XP between Mafia Ninja and Joker. Now, Joker has got to make up his mind. Does he go for the res? Does he go for the hunt? It looks like he is going to be going in for the hunt. And look at the zone as well. It is going to be moving in very, very quickly. So they need to make a little bit of haste. Mafia Ninja spotted out. Joker is going to go for the jump for the nade. The delayed nade finds him. And Mafia Ninja, by the skin of his teeth, will stay alive. But can he get the res for his teammate? Looks like he will, XP. Somehow, in the 2 versus 4, they come out on top. And no, Galton's been lost. Mafia Ninja's going to be left alone.
He is going to be left alone, but again, it's the quick thinking, and also Blay, that level 3 armor really came in handy because if he was taken out, the play zone was doing a little bit of damage as well. It would have been GGWP for both teams, but of course that delayed grenade getting the job done as another one bites the dust. We are now down to 14 teams. 2 teams have already lost their lives, and those 2 teams are Stalwart Esports and RAW. Now Wally, all by his lonesome over here, he finally has been spotted out as the enemy are in fact going in on his position. They've actually surrounded him, and now they have put him flat on the slab of concrete as they loot his body. Now his teammates were kind of spread a bit thin. In fact, I do believe Blay, Seal is only going to be survived by that man on our screens, the Baron himself.
Well, sometimes a Baron doesn't need anyone else apart from himself, so let's see how that will play out for him.
I've got a question for you. Now, I know you know about the Red Baron. Do you know who the Black Baron was?
No, I don't. Go on.
That's a story for another day, because right now action is still going to break out. I do believe BABLU are going to be in the thick and thin of action as ZEUS are trying to take their position, but IC is the first one to be brought down.
Yeah, BABLU just holding on to this compound. And this comes back to what it was earlier, right? We had A1, we had BABLU, we had T2K nearby. The only new addition to these teams have been ZEUS making their way in as well. 7C's there in the distance. So Los Leones, the outskirts is heavily populated by a lot of teams. Legends getting shot at. How is someone taking shots at him? It's so far away. And okay, a replay here. Mafia Ninja. It was a preemptive nade XP. It was a preemptive nade that finds Joker. Like, how you can't time it better. That's insane. He didn't have to. I think he took like one shot. That's it.
That's where that sound sense comes in handy, because he was actually gauging the enemy by just listening to his footsteps, so he knew exactly where to throw it. And lucky for him, that was a decent enough blast radius to get his enemy, well, pretty much off his feet. But right now, as the circle is going to implode in on itself, I8 are going to be a happy bunch. The Street Station are going to come under heavy fire, but right now it's going to be 7C going up against ZEUS, and boy, oh boy, they are giving them a run for their money. It's going to be a 2-on-2 situation. Godless is going to open up on the enemies inside, but he's taken down the moment he comes out, and in the blink of an eye, 7C are a different beast altogether, as the gods of Olympus have been wiped off from the face of this earth.
Well, I mean, they might be the gods of Olympus, XP.
Ain't the gods on earth, though, apparently.
Yes, 7C. I mean, they're channeling their own inner Neptune, right? Just
yes, sir.
A tsunami of bullets. And that's going to be it from ZEUS Esports. Just the 1 kill. That's Wadu. Oh, Mafia Ninja. 1 versus 1 right now. But look at the remaining members charging in. So if Mafia Ninja wants to survive this, he needs to get a kill ASAP. But he will be taken down by... Wait, Sinister? What? Okay. Sinister steals away the kill. And now they're going to be looking to harass High Voltage. But then they realize, do we really want to relinquish control of this building? And what a nade. Havoc's going to be knocked down. And there we go. They wanted to go for the push XP, but then they realized T2K are going to have a line of sight on them. Instead, they're going to be playing this one a little bit more passively and going to be going for the safer approach, which in my book is the right one. They will get the knock and the finish onto Havoc, and Wadu's going to be left alone, and he needs to make a move. In fact, everyone needs to make a move.
Now, the only thing that's going to work for them on these vehicles, as Jane is going to open up on Wives, smashing that windshield in, as Siyog is going to help his team at smashing the rear shield in. Now, A1 Esports, I was going to bring this up. Good for them that they had some vehicles in that little warehouse. Otherwise, it would be difficult. But right now, BABLU Pika is going to get the better of them. As in one magazine, Shoykot goes down. 6-9 goes down. The grenades are coming in. But this is when 420 and Danny need to start rotating from the right and push in on this position. Now, Danny's being a bit careful because, again, T2K, mind you, are still at the edge. They still have a little vantage point on their position. Lovely, lovely move by, I do believe that was Danny, who just kind of regrouped with his teammates, right?
That was indeed. Well. Wadu's still alive, by the way. Oh, he's just healing himself. Yeah, he's just healing himself right now. He's not going to make a move. I thought he was actually sneaking up in, but it's too far away for him to really go for a play. Excuse me. So now BABLU, they had those 2 knocks from 9 but they're not quite taking advantage of XP. They are being very trepidant, not really going in for the kill, and that means now it is a turn of their opponents to harass them, and A1's just tossing in a lot of nades. Somehow they're still standing, but 2 more knocks take place, and now it is going to be Wolf howling into the skies, maybe looking to get these kills, confirm the kills, but A1 are getting shot at. What a spray from Jane XP. They're just shooting through the smoke. Oh my lord. I do not want to be in A1 shoes right now.
They are done for, and I wonder if you picked something up earlier on. I'm going to hold the point as Danny is now going to come under fire. The tables are being turned. T2K are going to be the aggressors. They have the high ground, and Sandesh is a man possessed right now. He spots the enemy, he shoots the enemy, and he brings the enemy down. Well, one nade could be problematic for all of them, but it looks like A1 Esports are going to be in the line of fire right now. This is when BABLU needs to kind of move along that back ledge and get the high ground and surprise T2K's Jane, because like you called it, one good grenade could spell trouble. Unfortunately, there's a lot of concrete over there for them to take cover behind, but Wolf was caught in the open and he paid the heavy price. Well, death.
T2K are just reaping the battlefield with their sights, which have bullets as well, so it makes it even more dangerous. They just completely obliterated A1, and BABLU down to a 2-man squad. A bit spotted out from above. 1 man remains. Pika in the smoke. Legend might potentially be taken down though. And they're taking fights with like multiple teams. Did he just drop down into the flames? Jane! Drop and roll! They're all low. Okay, maybe they got a little too overeager. Pika can just wipe them out. XP, he can find all 3.
Oh my goodness!
He's gonna finish them all off now. It's a 1v1. Legend at least able to get the trade at the very end, but oh my god. What a mistake. What an absolute blunder from T2K XP. That all 4 alive, and now they're down to 2.
I'm going to say it was an epic play coming in from the opposition. I'm going to explain that in a second. Just to paint the picture over here, looks like Wives are going with the kill. Ozan is going to get the better of Praveen. But right now, through the smoke, it's going to be chaotic as they are going to find themselves surrounded by the enemy. And that's all she wrote. It took a fraction of a second for IA to create a crossfire, not just with their weapons, but with grenades as well. And they just went boom. And it looks like a late grenade caught Uzum off guard over there, as they have wiped out 1 team. However, 2 members from different teams, P and crew, I think they just got wiped out. And
T2K, man, 12 kills.
Wow. I mean, they had a field day.
I know, but maybe, the bloodlust, they went to berserker mode a little too much, I felt, and they got very blinded there. But take nothing away. That was such a sneaky play from BABLU, the final member surviving. And Future Station XP, 1 member alive
as
in the
usual.
top 5. Who would have thunk it? And he will find just the knock, though, not quite able to convert the kill. And once again, a top 5 placing for Future Station. Their placement points have been incredible.
No wonder these guys are leading every single map chance graph that we see. Future Station, somehow, some way or the other, are always in the top 5 teams for every single map. Now, have a look at this replay. Oh, this is just brutal. This is murder. They all line up as well. I mean, had it been the old days, 1 bullet would have been enough to go through all the heads, but it is not the case. As again, Vibes getting caught off guard, getting shot at from multiple directions. They paid the heavy price. Coming back to what I was talking about earlier, as with Vibes, of course, are going to go in for the revive. They have the high ground play, which, yes, it is definitely an advantage for them now. But if the circle demands them, or rather forces them to come towards its position, it's going to be problematic. They're going to have to jump. They're going to have to say their Hail Marys and just, keep that trigger pressed if they want to get the better of I8. But as of right now, I8 are looking good, and all by his lonesome, somewhere in the distance play, there's a man by the name of Smokey V2 who's probably dispatching himself up and getting ready for a little bit of a heal battle, but looks like he is not one to stay away from a fight. He laid down a few shots.
3v3.
X is going to get the better of him. And of course, it is a 3v3, and it looks like I8 could be spotted out. And long
this
grenade.
Oh, no,
wrong
no.
bounce.
Well, now we know why Delta X doesn't play cricket, instead plays PUBG Mobile.
There
That
you
was
go.
the terrible toss there. But a second one could potentially find its mark. It's going to just lob it underneath, but it's going to be a little too deep. Now, this is a classic Miramar standoff, right? The team below and the team above. Now, both of them are in a zone, so there's no danger yet. But for I8, what are they going to do? It's a very uncomfortable position. They don't really have an easy route up, and Nate is going to sail in a little deep, but Delta X getting tagged down to 55 points of health. Lob comes in. Oh, Uzum just could be walking into that nade, but for the time being, both of them will be able to avoid the shrapnel and the flames. It's a waiting game, actually. Both of them in the zone. Which way is it going to shift? I do want to shift downwards because that could make it very interesting, because that means Wizzes with Vibes will have to drop on down XP and take the fight. Look at them already making the way down. This is very preemptive from Wizzes.
They can indeed. And as the
the
circle is
cheeky
going to
date.
change, well, both teams are going to be happy right now. But if Wizzes with Vibes want to make sure that they don't get caught off guard, especially when they come down, have a look at Malik's position. You see that little sloping ground next to him? That is where he needs to drop down. Try and take a fight with Uzum. Try and catch him off guard, which is going to force Blade and Johnny to come out of their hiding spots to cover Uzum, and that is when they get shot at from atop. I know that there's a lot of cogs in this particular plan of mine, but if it works perfectly, that is how it's going to be. They are going to have to be distracted if they need to get shot at from above.
I just want to point out, Uzum's doing all the distraction. They don't know where Blade and Johnny are. Uzum's the only one who's tossing all the nades, the smokes, and Delta X. If he's not careful, Delta X has no idea. Blade, they've heard him. Johnny has heard him. If they strike right now, that F249, there we go. Brilliant bait and switch, and Johnny's going to find Delta X. The finish is going to be coming on in. Man advantage now for I8. Uzum still dodging the nades. Now, Wizzes with 5 XP, they do have the high ground advantage, but no more is it equal, because I8 have the man advantage now.
They have the man advantage, and especially for, what's going to happen for Wizzes is, if they want to shoot down, which they just did right now, as Blade is going to find himself on his bloody knees, they're going to have to extend a bit more, and the people down below are going to see them a lot quicker before they are spotted themselves. But right now, it looks like it is going to be even Stevens, as, that could be a big one! Johnny is going to go out. This is when they need to pounce. It's going to be a 2-on-1 situation, and both members should be jumping down. It's going to be a team effort, as Malik on one side and Rules on the other, but Malik is taken down instead by Uzum, which means we're down to a 1-on-1 situation. And once again, Blay, we are back to square one.
Square one, 1v1. Oh, but Rules can go for the res. A well-placed nade. Does he have any more utility remaining? I don't think he does, XP. And he can't even climb his way up. This looks like it's done. Great attempt from Uzum there. He's going to apply a couple of bandages. He's got that the painkillers pumping through his veins as well. But yeah, I can't see a way for him to head on up. This one seems like a dunzo XP, unfortunately. It was an exciting fight. And if it come down to 1v1, it would have definitely been really interesting indeed. But Uzum, he has at least repositioned himself. So this could potentially catch him off guard if they want to be over aggressive and push on down. Now,
the only thing that kind of works against Uzum is if he wants to be in the center as it's going to close down. There you have it.
They know where he is.
Chucking Molotovs over there. They know where he is. So, he's going to be taking a lot of damage from the blue as well. I think the best thing for him to do is just hug that wall and bide his time and, make peace with what's going to happen right now, because Malik is going to be ready. But it's Malik who, in fact, is going to take a bullet instead. I like this. But Rules is going to spot him out.
The double peek. They're just chipping away at him, XP. Just wasting his time, and just a headshot angle, very hard to hit. But he's going to find the knock, XP. There's still a chance. Rules is going to go for the res. That's an opportunity for Uzum to heal himself. Does he have any first aid kits remaining, though? We can't really see it. Yeah, there we go. But he's going out in the blue to try and find an angle, but he's not going to find it. It's such a dangerous game from Uzum. He's going to heal himself up again, because stepping out into the blue, especially considering how absolutely brutal the damage can be, he's doing his best here, XB. He's trying everything humanly possible to try and clutch this, but everything is against him. He doesn't have the man advantage. He doesn't have the zone. He's downhill. And Malik and Rules, all they have to do is just wait this one out. Just wait it out. Unless, if he picks up a nade there, that could be massive.
You know what I want? You know what I want? I want both the members from Wizzes with
To
Vibes
drop
to
down?
kind of rappel down at the same time, face the rock, and just go YOLO. It's going to make for an amazing ending. But right now, Uzum, oh my goodness, this man is keeping calm and composed. He knows everything is stacked against him, but he is pretty much near the center. And now Malik is going to be taken out first. There you have it. He is going to jump down. He is the first one to do it, and he does it in style. Ladies and gentlemen, forget Rambo. We have a new man in town, and he goes by the name of Malik. I told you it was going to be something like that. I love the ending, but boy, oh boy, Play, did IA put up a fight or what?
Oh, Uzum played that like there is no way you could have played that better. He did everything he could, except the last moment. If he maybe instead of patching himself up, if he had his gun out, there was a chance he could have got the double knock. But then again, could have, would have, should have. You know how that goes. So congratulations, Wizzes with Vibes. I took the name yesterday, XP. They came very close getting chicken dinner, but this time around, they will indeed get themselves 1,000 buckaroos. As second place, of course, coming in from I8. Again, the perennial, never to be the bride, coming so close, never getting the chicken dinner. But it's okay.
Somehow. But there is going to be a little bit of respite because somebody on the analyst desk is going to be happy, and that man is going to be Fixes because he was saying, I want some action in the third place. But of course, you know what? Why don't we just check in on them, Blay? Because that is the end of game 2. And after this break, we're going to have the analyst desk for you.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Wook up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, joined by Ocean and Fixes. And this was an interesting game. Fixes, I guess the buddies on the other side of the stage were right. We do see a smile on your face because I8 have done an incredible job walking away with the chicken dinner in this match. But we do have the top players on our screens, and it's going to be Smokey We2 from 7C Esports leading the charge over here. All right, it was Wizzes with Vibes who actually got the chicken. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I mean go on, Ocean.
I was just going to say, as much as Fixes is happy, I'm happy as well because, T2K, they surpassed DRS. That's what I wanted as well.
Oh, yes. I mean,
and one more thing, Johnny. I mean, it had all to do with how the circle traversed, right?
Yeah.
How it shifted for what we really thought could have been an urban circle, but this is again the history repeating itself. Every single time you think it's gonna shift towards Los Leones, it goes towards the hills. And Wizzes with Vibes were perfect in anticipating that, but you guys, you have to talk about those fights that happened. DRS, T2K, everyone just trying their level best for the first spot.
I mean,
that's true. I mean, Johnny, sorry, but the thing that went wrong for T2K was their own aggression actually just bit them. You saw them, right, taking down A1 Esports on one side. They saw a few players of Clarity PABLU, and Jane, as soon as Jane dropped down that Molotov, after that, the team kind of just faltered down because Pika in that smoke. Oh my god, no one just saw him. I get it. That's what smokes are for. I don't know.
I mean, definitely a smoke criminal over there. Pika just destroying T2K. But Wizzes with Vibes, another $1,000 coming for this team. And as we talked about this, now they are sitting on the third position of the overall standings, having pushed down Vibes just below them on the fourth. But looking at the match summary right now, it was a game where T2K, as you guys pointed out, T2K, there was a lot of aggression from this team as well.
Johnny.
Yeah.
That's true. But look at this. Wadu coming down almost 1,000 heal point for himself. Just because, he was outside the circle, a lot of fights were happening just away from him. And Fixes, I guess you're going to agree with me on that. That was actually the right decision by Varu at that moment, right? He could not have walked out on the open area. No doubt it was too far behind.
Yeah, he did what he could, right? But over here, my attention goes down to 7C because again, the circle going down towards the southern side, and Team 7C dropping off at the southeastern side really helps them a lot while rotating. So as a result of which, they could go in early on and survive for quite some time. I think it was Mr. Smokey V2 who apparently made a dash for the circle, eventually just to be taken down by the players of Wizzes with Vibes.
Exactly, and Wizzes with Vibes after that moving forward to take the chicken dinner as well. But look at this. So Ocean, I know you like to notice patterns over here, and the top 3 teams, all 3 of them have the same number of kills, that is 8. So we have Wizzes with Vibes, I8 and 7C Esports taking exit with 8 kills, but 22 kill. Now this was their commitment to take the first position away. 12 kills and just 2 placement points, 14 points from this match.
And that too, just dropping down on the areas around Los Leones for the starters. That just changed everything. I mean, that was my speculation that happened, but then from Seal to DRS 1, 2, 3, 4, there's another pattern just coming down, right? For the kill department. But ZEUS again falling down. Stalwart, previous game was so good. This game just did not work out.
I mean, it was an unfortunate series of events for them. But now, as we did talk about the endgame scenarios, the extended fight as well between Wizzes with Vibes and I8. Ocean, I'm going to need your help and Fixes you too to break down exactly what was going through the minds of the players of Wizzes with Vibes while they were moving towards the circle.
Say no more. Say no more. I mean, I would just talk about this. We have had this conversation. I mean, this map, no one anticipated that. Obviously, it's going to go to the areas around Los Lunas for the entirety, because this is where most of the players were. Most of the people might just be thinking, might just be the open area around Chumasera and Los Lunas. But look at this rotation. Actually, I want to focus on 2 different rotations. Second one is not just here, but I mean, Fixes, you saw DRS, right? That they had rotated around the entirety of the area, and then they arrived here. That was a really brilliant rotation coming down from those lads. And well, we are looking at high voltage. Like this kind of looked like that, these both the teams kind of needed this game for themselves, but well, for DRS it just exactly did not work out in their favor.
And to add on to it, of course, DRS, one of those teams, we've seen them doing that in the past. We are privy to such a sort of an act from their side. But what we are not acquainted to is the fact that T2K dropped at Los Leones, certainly trying to avoid their arch nemesis, PN crew over there. And had they dropped, it would have been an early bloodbath, right? After that, we did see them, playing a little bit safe. And this was a really good change in pace in this particular game.
And the best part was, as soon as the next circle ships up, you saw how quickly they are rotating inside the circle, right? Inside the next circle and next, like all those things slowly and steadily though, but they are just making up their mind. Look at this. One player just coming out, the other one just following him, and then they are just acquiring a really good area for themselves. So for Wizzes with Vibes, the best part for this team, to be honest, was their rotation, because again, it was not a really high fragging game from this team, but it was more and more on their mentality and the mindset, and obviously the circle did just favor them. When they wanted the entry, it was an open area for them.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, towards the end, they were able to figure it out from where the openings were and how to get inside the safer positions of the circles. But apart from that, there was a lot of action that broke out between a multitude of different squads, and we're going to have a look at all of that action right now in the Oppo F19 Pro moments of this match.
Fixes. I mean, I have a question for you. On this one, when we just actually started with all these fights, it was not exactly the kind of Miramar that we were just looking for, but I would still say this Miramar just gave us a few surprises. I mean, with DRS fight, the fight in which the circle was also just not exactly favoring them, and well, they were taking down. So I would say a few teams were feeling quite a lot of pressure, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is definitely going to surmount over them. But then again, one thing for sure that we've realized, it was a pretty much early on urban shift, right? That is where we did see the change in pace. But as the 4th circle started commencing, that is where most of the fights did break out. We, of course, did see DRS going up against Raw. And in that, they had to face 2 casualties. And, of course, Mafia Ninja was the solo survivor. But all he could do was, take his team a little bit ahead. That's just about it. But a team like T2K did have a possible chance of winning this one. And sometimes, getting overwhelmed, sometimes overstepping really did hurt them a lot.
when we were talking about the early aggression that T2K were displaying, or were forced to display in the matches that they played yesterday. But today, this time specifically in this Miramar, it was forced from their side. They wanted to be aggressive. They wanted to get all those points, and it did work out quite nicely for them for quite a stretch. But it is Miramar. Even if you are going to the late game stage, there's still going to be a lot of teams remaining, and this was the punish that everyone was talking about. I mean, Legend overextending and Pika in the back lanes just capitalizing.
It was just, it was just an upside down thing. Think about it, right? Yeah. One lad just moves to the other side of the smoke, and at the same moment, the other lad just comes to the other side of smoke. You would not even think about it, right? How it is happening. But I8, Uzum specifically, the way the lad just held his composure in that final fight, that high ground, low ground fight. I mean, 2 or 3 times he knocked those players here and there. That did showcase that, obviously, it was an extreme panic situation though. But he knew it. He will have to win it, or otherwise things might just go south. And things did go south for him. But this is where they did start putting up the pressure. But instant trades coming up from the lads of his vibes. That was just so amazing. But then, I mean, his survival. This waiting game. Yeah, I mean, he did take a lot of risky moves as well. Like towards the end, when we saw him step out into the blue and try and see if you can get an angle to take the shots, but it did not really work out. Did not have any space to move, no HP, barely any HP to be a little more precise. And the jump shots, as soon as they connect I8, they get taken out. And Wizzes with Vibes, they walk away with the chicken dinner, $1,000, 8 kills, and well, quite a lot more. But we do have the damage histogram on our screens right now. Quite a wonderful performance, as we did say, by I8, by Wizzes Vibes. We've talked quite a lot about T2K, but 7C. Now, they also had an interesting run in this match, wouldn't you say? What would you say, in fact, Fixes?
Yeah, of course. I mean, they did, and most of the kills did come towards the very end. Of course, 7C played well. But, guys, more than that, we were talking about the top position, right?
Yes.
You're heading into the finals, you would want to stay on top. And this is where I certainly think T2K might have done the job, because the difference before this was not too much. Now, DRS just acquiring 4 kills, and I believe just 1 position point. I don't think that's going to help the cause at all.
Well, I would say let's not keep a lot of suspense. Let's not build it up too much. Let's just find out right now. Let's have a look at the overall ranking and see the impact of this match on the storyboard. And yes, Train to Kill, they take the throne back. First position, DRS being pushed down to the second, 436 to 429. So the difference is still not that big. Ocean, we still have 3 matches remaining.
I mean,
predictions. I need you to work that crystal ball right now.
I'll tell you. But it's not just these 2 teams. Look at 3rd and 4th. We discussed about Wizzes with Vibes versus Vibes. Now they are at the 3rd position as well. This is where I want this one to change. In the next game, I want Vibes to be at the 3rd, and then in the next game, I mean, I want the chaos to just continue. So for me, it's going to be next game where DRS should be at the top. Then it should be T2K. And the final game, I'll just leave it like that.
I would say, talking about chaos, Stalwart Esports and Sealy Esports are having a race of their own with 359 on Stalwart and 352 on Sealy Esports. So that is also something that, it is going to be fun to look at that by the end of the day, which is going to be the highest rated, highest placed Mongolian team for the last day of the last Super Weekend. But as we move to the next page, R3D Esports, in the last match's performance, they were able to surpass 7C Esports, and they brought themselves to the 15th position. Well, 7C Esports, they go right ahead and return the favor, pushing R3D down back to the 16th. But this is going to keep on happening as we go forward with the matches. Although, again, I have the same request from Pre and Crew. I hope they fulfill my wishes. I want to see them walk away with at least 1 chicken dinner today, with just $1,000 bonus that's going to be there. They're sitting on the 20th position. Quite a lot of difference for them to cover up, which is not going to happen with 3 matches to go. But as we have a look at the schedule, the next one, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be Erangel once again. And we're going to have a look at the map chance graph right now. For a future station, they always seem to be doing well, but no, not anymore. Now it's Wizzes with Vibes. Ocean, the prophecy, it is true.
It happens. That's, I would say, I don't know, but again,
Yeah.
for my side, it came a bit too late. That's what I'll say. It came a bit too late. And,
Fixes, would you agree? Is that a little too late? Because Future Station, I mean, they were doing really well on Erangel for a while, but finally, I mean, we see them on the second.
I think it's gonna come down to the kills, right? They've
Yeah.
not been getting as much kills as Wizzes with Vibes have been doing, and again, Wizzes with Vibes always having the contingency plan that sort of helps them, right?
Yeah.
Somehow they've seemed to crack the code to survive. But coming down to the overall standings, we did see the storyline pan down in front of us. This is where I would like a team like Stalwart Esports to cause a little bit of mayhem for that third spot.
Maybe, I mean, if they get a really nice chicken, they
Yes.
might be the third team to contend for the third position. But let's see what's going to happen in this matchup, and for that, we're going to head over to the other side towards Play and Experiment.
Well, thank you for that again, Johnny, as we are going to be jumping in for, at least for you and I, XP, our final game of the Super Weekends of the league stage, and we're wasting no time. No one has to look at our ugly mugs. We're going to be jumping on Erangel again, and here we go. Look, we know who the teams are going to be, who's going to be qualifying for the finals, but I still want to know who's going to be the champions of the league stage, right? Last time it was ZEUS. Unlikely ZEUS are going to be able to win it this time, considering they're trailing by almost 180 points behind T2K. But DRS, can they be denied a second time, but this time by T2K?
Well, DRS, they are going to have to play their hearts out in this game if they want to retain. Well, they were the overall champions last season. Of course, like you did mention, it was ZEUS. Looks like T2K, they have their thrown back play, and they did kind of, give DRS a little warm seat. I don't think they're going to do the same again. They are going to go for kills in this game, and well, if you just quickly have a look at how everyone is going to be dropping around, nothing's going to change in the initial stages. BABLU still right next to R3D as we've seen them. Future Station 1952 are going to be heading to where we know that they love most, the ferry pair and the surrounding buildings. I-8, we don't even need to say anything. We all know where they're going to be heading. They're going to fly over that little channel of water over there and hit the Sanhok military base. But all eyes now are going to be on DRS and PN Crew as well, because T2K, their drop spot, we kind of thought that, it's going to be contested, but looks like PN Crew this time around might just take Fixes' words to heart. They might actually go in for a chicken dinner. Again, even though they're not going to be qualifying play, it's always good to go out with a bang. And if you have a look at that circle, it is going to call for some drama. It's pretty much in the center, but we do have a lot of water to work with this time.
Oh, I love this circle. I love this circle.
That's
so
what you
much.
want, I know.
This is what I like. A Primorsk zone could even be towards Georgia Pole, right? Could be towards a bridge. So many options available here. Now, I-8, of course they're going to go to the military base, right? Of course they are. Stalwart, though, yeah, a big switcheroo. They have been consistently landing on towards Novo Repnoi time and time again, and heading into one of the last few games here, they might be trying to mix things up, and with them dropping their XP, that could be an extra element of surprise for the likes of Vibes or High Voltage, and maybe even PN Crew when they head on down south.
Absolutely, because, again, like we said, we're creatures of habit. They're not going to expect something out of the ordinary, and that is when most of us make mistakes, as it is. So, definitely expect a little bit of confusion to break out somewhere around Rozhok sooner or later. But right now, my eyes are actually on the southeast of the map, because have a look at that little wall of defense, in my mind especially right now, that BABLU is kind of mounting up. They are all spread out way too thin. But of course, that means they're going to have to be that much more careful, because, although they might think that, hey, I can't see any enemies around me, chances are somebody could be looking at you through a scope. But right now, everything does look good, as Magnet, once again, a little far away from his teammates, is going to make his way back to safe haven of his comrades around him, as Crypto and the boys have made their way across the bridge, as usual, as expected, and they're going to be heading to the Sanhok military base. Now, because the plane path was a bit towards the left, few teams are still heading to their favorite drop spots. Have a look at T2K. They did have a few options, loot a couple of those compounds near the farm, but they are still going to go to the place they are most comfortable with, and, you can't really blame them, as is Wizzes with Vibes. Now, Wizzes with Vibes have a look at the amount of distance play they've traversed. They've already driven a kilometer and a half, maybe 2, but they're still going to end up in Milta, which, I don't blame them because that is their city. And from there, once you are kitted up, psychologically as well, you feel more confident, you feel more comfortable. And I'm pretty sure a lot of teams are going to give T2K a run for their money right about now. They should be ready for an onslaught play.
For sure. And I mean, they've shown they can hold their own as well, right? So let's see how this one pans out. DRS, as usual, they're going to be just chilling in Yasnaya till the very last moment. Seal were actually very close to the mansion area. They were very close to DRS earlier, but they're going to be heading on down south towards Milta Power, the usual booting grounds. You have Lipovka as well. We have Zake and Wally over there. And pretty standard drops, all things considered, right? No one really going for any wild drops apart from Stalwart Esports. So could potentially be another slower start to the game, but mark my words. Once you start moving on in XP, things are going to be pretty wild. Like, this is going to be some, multiple fights breaking out towards the Ruins area, towards Rozhok, towards I don't know, like towards Primorsk as well, perhaps. So definitely going to be an action-packed circle. At least that's what my predictions tell me. Yep.
The funny thing is, for you and I, it's the last game right now, as far as casting goes, right? But for all the players on our screens, they still have 2 more. So, again, they're not really going to go YOLO right now. They're not going to go hams out and just, do some silly stuff. They're still going to try and maintain their positions. But, of course, we are, we're just daydreaming over here. We want everything to be chaotic, which it will be sooner or later. But, things like that usually happen right at the end where, maybe 2 or 3 teams could be dropping in at one location, but looks like Icy is going to come under fire. Lovely that he kind of snuck his way around those buildings to avoid bullets. And just as I say that, one lucky bullet does find its mark. However, it isn't going to do too much damage right now, as that Tesla is finally going to be smoking just a little bit. But it does look like Icy has made his getaway again. ZEUS are on the move, but I do want to see a lot more aggression, a lot more controlled and, systematic aggression from them, because what they're doing right now is just being that usual one-man army thing. But then, they keep getting picked off one by one. So again, I am still a believer, Blame. I still think, in the finals, in the grand finals, right, they are going to come out swinging and pretty much...
You're still a believer?
I'm still a believer.
Wow, okay. I'm okay. I can respect that.
I think they're just holding the cards really close to their chest right now. They're not letting anything through.
Listen, we're both getting on with age, XP, and older you get, you become more of a pessimist. You become one of those old men sitting in the yard yelling at the kids, right? But you
get
still
off my lawn.
Yeah, but you're still holding on to some semblance of youthful hope. And I can respect that. Maybe it'll rub off a little bit on me, but we'll find out next week. Of course, I'm looking forward to next week. But we have 3-4 days of break for everyone, to kind of recuperate. The players can recuperate as well, and everyone can be ready to battle it out. But here we go, vibes.
His health.
How is he alive? The explosion.
Move
the explosion.
Away from the vehicle.
Boom. Why is it so far away?
Well, it is what it is, and Stalwart are going to be one man down, but right now it's going to be up to the remaining 3 members to get a little vengeance out of this, because Vibes, although they are going to be out in the open, only 2 of the members are at the first line of defense, because if you have a look, a couple of the members are going to be a bit further back, just southeast of Water City. So, for them to cover the distance is going to be problematic, but Stalwart Esports, they've got decisions to make. Either you go in for the kill, or you back out, regroup, and then hit the team hard. Now, Action... as usual, a man of action, he's up there all by his lonesome, although he does have Scry, providing some essential cover from behind. But it looks like it is going to work through, because someone else is going to get an angle, and that someone else, if you just have a look at the minimap, you can just barely see him on the bottom right corner, as Killer did take a couple of shots. But again, no harm, no foul right now. But this grenade could be devastating. Vibes are completely oblivious. No, they're not. A grenade is going to bounce right on Top's head. In fact, he gets out of harm's way in the nick of time. But right now, it is going to be a gun battle to the death.
He's alone though, XP and Jiggle. Oh, almost gets the knock, but he will be dropped here. Somehow Top still alive, but he will eventually be found by Assassin. Meanwhile, as he pointed out, multiple gunfights breaking out. Action and Scry having to go up against Prabin and Killer, but looking at the position, they're downhill. The smoke is gonna obscure vision, at least for a while, but one bullet is all Scry needs to land onto Killer. and he could be knocked down. Prabeen, though, lying prone, and there you have it. It's not going to be a bullet, it's going to be a nade, and Prabeen almost gets the knock. Scry still looking for the fight. The guy has no fear whatsoever, so Action has to do everything by his lonesome. Nade going to be lobbed in, and there you have it. Prabeen and Killer will be knocked down, and now Jiggle joining the fray, taking down Scry. And it is going to be, for the time being, a 1 versus 1. Action having to go up against Jiggle. And Jiggle, can he do anything? No, he can't. Action is going to get a knock onto him. And now it is truly a 1 versus 1. However, the final member of Vibes, Assassin, is quite a distance away. He's going to get into his car, pedal to the metal, running into Rez's teammate. But Scry just might be Rez in the nick of time. Assassin going to be coming uphill. Rez has taken place. And if he goes to the rest on the Jiggle, that's a prime opportunity for Action to pounce on to the final remaining member of Vibes. Are they going to go for it? They're still very paranoid. Scry is going to deploy a smoke. Action coming from above. He spots out both the players, finds Jiggle again. Assassin just lying in wait behind the car, now having to go up against 2 members of Stalwart Esports. One of them barely alive though. Action gets knocked down, and Assassin now 1 versus 1. Scry on a sliver of HP. He didn't heal himself up, so 1 bullet is all Assassin needs. A little bit of luck will also go his way, and it is going to be Assassin clutching out the round, and he will also be able to res his teammates as well. Oh my lord, XP, what a fight.
That was not supposed to go down that way. Although Jiggle is now, well, in the dust and he's carrying for all these animals out there. The thing is, had Action not gone in for the finish, it could have been a different story. He got a bit greedy over their play, as a result of which they paid the ultimate price. And Stalwart Esports, they are out of this game, and it's an uncharacteristic exit for them. This is not like them to, be eliminated this early on, especially if you consider the caliber of players that are in the team. But it is what it is, and we have the first victims in Game 3 as Stalwart Esports bid us adieu. Now, as the circle is going to implode in on itself, have a look at everyone in a mad dash to make it to the finish line. Now, I8 are going to be traversing the map with Future Station pretty close by, but what did catch my eye was the migration taking place up north. DRS is very close to Seal. However, looks like we're going to see some action break out on the eastern front, miles away from the play zone, as high voltage play are dangerously close to Vibes.
Well, someone's going to be electrocuted, but you can see high voltage. A couple of them have alighted from the vehicles, and they're going to be taking shots in the direction of Vibes. But it looks like they will be able to escape comparatively unscathed. And Mark 14, ripe for the picking, right next to the beach. I'm sure 420 boy sees it. He should be going for this.
It is going to be easy pickings after all, but right now, again, I'm still kind of just trying to wrap my brain around, what happened and what if Action had done this, but forget that. That's all speculation. That grenade was thrown to perfection as Future Station's entry was blown off his feet. Now his teammates know where the enemy is, but so does Memo. He does have that Car 98 trained on the enemy, and the moment Magnet pops up like a meerkat, chances are his helmet is going to go flying because he's going to get a bullet right between the eyes. But right now, he does kind of anticipate that, they might have an angle on me, so I'm just going to hold my ground. They cut their losses, and now they are going to have to devise a new plan. As far as 7Cs are concerned, they don't really have to budge since the circle is not going to be in thought on the side. In fact, they are pretty much dead smack center. But any second now, the circle is going to shift. We want more water. Not a lot of water, but we are still going to have a little bit of a Western frontier fight over here. The hospital is still going to be in contention, which means ZEUS do not have to budge from their position. However, there's going to be a mad dash down south as T2K, A1 Esports, Future Station are all vying for the same hill.
Only one can stand atop the hill, though. That is something that they will be aware of. A1 decide, you know what, we'll just go for our own hill. So they're going to find a semblance of some peace for the time being. But again, they have been spotted by T2K XP, so T2K could potentially, if they have a couple of snipers, lay down the paint. For the time being, they're on the edge of the zone. They take the sweet time. And T2K will be moving on in, though. They eventually will. But considering they've spotted out where A1 are, they could be going for a longer route. I8, though, are heading towards the zone from the beach. If you can just take a look very quickly. Yeah, there we go. I said I8, and it is going to be R3D unleashing onto I8. And that is a very uncomfortable spot they find themselves in, as they're going to be moving on in using the vehicle, trying to find that compound. In the meantime, the player who's been knocked down can be rezzed, so it's not quite done yet for I8, but they need to reposition and need to kind of relocate and find some other safe ground for themselves. But this position from Joker and Adil, it's brutal if you're I8.
Oh yeah, I mean, just that one position on top of that hill was the reason that they actually spotted I8 moving in the distance. Now, I'm like an open book right now, because although I8, what they were trying to do is be a little bit sneaky and get this team off guard, right? Because this is the periphery of the circle, and more often than not, this hill play is always occupied. But again, I guess they had better vision, they had a good 360 vigil, they saw some movement, and well, I8's attack was thwarted midway. But what's going to happen right now is Seal did get a knock early on, and looks like the members of DRS are going to be coming in for the kill, although there was a little retaliating fire from Wally. It's not going to be enough. He shot him through the door, he saw his feet, a pixel on the staircase, and they paid a heavy price as Killer is now going to have to go on the defense. Remember, the remaining two teammates, they are far away. They are not going to be able to do anything, as they are going to make them come back.
They're coming in
at the behind over there. However, they're not going to have the angle. Now, if Killer can hold his own for maybe another 10-15 seconds, and then those guys start suppressing fire and just creating some confusion, that is the only time this man can patch him up. With of course, with bandages, it's going to be problematic, as Gyalzin is going to go knock him on his knees, and Seal are going to be getting hit from elsewhere, Blay.
Yeah, this is very chaotic, and Wally, I think he realizes that there is not much he can do.
They're going for the kill.
There's nothing they can do with A1. There we go. T2K going up against A1 Esports because they knew they had to push that particular hill. Shoykot's been knocked down, but Sandesh is down on his knees as well. Sinister not quite able to finish off the job. The res will be coming on to Shoykot as T2K, they're scrambling, trying to find some measure of safety, which they will, but unfortunately they will have to abandon the teammate, and Jane gets caught by 9boy before he's able to pull off the great escape. Now 2 members will remain for T2K. That was a rough sequence of events there for Train to Kill, and they might just be heading directly into Future Station, and that is, yeah, the proverbial frying pan straight into the fire.
Well, Future Station are going to have to think about moving as well, because both the teams, in fact, all the teams on our screens right now are pretty much outside the circle by about 200 to 300 meters, give or take. Now, what T2K is going to be doing is they need to resupply themselves, because they just were in a bloody battle, and as far as utilities are concerned, they were almost brought down to zilch. Finally, Legend is going to be happy with a couple of first aids as he makes his way down the mountain. Have a look at that. It's going to be just chaotic down south, as all teams are going to be heading in each other's directions, and at the last second, they're going to realize, whoa, wait a second, this hill is taken, we need something else. But that is when the confusion comes in, as I8 kind of looks like have kind of found themselves in that same situation. T2K were at the receiving end of things, Play, but they are trying to turn things around. But I8 could be caught between 2 teams, T2K on one end and the boys from 7 Seas on the other.
Yeah, that's an uncomfortable sandwich. Ooh, how did that
hit the
miss?
shoulder?
Oh, that is so close and so lucky for I8 there, whoever that was, and Amos Nagar not quite able to land the headshot. 7C have all 4 alive, but as you pointed out, XP, it's going to be a mad dash up north. Speaking of up north, Seal, the 2 members alive, are still very much alive and kicking in a very comfortable spot. Next to them is ZEUS. P and crew are smack in the middle of the zone next to the hospital, and look at the barrage of nades being lobbed in by RAW against A1 Esports. And 9boy is going to be facing the brunt of the shrapnel, and the earth is even shaking as Wadu is going to find Jax as well, and things are looking quite miserable for the Bangladeshi side. The 2 surviving members have a lot of work to do. Do they go for the res? No, they can't even go for the res. 9boy finished off by Wadu, and that is high voltage from the distance, mind you. It's not the team that they're going up against, which is RAW. So A1, I have to say, the days feels numbered.
It does feel numbered, but I'm kind of surprised at how they've actually managed to get the revives up. Now, of course, we did see Vadu like an opportunistic parasite getting the kill down, but a grenade rolls in from behind, blowing Jax off the speed. I just saw that coming. I'm like, wait a second, who threw that? It is T2K. They are coming in to fight as well, as Shoykot is going to be taken down now. Blah, blah, blah. Promicide is going to be taken down as well. RAW suddenly find themselves in a barrage of bullets, and Southerblay, I believe, is the last man standing. No, Joker still has some help.
Joker still, I don't know how he's dodged all those bullets though, and T2K, coming in like a pack of hyenas looking to pick off the remaining survivors. Sada will be knocked down. A1 Esports down to a one-man squad. Sinister, because Shoykot, he's going to be out in the next couple of seconds. There we go. Shoykot will leave us. And in the meantime, Joker found out Legend, the last man standing for T2K, is out in the blue. And Sinister, despite the odds being firmly against A1, will be the team to come out on top. That is just ludicrous.
You gotta know when to fight, you gotta know when to back out, and it looks like Sinister, although he has sinister plans up his sleeves, is a smart man as well. Meanwhile, we're gonna join the action as Wizzes with Vibes are trying to defend a massive onslaught by Zeus. Now, Zeus is gonna be in control of the two houses, while Wizzes with Vibes have this compound. And have a look at that little garage back there. All 4 buggies for these boys. Question is, who's gonna drive away these buggies? Because only one team is gonna survive this. Now, if you have a look at the minimap, this fight is taking place right at the western edge of the circle, but I am kind of wary because Seal Esports, although they are a 2-man squad, could hear the commotion and could come up to pick up the pieces. Although it is a little, it's a tall order because right now they are going to have to witness some knocks. Elsewhere, DRS, they don't have a care in the world play. They just drive past this battlefield. They've been through a lot of tension, but they have been heard. And now AJ is going to be taken down. Is it going to be the same for Gyalzen? No, he's going to survive it. Wow, that is some quick action from Wizzes with Vibes to get that knock and finish.
The fact that DRS still keep 3 alive despite the rotation, I think they're going to be very happy with the way that played out. Also, for those of you who were keeping an eye out on the kill feed, BABLU got, they went over the bang. I think all 4 members just got decimated by the HEs. Not from one team, but multiple teams. So that was BABLU bidding us goodbye in the 11th position, XP. And now DRS with that crazy rotation they had, XP. They're smack in the center of the zone as R3D maybe getting a little too ahead of themselves. They push into ZEUS, hoping that Wizzes with Vibes and ZEUS were busy with each other, but Goddess and Ably spotting out both members, find them. And with that, that is going to be 2 members out pretty early here for R3D. Down to a 2-man squad. A lot of teams on which are 2-man squads right now. 7C, Vibe, R3D, and Seal, as A1 will finally be eliminated. But honestly, considering how long Sinister stayed alive, I think it's a miracle in its own. C-Wine on his knees. Memo as well has been dropped. And right now it's a 1v1 between Clutch Baba and the final member alive for 7C. That is, of course, where is he? Where is he? Can't see him.
I like how there he is, Smokey driving on past, and my Noob, in fact, was almost going to be run over. That could have been problematic, but right now he is going to try and acid in Clutch Baba's position, as it does look like his teammate is going to bite the dust. Now, my Noob, of course, out from this game. It is going to be a one-on-one situation, but have a look at Wally. Wally is sneaking in the background as well, and if Clutch Baba is not careful, he is going to be in a world of trouble. But judging by the way Clutch Baba is moving, I think he has an idea someone is nearby. Now, we did leave both these teams in this little stalemate early on, which is still continuing, and the circle is still forgiving to both. But in a few seconds, that could change as, let's have a look. Are we going to have a drastic shift, or are Wizzes with Vibes and ZEUS going to be happy? They're not really going to be happy because DRS Play is the only team with a strong foot in the new circle.
Yeah, but they are surrounded in each and every direction by multiple teams. Some of them, however, down to one-man squads. But yeah, let's see how it pans out. Clutch Baba will finish off Wally. And with that, that is going to be it for Seal. They try to stay alive for as long as possible. And this battle, it's been going on for what seems like forever now. Delta X on a sliver of HP gets a knock. But that is what Godless has been waiting for, because they know that a couple of players are knocked down. They know a res just took place. So there is an opportunity for ZEUS to wipe out Wizzes with Vibes, who are actually having to push against ZEUS to make their way into the next zone. It's not going to be easy. Ably, he's managed to res Zio, so he's going to be healed up as well. So still, despite what has been a long battle, a long war of attrition between these two teams, it is still a 4v4, but for how long though? A couple of knocks will quickly take place, and that is going to be ZEUS now pushing in for the kill, looking to get the squad wipe as well, just rattling off bullets blindly, wildly through the smoke, leaving one member standing for Wizzes with Vibes, but eventually even he will fall, and ZEUS Esports, they get the squad wipe, and they keep all 4 players alive.
All 4 players alive, but of course it is going to be a different story elsewhere, as I'm pretty sure you're not going to be surprised. Future Station still in the top 5, one man carrying their flag forward, and of course that man is the Clutch Baba himself. But of course, we're going to come back to that later as another little fight is breaking out elsewhere. Now, DRS, we did kind of say, they were in the thick of the action. And I was just trying to joke around that maybe all they need to do is keep their heads down. It kind of looks like it is working because P and Crew and High Voltage are taking pop shots, but now the smoke around Mafia Ninja is going to dissipate, but it's Mafia Ninja who gets the knock on Wadu, and now Future Station's position has been given away with some relentless, indiscriminatory fire in the smoke. Lucky for him, though, none of the shots are connecting.
The surviving teams, apart from Future Station, of course, have a lot of players alive, but as I say that, Wadu will be finished off. So, High Voltage, just a duo. ZEUS and P and Crew, 4 and 4 alive. DRS have lost AJ a while ago, but they're still very deadly indeed. And as you pointed out, XP, smack center of the zone. They even have a drop as well. Now, Clutch Baba, I gotta say, his days feel numbered. XP,
he's done his job, Blake.
Yeah, but Zeol's like, wait a minute. There's someone over there out in the open in the blue. Clutch Baba just heals himself up. He needs to make a move now, though. But the moment he does so, he's going to be spotted out by at least a couple of teams, and that should be it for Clutch Baba. No?
Well, we're going to have to wait for the zone to close in. Then we're going to find out.
There we go.
Oh, there you have it. And in fact, Godless is the one who
Top
is
5 again.
him. Final 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be ZEUS, who are looking strong. The gods of Olympus are a little angry at what we mere mortals talked about early on, as they're going to be relentless with the fire exploding that vehicle in front of Gyalzen. Now, Nima is down. Gyalzen gets taken down as well, courtesy of BABLU, and this team is not going to stop. They are on a hunt, and now one man stands between them and wiping out DRS, and that man is Mafia Ninja. He is behind the vehicle over here. He has been spotted out. However, I like the fact that, he's not extending himself. He's not shooting. He's not making a peek because ZEUS don't know where he is. Or maybe they do.
P and Crew have to move. P and Crew have to move. The zone no longer favors them. So for ZEUS,
P and Crew are going to be the final 2 teams. Just saying.
It's too late, man. It's too late.
They could do it. They could do it.
No, it's too late for them to qualify, though. But I like this route. Oh, this is lovely. They're going to be going on around. However, ZEUS, they have the trench to work with. Now, Ayush has a line of sight. He could potentially line up a couple of players, and Mafia Ninja is just chilling there. He's taking out his popcorn. XP is going to try and live up to his name, just trying to be a ninja with the smokes being deployed, just eating his popcorn. All right, he's literally looking up at the skies and seeing all these nades and Molotovs getting tossed above him. Ayush has gone prone next to Mafia Ninja, and he will be finished off. Actually, Slayer there to finish off the job, and here we go, XP, the 4v4, ZEUS against P and Crew.
Well, it is too late for P and Crew to make it to the top 16. However, it isn't late for them to win some hearts over here if they can topple the giants ZEUS Esports themselves. But it is going to be a 4v4 affair, as all teams are going to be spreading out. Now, if I have a look at the map, forget the circle right now, just have a look at the terrain. The way P and Crew are working is going to be a little problematic. They only have smoke to cover and the vehicles, but ZEUS have this ridge to play around with. And when they pop out for those shots, man, they are accurate, as Blend is going to be taken down. Orchid is gone down. Slayer, of course, is going to be finished, which means Ayush is the last man standing. He knows his work is cut out for him, and there you have it in style. Ladies and gentlemen, the gods of Olympus themselves getting the job done, and as usual, they're going to have straight faces in the victory counts.
Yeah, they're not necessarily happy campers, but that was a brilliant game coming out from ZEUS. And yeah, whoever picked ZEUS, congratulations. 14 kills. Shut up. 14 kills. And as we have 2 more games remaining in the Super Weekend, the final Super Weekend of the league stage, ladies and gentlemen, ZEUS have cracked the top 8. That was something the analyst desk was alluding to. They're like, imagine where we end the group stage and the Super Weekends, and ZEUS are not in the top 8. So yes, they won the previous group stage in Season 3. They're far from winning it this time around, but at least top 8, maybe top 7 or top 6, depending on how the next couple of games go. And that would be a little bit of a resurgence for these Mongolians.
The best thing is what I can envision right now. I mean, of course, ZEUS, well done, take a bow, you deserved it. But what I'm envisioning is the little arguments that are going to be breaking out on the analyst desk right now, because we all know Fix the Notion, they love getting under each other's skins. And you know what? Without further ado, it is, of course, going to be the end for Blay and I. It was a lovely, lovely moment. It was beautiful casting for you guys out there. We are going to say goodbye, but there is a lot of drama on the other side of this break.
keeping it real. I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, if you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Season 4, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Wook up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, being joined by Ocean and Fixes with me. And what an interesting game. First of all, I would like to talk about the rotations of the circles. Ocean, the shifts, they were so intense and, well, they made the game really fun for us to enjoy.
I mean, me and Fixes were, in fact, discussing about these kind of circles. They are rare, but they are there. It's kind of this, right? Because there were so many fights happening around the zones, and a lot of players were actually on their run back and forth because of a southern hospital-ish circle.
Yeah.
No one was anticipating that, though.
I mean, no one except, it seemed like, you and ZEUS Esports, because in our conversation while the game was going on, you had already mentioned how important the compound that ZEUS was holding for themselves towards the western side of the map, how important it was. And they definitely did capitalize upon it, as we do see 3 players from the side of ZEUS Esports in the list of top players in front of us, and they have, well, quite a lot of damage and kills combined all together. But we also see Memo and Sinister making it on the list. Memo sitting on the first position with 5 kills and 989 damage, and Sinister on the 5th with 3 kills and 667 damage. But apart from this performance, I mean, it was an interesting run that was made by DRS as well, but it was P and Crew who did manage to finish second in this game. Fixes, were we expecting this sort of a comeback?
You know, we were sort of anticipating PN Crew to be maybe getting a top 3 position, but yeah, of course, the second spot, that's good for them. And it all came down to how the circle really rotated, right? Now, talking about Team ZEUS, if you guys did pay attention on the map feed, we did see Ice to be in a little bit of a pickle, and had ZEUS gone off to its shelter, this game could not have been possibly theirs, right? And we did see some few changes happening around. We did see Raw dropping off at Gatka, who did try to create some problems for ZEUS, but then again, ZEUS did manage to close in on each other. They take that compound and defended it really well.
Exactly, quite a wonderful and lovely performance right there. But looking at the match summary, it is going to be quite interesting to see Memo for highest kills and highest damage. We did see on the top players as well, but Gyalzen, I want to focus on him getting the longest distance kill, and DRS. That fight, that we not fight exactly, but the situation we saw them stuck in. Ocean, would you like to break it down? I mean, they were going head on against ZEUS Esports, but they were taking damage from the rear as well.
So this is a thing, right? DRS, they thought that they'll be having a really good area for themselves because they were trying to acquire the center. And this is, where we'll see them because, they did get 10 placement points. They were in top 3, definitely. But again, on one side, PNQ just was arriving and ZEUS just pressurizing them with one player, Marvin Ninja, remaining. And, Slayer at the end with the airdrop cover. He just took down the last. Yeah.
Where's T2K? Guys.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're on the second page, I believe. Let's have a look where they are. Well, there they are on the 11th.
Exactly. So, I mean, guys, now I think the soup that we are trying to make has gotten a lot more spicier with so much action starring up. T2K barely getting just 2 points from this game, and DRS definitely bolstering up their lead. And with just 2 games remaining, I think has to be one of those most gripping Super Weekends ever.
Exactly, Fixes. We love this situation where the teams are definitely fighting for the first position with every single game that goes by. But this game was something different because, as we talked about, I mean, the shifts of the circle, the way the zones were moving around, it's kind of rare to witness, and it threw a lot of curveballs towards the teams. Let's have a look at the zone rotations and the zone shifts of this match and break down exactly what went down with everyone.
So this is where, I believe when Fixes was talking about ZEUS' one player just going on a different path and, just trying to take up a fight. But, well, you see the circle shift. I mean, ZEUS' clarity BABLU is there. It looked like that they'll be having a really good area. And then the compound that I was talking about was these 3 houses, this area. Just think about it. If a team gets onto this area, they'll be having so much area for them to defend because obviously we'll see that in the next zone as it becomes a central chip for the circle itself, and then Fixes. We were having this discussion, right? There are a few cliffs here and there, a few ridges here and there, plus there are a few hills here and there as well. So these minute areas were so important in the entirety of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, I really wanted a shoreline circle. I mean, back in the days, I think a year back, this is where what we used to see a lot, and the Pakistani teams used to dominate. And had that been the case, Clarity BABLU would have had a really good time. But we can see the mad dash by DRS at this particular moment, where they completely went for the center. And that is where I started getting a little bit worried about them, because then we had so many teams starting to surround them, and eventually it was Team ZEUS that were the cause for the demise.
I mean, it was just, this thing as well. I mean, ZEUS was just here, they were taking up their fight, but then they had a target right in front of them. I mean, Clash Baba, while he was outside the circle just healing around onto the backlines, extreme high voltage, they also tried to just, maybe pressurize, but PN Crew was the one that kind of just, with their rotation on the backlines of Mappi Ninjas per se, kind of just changed the entirety of the game. I was still, in the questions, and that was, why are this? Why is ZEUS throwing smokes onto the sides of Mappi Ninja? And then, Fixes, you pointed out that maybe they're just trying to block the vision. But well, it was PN Crew from the other side, taking down the last player. So pretty good fights overall. But ZEUS, that exact compound that's right now in the blue zone, that exact compound for themselves, that changed the entirety of the game as for how they were seeing the circles.
Exactly. It gave them a priority in the late game stages, in the mid game stages. They had solid cover for themselves, and all they needed to do was just not succumb to the pressure that was going to fall upon them. And it is ZEUS Esports. They hardly do that. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to witness the other fights and see what happened in the entirety of the match as far as the fights were considered in the Oppo F19 Pro moments of this game. And I mean, it was quite an interesting start, I have to say. We did not really in situations like these expect these early engagements, but this time it was a little different, wasn't it, Ocean?
That's true. I mean, this fight specifically, me and Fixes, we were discussing onto this fight. I mean, remember Fixes when Action, he tried to take up a really good fight. I mean, he did take down the player of Vibes and he made them think, but then there comes Assassin, who was left out previously, just changes everything. Scree, he was on really low HP. Had he healed up or something, this might have just not changed. Yeah, exactly.
So, more than that, Johnny, we have to talk about what led to this. We did also see in the map feed that Stalwart did change their drop location. This time, they did not head towards Novo.
Yeah.
True.
I mean...
Yeah. But then, again, this moment, think about it, right? DRS, they had such a good area for themselves. They were just doing really good. But then, moving up forward, I mean, A1 Esports, this team did really good. Again, the open areas here and there, kind of pressurizing on a lot of teams. And well, I'm kind of happy for PN Crew. I get it. They were really close of $1,000. I kind of wish they had it. Like $1,000, it's always a good thing, right?
Exactly. I mean, yeah. $1,000 sounds really nice, Ocean, but I mean, for these teams right now, I guess they want the money as well, but also there's an element of pride involved going into the finals. You want to look really strong, you want to prove a point, and or maybe you want to see the other teams fail at a certain point as well. I mean, we have seen those last-ditch efforts being put on display by a few of these teams and individuals as they find themselves the last players surviving inside these games. But this is what we were talking about. ZEUS Esports just holding on.
I remember Fixes was talking about. Fixes, I want you to talk on this one.
I mean, are these the NCs, for God's sake? Because these are the kind of mistakes that are not going to be entertained, right? These are cardinal sins. You're not supposed to do that. And well, I mean, you're heading and at least have someone scout the area. And there's no chance on earth that place could be vacant, right? And then really, it was a gift for Team ZEUS. And the best part, Johnny and Ocean, I must say, this time, why on earth did ZEUS get a chicken dinner? One simple answer. They did not overextend. Not
Exactly.
even once.
I mean, the trick was simple, right? All you had to do, as Fixes said, not overextend, hold on to your cover and wait for the other teams to keep making mistakes of charging in your direction. And that is exactly what ZEUS Esports did. They were quite patient. They were hungry for blood as well, but they were waiting in the shadows, just waiting for an opportunity to come their way. And they did quite a wonderful job. But yeah, PN Crew...
And the positioning, man.
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
absolutely sublime.
positioning and timing. I mean,
Yeah.
they timed it quite perfectly, their moment to strike. But with that being done, it's time to have a look at the damage histograph. And, well, ZEUS Esports.
2,975, and I gotta give it to Mafia Ninja though. At that moment, you
Yeah.
guys saw it, right? He was sitting in the vehicle on the passenger seat so that the vehicle does not turn itself on if he was on the driver's seat, so that the voice does not just arrive. So that was a good thing, but he did not spot Slayer on the other side, right? That's why. And the smoke was kind of just giving up his location some with those sides. But well, 7C, they had the second highest damage and the early, not exactly the early elimination, but still a mid elimination. Not exactly the kind of points they would want, but again, top 16. They're there.
Yeah. I mean, they are going to be there. But let's have a look at the rankings as well, because I want to see how things are going to change as far as the storyboard is considered. We do know one thing is going to be for sure, a thing that brought out a sinister side of Fixes right now, a few seconds ago. Fixes, do you want to give a spoiler about that?
Yes, because Sanhok coming up, and this rivalry between DRS and T2K getting more excited than ever. I think this has to be one of the best super weekends, like we just said, and that's going to reflect in the overall rankings, right? And still, it's attainable for T2K if they try the best, considering the fact that DRS have not been having a really good time in Sanhok. The only chicken dinner that they managed to gather for themselves was when the circle was down south, and they had to swim all the way from the waters and get it, in comparison to T2K, who tend to have really good time in this particular map. So in a single game, we are witnessing ZEUS, DRS dominating, and the next T2K comes back in fashion. So if we go on to that pattern, this should be T2K's game.
Well, I agree with you, and I would love to see that as well, because that's going to make a wonderful story for the last game. And there's going to be a lot of speculation in that before the last game, in fact, as to what is going to happen, what is the final overall leaderboard going to look like. Well, one thing is for sure, we know what the second half is going to look like, but PN Crew, they have somehow managed to pick up the pace in the last few games, this one as well, bringing their tally to 41 points. But over on the other side, I mean, nothing is going to change much between the 11th to the 16th. There are massive differences between the teams and the points that they have, so it is majorly a competition of who finishes first right now. But let's have a look at the schedule once again. The next match, we know what is going to come up. It is going to be the map of Sanhok, as mentioned by Fixes a few seconds earlier. But Ocean Fixes has given what he wants to see in this game. He wants to see T2K, which he has backed up with numbers as well. They have had on average a much better time than DRS as far as the Super Weekend performances are considered on this map specifically. But which team are you going to pick?
So again, I mean, I'm gonna pick T2K as well, because the masalas should be there. Plus, I'm gonna pick R3D for one thing, and that is R3D 7C. They are quite close right now. And R3D, they would want to, just a few points. They are just a few points behind, so they would want to get that position for themselves again. But if you're talking about the overalls, well, T2K, I would want them to just move up ahead somehow, and just again reclaim that first position, so that there remains kind of a mystery for the final game.
There's not a lot of difference between Wizzes with Vibes and Vibes as well. So the third position is also being heavily contested. I think 3 or 4 points is what is separating them.
I mean, all right. So here's an update though. We do have the stats of the Super Weekend performances on Sanhok of these two teams. And, well, Fixes, it seems like our calculations were a bit off. DRS seems to be in the lead on this map.
PN Crew has to be the answer.
Exactly.
Why T2K have been really been performing. So now, considering the fact that PN Crew are not really being a menace to T2K's objectives, I think this is the game where they can actually pull off something really big.
But about that, Fixes, it's the last two games.
Yes,
it's the last two matches. So, I want you to discuss this with Necro and figure out what's going to happen. So I'm going to need you to head over to the other side of this stadium. All right. While their discussions are going on, Ocean, the same thing. Last two matches. Do you think the olive branch that P and Crew have been holding on or holding out. Is it gonna just stay in one piece, or are they just gonna snap it and be like, all right, back to the old story?
Yeah, so they are definitely going to go for T2K. I'm feeling it because in the previous game they had such a good placement for themselves. So
let's see. Well, and for this, so we're going to head over to the other side of this stadium, ladies and gentlemen, of this arena, where Necro is waiting with fixtures, I believe, with some answers for us as to what they think about the P and Crew T2K situation.
Well, I mean, today it hasn't really been the scene of what we saw yesterday. You know, P and Crew aren't really out for blood against TDK, but this is the time where if they actually do decide to spoil everything, because yeah, even the previous game, ZEUS just completely did light work on P and Crew, and the unfortunate part over here for P and Crew is now they know it's pretty much all done. There's no way they're going to be making a comeback in the overall rankings, and I'm expecting them to target at least in the Sanhok. But what do you think?
Yeah, 100%. You know, and even if they do not do the fear still lurks, right? This is what happened, you know, to T2K in the map of Miramar, where they absolutely changed their drop location, but somehow the map turned out to be pretty well for them. But heading into the off map, you know, we are having 3 maps of Erangel, so the final Sanhok of the league stages, and there you go. This is what I was talking about, baby. I knew they had it in stores. I knew they were gonna do something like that, but T2K still dropping off Mong 9. But look at P and Crew. They are right there at their parts to block them off.
Exactly, and well, they're not gonna let these. They're not going to let these kind of mistakes just slip by now. And TDK, I mean, they have realized that P and Crew is nearby because they pretty much have spotted each other out, of course, in the air while they were trying to parachute towards the drop location. But now with that being said, the circle is also quite interesting one. We still don't know which is where the circle is going to be heading towards, especially in the next shift. Again, it's creating that mysterious aura. With that being said, again, these two teams locking horns against each other. ZEUS and A1 Esports, at least in the Super Weekend, they have been locking horns against each other. And A1 Esports, I mean, they're the kind of team that has been struggling inside this fight. But hopefully this time they're able to counter ZEUS. I like what position Icy's gone for himself. He probably does hear Shykot. Shykot should realize that moving so much in the nearby vicinity, especially in these kind of vicinities. Even yesterday, the fight occurred and ZEUS pretty much came out on top, if I'm not wrong. So A1 Esports should try and stay at least as safe as possible. With that being said, Joker finds the opening on a Clutch Baba. That's such an unfortunate start for Future Station 1952. Clutch Baba being taken down. The kill should be confirmed in no time. Yes, Rob is the first team, or at least Raw is the first team to get the first blood on their hands. So that's going to be putting a little bit of more confidence on their side.
Definitely. And, you know, talking about Team Raw, right? They've been a lot proactive today. They've been really aggressive. They've not been shying away from fights. Just exactly living up to their name, which sort of had been missing, you know, in the previous Super Weekends. But now, you know, getting back to the fight at hand, we've got ZEUS contesting Paradise Resort from the past 2 days. And A1 Esports, they've been having such a tough time defending it, right? On 2 occasions, they did fail. But this time, I think they've held on for quite some time. But what is going to be important is the question that arises over here. Are they going to retreat or are they going to engage?
Well, I mean, they have been engaging, right, in the Paradise Resort up till now, at least in the Super Weekends. Nah, I feel like they're just going to engage. It's the final day, you know, fixes. And over here, I'm not really expecting a lot of teams to, you know, just go full, like, try-hard mode. Yeah, I do understand you want to get those $1,000, but at the same time, you might as well get it in style. Because at the final day, this is where you get the final chance to at least make your mark. But with that being said, visit Vibes and Vibes, as we were talking about how much difference is there between these two teams on the 3rd position and Vibes as well. Now, they are willing to take over Visit Vibes' position. This is where they've also dropped quite next to each other on the map as well. So we might see an early skirmish breaking out, but I'm not really, you know, going for that anymore because there are a lot of fights that might just break out. P and Crew, as we noticed, they dropped quite next to TDK. Now, the problem here for TDK is if they want to move inside the circle, they will have to find a safe route, and, well, they have to go through P and Crew.
Oh, they certainly have to. Now, considering how the circle has panned out, we still did not know if it's going to shift towards the western side, because if it does, it's going to create chaos, right? And a lot of teams are going to be taken down pretty early. But take a look at DRS. You know, they still know that this is their looting phase. They do not have much to worry about. They've got to somehow get inside and get a good part of the circle. Now, I8, ever since ZEUS has left Quarry, they've been hovering around it, right? And being the first one to have themselves secured right now inside the zone. But lately, Stalwart haven't really been having a good time. Now, if I take you back to the first and second Super Weekend, Stalwart used to be really good in Sanhok up until the point they did have a lot of casualties in their favor.
I mean, the thing is, I just feel like Stalwart Esports, yeah, they do drop inside bootcamp area, and the problem is when you drop in the place where it's like pretty much in the center of the map as well, the chances of you getting capitalized are pretty much a lot, because you can see there's so many teams right next to them. R3D, Future Station, also Raw right next to them as well. So you're pretty much like surrounded with a lot of teams, especially when you're in the center. But now I'm going to hold on to that conversation, as Future Station have seen ZEUS all the way across on the other side of the mountain. And, well, have spotted them out, taking a few shots, making sure ZEUS at least is being scared of peeking out. But still, ZEUS, I mean, they have realized that not a lot of shots are being hit from the side of Future Station, so they can decide to at least move for now. They can get their freedom as much as they want. But yeah, Stalwart Esports, talking about them even in the previous game of Erangel, they got eliminated in the first place. But yeah, in the first Erangel, they had quite a decent performance.
Oh, they certainly did. They certainly did, and they would want to, you know, carry it forward. But now we do have a Future Station, who apparently have been really living their lives and having their heads held up high in that survival game, right? It's the kill departments that they really need to work on, and I'm pretty sure they will during the finals, because now every team has sort of accomplished the objective, that is to qualify for the finals. I mean, you know, you're gonna fight for the prize pool in the finals itself. Now, PNQ, they still want that $1,000, but now, you know, T2K and PNQ, that's a different story, because A1 Esports and ZEUS is about to happen right now.
Yeah, the fight's about to break out in no time. And well, yep, A1 Esports posted up so well that they're not even moving a muscle. And well, that's why their position weren't really compromised, and ZEUS were so unaware of their positioning, and A1 Esports taking full advantage of that fact. And Volsdal also falls apart. Icy as well is not looking good, but Godless able to retaliate back in style. He's finding some knocks for his team. Icy as well. Yep, there's no way they're going to be able to get Icy back on his feet. On the other hand, Sinister falls down. It's a 2-on-2 situation for now. Shycott, 9boy versus Adley and Godless from ZEUS. And both of them do have their own individual compounds. Now, the problem is they're being pinned down in their individual compounds, and they need to find a way to at least make some kind of unique move on their opponents.
100%. I mean, right now, both these teams, well, they're just going after each other, and they've beaten each other up. But a scooter in display as R3D. They're the ones aggressing over here. Have spotted out ably as Hassan, along with his comrade, is going to march in. 4 players lie right in front of them, but apparently they are having a fight of their own. And now this is classic Sanhok, where we witness all those third parties happening at the same time. As Adil and Joker, they're going to be making their moves, still in pursuit, still in search for a single soul. Once it's visible, they're going to drop all those nades, and I believe they're going to start doing that as Joker. He's cooking that one up, and it's going to hit. No, does miss out, as Ably does have that fast reflex, but I believe Joker has spotted his pixels.
Yeah, he definitely did. Joker has a lot of idea at the same time. He can hear those footsteps going in. Well, that's where R3D, they are pretty well aware of their opponent's position. I do like how they've surrounded their opponents, but again, the problem is the separation can sometimes lead into their own demise, unless if they play it out really well. Utilizing those utilities, I don't really know what was that Molotov. That Molotov was questionable, but the push coming in from the side of R3D, and what? Godless single-handedly destroys them both, and well, this is the Godless we know. 2 players of R3D taken down, and well, now they're on the same page as ZEUS and A1 Esports.
Oh, Godless.
I told you, this split, man, it's going to be leading into their demise, and that's what exactly happened.
every single time I also encourage players to push together, especially when you're going after a team like ZEUS. Now Godless is one of those players who's gonna punish you for even thinking of something like that. Elsewhere we do have I8 going up against Stalwart. Now that's an interesting fight, but look at Adil. He's still gonna be the brave man. He still wanna deal with the gods themselves, as ably he's holding on. But look at A1 Esports. They are definitely not coming out of the compounds, as we've got Crypto charging at Stalwart's direction. But Top is going to say not today. But Johnny, with that beautiful trade, saves the day.
Exactly. That's a great spot from Johnny. As you mentioned, he saves the day for his teammate. But for now, and again, this fight, it just makes me feel so bad for R3D. I mean, they were looking really good. They went from 200 to down like 10. That's how it just got such a unfortunate affair. And inside this initial compound, there's 3 teams with only 2 players alive, individual teams. Again, the woes continue. And A1 Esports, I mean, Stalwart Esports now, they're just down to that one last man alive in the fight that was happening on the other side with I8. I doing a great job again. Stalwart Esports, it seems like they're not really able to carry forward the momentum that they had, at least in the first game of Erangel today in the Sanhok. So they're not looking good, at least in the game of Sanhok. Well, now we talk about this, and this is how things really went down. Again, the replay, how Godless made that
Wow.
1v2 happen probably. Yep.
Yeah, he did, but this is where R3D just dashed at him, right? Our Godless did manage to knock down 4 players in that situation, but only could get 3 kills confirmed in his name. But I8, they are looking in a really stellar form over here, as they've managed to garner quite some kills and have really stopped Stalwart at their parts. Now, this is one of those unusual fights that did happen, but back to where we are, 6-9. He's got his ADS opened up. The moment Adil decides to even peek out, he's a dead piece of meat.
Indeed he is. And that's why he's not going to peek out. That's why he's just staying inside and at least trying to survive for as long as possible, because they've realized they've already screwed up a lot and they don't want to screw up anymore. So that's why they're playing it out pretty safe. And again, I mean, Stalwart Esports is the first team to get eliminated, just like in the previous game that happened. And I feel really bad. And, well, that nade from the side of Raw, it's going to be knocking out Blade. Crypto is the man in the close contestations, and, well, if we talk about the duels in the close range, this man has mastered it, but, well, unfortunately, he falls down as well. And, well, that's the caster curse right there. Raw making a push happen with all the players together, and this is what we talk about, Fixes. All 4 players pushing with each other against the enemy, and, well, that's how you win those fights.
You definitely do. And again, Sanhok has taken that aggressive nature, and we're witnessing so many fights happen back to back. Now, IA did not see that coming. I mean, the Hunters have, of course, became the hunted, and what could have really been a really good game for them, Raw says not today. And we've seen that surge of aggression from their side. Now, they know they're heading to the finals. They're feeling confident about it. And we have discussed about Raw, right? Them being one of those teams that, after the NC we sort of did go through a roster change, and then had a lot of their own troubles. So where we did see Bishal initially in the first Super Weekend, but looking at the replays, look at the players, man, especially blah blah blah, and tend to pull off such kind of shenanigans if you have those SMGs. Now, most of the kills have been taken with those SMGs, considering you've got ARMS and your Tommies in action. But talking about action, we've got one more, as Pre and Crew and T2K fought up against each other.
Well, I was literally about to say that what exactly happened to these 2 teams? Yeah, they dropped onto each other's drop locations, especially P and Crew wanting to target TDK, but then they were just really quiet. And inside this fight again, TDK having a little advantage. And oh, that's not how you approach. What? Why would you do that, Slayer? That's not a way. You just move out in the open, and, well, TDK is the team that you're not going to be spared just like that. ZEUS finds the opening on the Slayer. I mean, the opening was already being found. This is the second knockout, and now it's a 2-on-4 situation. And TDK, they have a huge advantage inside this fight. P and Crew, all they're looking for is to just do a little damage. Just even if they take out one player from TDK, game's spoiled. Well, Ayush looking for the knockout, but missing quite a lot of shots. And he will be taken out. And TDK, easily, it seems like they're able to wipe out P and Crew.
Yes, indeed. And now they're just freebies for them. Now, what the original intention of PN Crew really was to stop them at their rotation paths, right? Because they sort of figured out that, trying to rotate every single, trying to drop at their drop location, was it really helping PN Crew? Because T2K used to always outsmart and outgun them. But this time, they tried something different, tried to take a fight in a different location altogether. But hey, Necro, nothing changed.
Yeah.
Look at the
exactly.
stalemate.
Yeah. I mean, I don't
Serenity.
even know. It's like, R3D had the most advantage inside this, and they were like, all right, guys, we don't really want this advantage, so we're just going to be joining you all. We're just going to be having a silent party with each other. It's
Alright.
basically like the same thing, Fixes like going into a club and everyone's like wearing headphones and listening to a song and everyone's dancing, and you're the only one without headphones, and all you hear is just those boots, like, just ramming onto the floor.
Is it? I mean, is it though? This is, I mean, you're in the club, you have your headphones, but you're scared. The moment someone sees you, you're gonna die. Never had clubs
Yep.
been ever so
This is the club of
violent and
death.
deadly. I mean, we've seen bottles being thwarted, heads being cracked, but murdering someone brutally at that is something. I mean,
This
we
is the
haven't
Fight
seen.
Club.
Yeah, I mean that's a different arena altogether. Now, considering how the circle has rotated along,
Ooh.
and we certainly are getting all these visuals of these beautiful vehicles over here. And
Yeah.
I mean, I still like the black color. I'm not really a
Yeah.
huge fan of pink, at least on my car though.
It's
What about you?
it's not even pink. It's like cyan blue mixed with
Whatever
pink.
it is,
It's
it
yeah,
just
it's
does not
it's a
suit my
weird
taste.
combination. I don't like it. It looks like a candy. It looks like a piece of candy. But now we talk about this fight again. It's finally breaking out. And involved the stalemate. It seems like it has broken. One player, even if Sports goes down, and Nine Boy is barely surviving on a sliver of HP, and ZEUS looking to contest this entire battle. They're looking to steal these kills away, and they can definitely make that happen. Ably as well, working all the way from the left side, while we do have the other man, ZEUS, on the right side, just holding the ground. Find some free kills. He's going to take it. And Volgodless, wow, those are some insane reactions from his side. Even though the enemy had a little advantage while he started shooting first, but still Godless somehow wins that duel, and that's insane.
He certainly does, and now Abley has been put down for the better good. And by which team? It's going to be T2K coming from the backlines. Now, Godless has done whatever he possibly could, and Adil is replicating the same. Now, PN Crew now out of equation, being eliminated at the 13th spot. This is something that they had never anticipated. But Godless still spraying down a flurry of bullets at the huge direction, almost knocking him out, but now he escapes. Well, definitely not unscathed, but still has taken quite some damage. But Godless, we've got to give it to him, man. In those final days, looking at ZEUS stepping back up, looking at them playing so well. I mean, this is where the Nepali teams have to be worried, because well, the finals are coming, and so
Yeah, they
is ZEUS.
definitely are. Yep. And, well, I mean, this is where in that situation, as soon as he saw the player R3 just leave, Godless is like, hey, come back, man. How can you leave me alone? And he just started taking shots no matter what it is. He didn't care what was happening in the surrounding. All he wanted to do was deal damage on the guy who was trying to make it inside the zone. Unfortunately, he couldn't really take him out, but it's fine. Godless will probably have enough time to move inside the zone as well. That's what I'm hoping. With that being said, DRS, they have a lot of compounds free inside the zone, and they can try and contest them. There are a few compounds, but if they make it quick enough, because Wizzes Wipes is on the way, and well, if they find those free compounds, they're going to be blessed.
They certainly are. DRS, T2K, the fight maybe decided in this game particularly. But right now we've got Smokey spotting out Assassin, and his back's completely in front of his face, and he did not make any mistake in taking him down, as he's gonna charge and might just spot out Killer as well, who apparently decided to lob a grenade and has taken some hefty amount of damage over here as Entry from the backlines. Has he spotted the players of Team Vibes, because they're in a whole world of trouble. They are absolutely sandwiched, Necro.
They're already done. It's like they're already done. There's no way Vibes can make a comeback from this situation. 7C, a beautiful way to challenge the fight, beautiful utilization of the utilities as well, and Entry from the backlines kind of helping them out inside this duel. But still, 7C, the way they were utilizing those nades, they were just blowing Vibes up. Future Station, they do have quite great positioning, at least inside the zone for now, but 7C are the one who needs to be a little bit more aware, because DRS is right next to them, or at least behind them. They have found themselves a free compound, and while they're going to be quite blessed, they're going to be feeling lucky for now. But again, if the circle moves away, this is where 7C are not going to be happy.
Well, BABLU, they've got a fight of their own. They've got to defend Dani. They've got to revive him. As Raw, they have been so aggressive. They've wiped out one Pakistani team, now almost on the verge of wiping out the other, because, of course, they've got that high ground advantage for themselves and also the edge of the zone. Now, they've got to be very careful, and there you go. Bishal with a beautiful grenade takes down two players. Now, that's the cue to push, as 420, he's been spotted out. His position completely compromised, as he's going to be raining down with bullets, as he's almost about to get knocked. No, still holding on. Unbundle the point. Joker comes in and takes him down, which leaves Pika to be the final player alive, who apparently is making a run for his life.
Run, Pika, run. This is the only way he can survive inside the situation, because Raw are the ruthless, aggressive warriors, and they're not going to let you go like that. Pika, that was so close as well, and the blue zone is taking quite a lot of damage. Man, Raw was down quite low, but finally, blah, 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 spots him out in the open, and that's going to be it for Pika, as BABLU get eliminated.
Definitely.
These are the final 8 teams alive fixes.
Yep, and take a look at the circle shift. Now, if we can have the map feed in front of our screens, even the viewers will have a really good idea of what's going on, because DRS and T2K, that's about to happen, as Sandesh has already been taken down. He's bleeding, but what we have in front of us is Entry, who's apparently lobbing a lot of grenade at Seal's direction, and he's still alive somehow. But the nade from Byron comes in, and Entry, well, he's knocked out.
Wall entry gives the entry to the opponent team, and another nade comes in. And Magnet falls down. That means Entry is going to be Entry is not going to be getting the res back up onto him. C-Bind up is the final man alive. And well, I don't really feel like he has a lot of movement, or he has a lot of plays to breathe around, and that's why he's probably just going to be in a little like choke point. And Seal are going to be taking full advantage of this situation. C-Bind up slowly and steadily crawling around. I like how sneaky he's being. He does know if he even gets spotted out, even if he gives a little sound cue away, that's going to be it for his lifeline. His lifeline will be cut off. Seal. Now, fortunate for him, Seal are getting a little third party. That one man being knocked out, it's buying him a lot of time, so he can at least try and reposition himself. That can at least give him a second lifeline.
He certainly can. But DRS, they're really enjoying themselves, but no, hold on, as 7C, they're going to be fueling them down. But Raw, they have been playing phenomenally well, especially in this map, already getting 10 kills, and now moving on inside the zone. They've got to make sure they've got their next target right in front of them, and that's going to be 7C. But blah, 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 the way he's just, hovering around with his ADS could have spotted Seal, but not for now.
The circle's being quite cruel with the teams as well. It's moving out in the open slowly and steadily. And look at that, DRS with quite some bold moves. Galvin is the man who's making those bold moves happen. And finally, Nima cruising inside the vehicle. He will catch a few bullets on himself. No, actually, he got out without any damage being dealt onto him. Galzen still behind the tree. DRS in quite an uncomfortable position because still they're surrounded with Seal. I mean, not actually surrounded. Seal's right on the right side of them. And they will need to at least take down Seal at the same time, take care of the teams that have a clear vision onto them. And this sounds such a difficult task for me, but another fight breaking out. It's going to be Seal again, taking a little dig onto 7C. They have a clear line of sight onto them, so hey, why not?
Yeah, and take a look at how the circle has really shifted, right? Being absolutely no one's, and everybody's gonna play from the peripheries. They've got no option, as Memo will be spraying down, gets the better of blah blah blah, and Raw. That ruthless aggression shown by these warriors certainly has seemed to start being stopped and being dealt with as Wizzes with vibes. You know, we've seen the survival game being really, really strong. And this time they've got the numbers, they've got all their 4 players, as they've got their attention diverted towards CRS. Now Seal, Baron, he's got 6 first aids to work with, and the question is he actually going to opt for a healing battle? Because quite a lot of players are doing that.
Now, this is quite a brilliant positioning from Rules, but the problem is the circle moves away right onto his teammates, and Vol fixes. Wizzes vibes are blessed throughout the game. They get the compound that was pretty much contested by no one. Now the circle as well, favoring them in the final moments of the game. They are the one ruling the circle for now. DRS just has that one last man alive. It's pretty much going to be the 7C versus Wizzes vibes battle, but Mafia Ninja can play the spoil sport over here. He can just grief any of their teams that he wants to. 7C being spotted out in the open, catching a few bullets. Rules' position being compromised. Now, Rules, I feel like he should try and play as safe as possible, because if he goes down, there's no way Visited Vibes are going to be able to get the res back onto Views, or at least Rules. So he needs to play a little safe inside this kind of a position. Smokes being utilized, a bold rotation being made from the side of 7C. They have no clue! Mafia Ninja's right behind them. Trigger Discipline now coming into work, and if Mafia Ninja gets spotted, his intentions will be spoiled.
Yeah, indeed. Showing some restraint over here as he creeps up right behind them. And this could be absolutely disastrous, as Smokey's just got his attention diverted, and this is where he strikes and has gotten already 2. Can he get a few more as he goes after Ale? But not today, says Ale, as he will definitely get the trade. But the damage has definitely been done over here, Necro, as Wizzes with vibes. They are getting inches closer to their chicken dinner.
You know, it's their game. I hate to say this, but it's their game. Brazilian vibes, there's no way 7C is going to be able to make it out of this position. I want to see like a fair battle between Brazilian vibes and 7C, like a 4-on-4 situation. But Mafia Ninja, just with that great turret discipline, just like deciding to strike in at the right moment, he finds himself like almost 2 knockouts. And then, well, it was just so much work being cut off from the side of Wizzes Vibes. All they had to do was just take down the last 2 remaining players, and that's what they easily did, ruling 7C out of that game. And well, Wizzes Vibes come out on top with, I think, so 22 total points, and well, $1,000 in the bag as well.
Yeah, $1,000, and I think they've sort of ensured their third spot, considering they've managed to get the chicken dinner, which leaves us at a very interesting junction. Now, with just that 1 game remaining, who is going to come out on top? Because DRS, of course, they've got that 3rd position for themselves, along with quite some decent amount of kills, and that cannot be said for T2. That cannot be the same for T2K, who had to struggle, of course, PN Crew delaying their movement inside the circle. Now, the fear is looming right at T2K's department, right in their boot camps, because they know in the next game anything can possibly happen. But right now, what we're going to do is, well, we're going to go in for a short little break, because I really need to hurry up and get back to the desk.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Season 4, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Woke up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro. This is Super Johnny on the analyst desk, being joined by Ocean and Fixes. And what an amazing game! I mean, we were talking about two teams in particular before we went into the match, and yes, it is Wizzes with Vibes who walked away with another chicken dinner to their name, and well, it was on another off map, but we'll talk about that later. T2K and DRS, the rivalry in the match still carries on, but DRS have, I believe, taken an advantage. Fixes, what do you say?
Yeah, 100%. And again, like I was having this conversation with Necro, it all came down to P and Crew again ruining their rotation. This time they did not drop over them, but they made sure that they are going to meet somewhere at one certain junction, which sort of delayed their entry inside the zone, which DRS did capitalize over, and they did not let T2K enter inside the circle in the later phases of the game.
But Ocean, it looks like this man is back in action. I mean, it is Godless, the MVP, with 5 kills, 914 damage. But look at that survival time, just 18 minutes.
Exactly, and this is where I want to point it out to a lot of things, right? His survival time is low, his damage is really good, he has 5 kills. This amount of damage actually, this amount of survival time actually shows one thing, and that is in the top players list, we might just see a lot of hiccups here and there with the lads. I mean, you look at this, right? Sandesh comes up there, Baron is there, 7C, and Ruthless Aggressive Warriors. I get it, but this actually means the team with the chicken dinner, they don't even cross 500 damage marker for themselves.
Wow, now that is something that is going to be really interesting to look at. Yeah, it is going to be really interesting to look at when we actually have the damage histogram, but that is going to happen later. For now, we're going to have a look at the head-to-head comparison of Seal Esports and Wizzes with Vibes, and 472 Ocean, as you said, not even 500. But what do you say? So if I were to ask you what would you take, a lot of damage or $1,000?
I mean, I get it. So this is where Malik is really happy finally in the map of Sanhok, because he did not get a lot of. He never had to heal, right?
Yeah.
This time to actually get those $1,000 for himself. I mean, Fixes no doubt they had 7 kills, but it was still not easy though.
It was not easy, but again, we have to understand the tempo of this game, which was really fast, because certain teams, especially teams like Raw, did make it happen. So many fights that they did engage in, so many kills that they did get, and which sort of really impressed me, right? Overall, if we talk about the bigger picture, the grand scheme of things, this is where teams like R3D, this is where teams like Raw, they're finally opening up, right? And this is a good sign, especially considering the fact that you're heading into the finals.
Exactly. I mean, going towards the final, it's going to be lovely to see what the teams will be able to fix and bring to the table in those matches. But looking at the match summary right here, again, we do have most heals as a very high number, but this time it is going to be on Baron from Seal Esports, 1346, and it was needed as well to get a really nice finish. Now, we were discussing the competition that's between DRS and T2K, but there is a competition between Stalwart and Seal Esports as well to see which one of these two teams will be able to finish in the top 5. And I believe with this game, Seal Esports have pushed themselves in a really nice position. But looking at the match rankings right now, Wizzes with Vibes, 22 points secured from this match. DRS and T2K, 11-9. All right, that's not going to be that much of a lead. I mean, there's still going to be pressure on that last game. What do you think, Fixes?
Yeah, 100%. In the last game, we've got different storylines building up. Wizzes with Vibes getting the chicken dinner. I think they've sort of solidified the third spot up until if Vibes comes up with something really mental, right? But then again, the bigger storyline over here is who's going to stay at top. I mean, considering the fact that DRS has been playing consistently over the last few games, it's going to be so difficult for T2K to deal with that pressure, adding on to P and Crew's onslaught and the kind of shenanigans that these lads are pulling out.
I agree. I mean, it is definitely going to be a challenge. But Ocean, I have a challenge for you, and that is to break down exactly how Wizzes with Vibes were able to get this chicken dinner.
Well, that's what I'm here for today, if we just talk about it. And just like you're discussing, I somehow feel in this conversation, let's just get onto one thing. Fixes, just one word. Do you feel DRS actually plays really good under the pressure, though?
Yes.
I mean, it really just looks really good. But overall, if you just have a look at the side stats of the players, first things first, look at the way we are looking at Delta stats. 4 kills, 108 damage, and this is where I'll get it. Around the circle, the lad was just exploiting that momentum for himself, that if anyone's just moving around the circle, or if there was someone knocked out, he was just getting those numbers for himself, which was a really good thing given the fact this team was just moving around for themselves and playing at a lot of safe spots if you look at from one zone to the other.
Also, I mean, just one interesting thing. I mean, they haven't left location on the western side of the map untouched. Look at Ruins, Tamwang, Nakam, Shami.
From
even
here,
went to the camp between.
this.
Even went to the place between Shami and Bantai,
It's
the shoreline
all-
houses. Yeah.
It's all about the exploration of the areas,
Yeah.
right, Wizzes?
Yeah, I mean, they've always been playing through the edges, right? That has been their go-to plan because along with that, they make sure they've got one of their players having 25 plus first aids so that, they can go for the healing battle. But again, what they did, there was the scavengers, right? Our players were shooting down each other. Whoever was sort of bleeding, they went after them. And that is clearly reflected in the damage numbers and the kill numbers ratio.
Yes.
And more than that, again, we'll have to come back. We might sound like broken records, but this Sanhok was really fast. So many teams trying to take those early skirmishes with each other did sort of lead to a late game open circle.
Yeah, and you see this is where, Delta just changed paths against his own team, and, this is where he was actually pressurizing other lads on the other side. Meanwhile, his own teammates are trying to solidify their place inside the circle, right? This cruciality kind of just, got themselves. I mean, in a way, sometimes your 3-1 split might just work against you. We have seen the likes happening with big names as well, like BTR, but for this team, well, 3-1 split, in the finality of the zones, it did just work up in their favor, which was a good thing.
Exactly. I mean, it did work out, as you said, in their favor, and they were able to capitalize on the opportunity that was given to them by the zone itself. But we've talked about the rotations. Now it's time to talk about the action, because that is what we're going to have a look at next in the Oppo F19 Pro moments of this match. Now, Fixes, early game action in Sanhok. Are you with it or are you against it?
I mean, considering you just have 2 games remaining, 100% yes, right? This is where teams play these games as if they were classics, and that is the perfect approach, which really helps of certain teams like Godless. He absolutely went God mode, right? He unleashed what he's truly capable of, defending his team against 2 threats, and somehow held on to his ground for quite some longer amount of time. But I8, after that beautiful squad wipe, they instantly got decimated by Team Raw, who was looking really aggressive. They had the high ground advantage and did not let them do any sort of movements.
Yeah, that's true. And after this was an incredible fight by Raw. I mean, for a moment I thought that the players will be just flustered down, as from I8 the lads were on different angles for themselves. But when it was just one lad remaining, well, things did not just go as planned. And T2K, oh yeah, again and again we'll talk about this. PNQ, they won the fight mentally here, even though they lost a couple of their players, and that is the time constraint that they were just they were taking time away from T2K.
It was a moral victory for them rather than an actual one. But I have to say, I mean, an interesting point in the rotation of T2K was when I believe it was the 3rd circle, they were moving south, and DRS was holding the eastern edge of the circle.
Yeah.
I had my hands crossed, and I was just praying, like, all right, please keep going south, keep moving south. It would have been a fun fight to see, but that did not happen. They, in fact, did get into an engagement elsewhere, and wow, this fight. One of you guys needs to break down what happened, what went wrong.
It was clearly a high ground situation, right? There was no contention area for Clarity BABLU over there. But, I want to talk about DRS a little bit more. And for that, we have to understand, ZEUS did change their drop location. I8 went down pretty early, so that the 2 biggest threats for DRS's entry inside the circle were dealt with. So they had nothing much to worry about. All they had to do was look for their back, for the teams that might come from behind, and they exactly did that. Had they had a few more extra numbers, this game certainly could have been theirs. But overall, in a nutshell, again, this game was about teams going after each other, and a few other teams trying to capitalizing over the situation, and that is what you call a game of Sanhok in its absolute true essence.
Exactly. I mean, you said capitalize on situations. That is exactly what Wizzes Vibes were doing the entire time. Because look at that, 472 damage, but they secure 7 kills. The same amount as 7C has done with 1500 damage. Less than what Raw were able to accomplish with 1600 damage, but the efficiency that has been displayed by Wizzes with Vibes, it is going to work out in their favor, and their counterparts on the other side, the team that they were competing with for the third position, Vibes, they do not end up having a fun time in this match. But the results of this we're going to see in the overall rankings, as we do see ERS and T2K quite close to each other, but with Vibes, they get themselves an advantage against a Vibes Esport.
I mean, this is where Fixes, you were saying Vibes will have to pull off a miracle, and I believe the miracle should just be, it should be a heavy miracle.
But look at the difference between Train to
Exactly.
Kill and DRS. I mean, it's still there. I mean, if they can get a chicken dinner, or maybe deal with DRS early on, because it's the final game. Which sort of, gentlemen, we have to bring this up. We haven't done this through the entire day, and Ocean, you can resonate with my mind, right?
I do resonate with your mind, but it's just my mind just is still fluctuating here and there quite a lot watching
targeting
all these. Exactly, that's what I want to say. Will T2K just do something for their drop in this game as well? First thing. PN Crew, well, they would want to just have a really good game for themselves. I mean, the last Erangel that they had, they got second position, top 3 position this time as well. They were just want to do something else. DE, the team is at 10th position right now. We were talking about a team from 3rd to 10th that they have dropped down. Obviously, not playing, it's costing them a lot. But DRS, I believe, will DRS do something else? I mean, Yasnaya is just their home. But I want to see DRS just playing something out of the blue as well. They might stay in Yasnaya if Circle's there, but if Zone's not there, I want to see how they rotate. Will they play it a bit safe? Will they play it in the aggressive stance?
I mean, so here's the thing. We can speculate all we want, but one thing is guaranteed: no matter what happens, no matter where the circle goes, this game is going to be really, really intense for both these teams and for the teams below them as well. I mean, it is going to be really important for Stalwart Esports to see if they can beat Vibes and finish in the top 4. But moving on to the second page of the standings, as we talked about this earlier, not many changes. Maybe 7C with this match can bring themselves up on the 14th position. R3D, maybe they can finish on the 15th. But it is definitely the last match, going into the last match, more about what is going to happen with the two teams at the top. The rivalry has been going on since the beginning of the Super Weekend, since the beginning of the PMPL South Asia Season 4. And even now, it's not going to end. It is just going to take a pause before we go back to the finals. That is the best part. That is the point that I enjoy the most, that we're going to see them start from scratch as they move on to the finals and see who will come out on top. And that is going to be a new opportunity for the teams that actually make it to the finals in the top 16. But now it is time to have a look at the schedule once again. The last match, it is going to be Erangel, ladies and gentlemen, the map that is going to be played. And now I believe we will have the map chance graph in front of us right now. It is going to be really interesting to see what the teams will be able to accomplish. And Fixes, a question for you. Now, I'll just give you two options, DRS or T2K.
That's so difficult, but I'm gonna be a dreamer over here. I'm gonna say it's gonna be T2K. It's just a boy's wish, right? I really wanted to get fulfilled, because if it does happen, imagine of the situations, right? Under those circumstances, they have done it.
Alright, so since I have taken Fixes' prediction already, Fixes, I guess you're free to stroll down the stadium, stroll down the arena, and join your partner in crime on the other side, Necro, who's going to be he's already waiting right there. But Ocean, now it's your time. Same two options, ERS or T2K.
So I'm gonna tell you a story right now. It's gonna be a short story. ZEUS in the previous tournament, right? They had 447 points in the previous time when we're talking about league, and DRS, well, they were at the second position. I would say this time DRS gets the first.
Alrighty, so DRS it is in short, but it is time for us to go to the action, because I don't want to wait for it to begin. So over to Necro and Fixes on the other side.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the final game of the final Super Weekend, and this is all it came down to, Fixes. And again, the rivalry continues. Things continues over here. And even if in final game, if PN Crew decides to target TDK, you're vicious, Fixes, over here. I mean, you predicted that TDK is probably going to be moving up on the first place.
Yep.
They will be destroyed.
they will be destroyed. But lately, every single fight, T2K apparently have been destroying PN Crew. However, it's hurting them on the longer run, but still they're accruing those crucial 3 or 4 points. How many ever kills they're getting. But this is the moment of truth, right? And this is the perfect trajectory that we could expect, which sort of gives us a possible chance of maybe a certain military circle. And there we go. And it all comes down to who is gonna get that first gun, who's gonna go popping heads, the first one to get the knock and build up that pressure. As I'm just waiting for the circle to form up, because DRS, I mean, no one's even around them. Maybe Raw, but that's again for the future.
Oh man, I can already imagine how annoyed TDK can be. Just these kind of things that PN Crew is trying to do over and over again. And well, they know this is the final game. This is where they just go all in and all out. And well, just like that, the circle as well, playing or at least placing such a massive curveball on these teams. Imagine the circle ends on the bridge, fixes on the right side of the bridge. Oh my god, this can't be any better. This can't be more. This is all we need. And if the circle ends on the bridge, this can be the best final game.
Yeah, and then for the first time in life, after a long time, I'm starting to love this Eastern default circle of Erangel, right? Because look at the teams inside of it, and the ones who were almost around the epicenter. You've got ZEUS, so holding on directly the center areas. You've got T2K, you've got PN Crew, Wizzes with Vibes, right beside each other. DRS still in contention around Yasnaya. So one thing for sure, DRS is going to have a really good loot. But who aren't really going to have a good time is, of course, going to be T2K. Apparently, it seems Vibes are also too close to them.
They are. They quite are, yeah. But again, now TDK have realized that PN Crew have dropped in quite close. So we also do see that little bit of separation coming in through. Legend is right there. I think so, including there's one more teammate with him. So that's like a 2-2 split coming in through. So if Vibes decide to engage in a fight against even Avon Esports or TDK, they will have a huge disadvantage because it's a 3-1 split from their side. That means the only lonely man is quite close between, it's kind of sandwiched between Avon Esports and TDK. And well, exactly. He's not going to be challenging the fight. Instead, he's going back to his teammates, and that's probably more wiser decision or the better decision that he can make in that situation. But imagine over here, Fixes, if PN Crew decides to take a few shots on the TDK, all the teams nearby will be attracted to the sounds, and it will just be a complete ruckus being caused because all the other teams, they don't care. This is the final game. It's a do or die moment.
Yeah, and this is exactly where I come down to our points, because PN Crew, well, they have nothing to lose. They know pretty much this is their last game that they play in this season, of course. They've got no chance to qualify. And of course, $1,000 and having your arch nemesis lose that top spot, you would go for the latter. I mean, at least I would do that. I do not know about them because the first one is quite difficult to attain, considering the situations. But Blend, if he goes out in the open like this, I mean, he's going to be punished for sure. But now we've seen a few changes, a few minor tweaks by T2K. Usually they drop off around these compounds, but this time they've left it vacant. Now they've got a little bit west in, and they know that PN Crew are going to be striking. So they've got their vehicles, they've got the decent amount of loot. I must not say it's the optimal loot for them, but it's still basic loot, which will help them in sustaining for a single fight at least.
Yeah, it can definitely help them. And but now again, I mean, I like that TDK is trying to avoid PN Crew over here in this certain scenario. Yeah, it's completely understandable. But again, just by doing that, hopefully they're not going to be running into some other team, because Avon Esports is really close. At the same time, we also do see ZEUS from up north slowly and steadily closing distance against TDK. I mean, unknowingly, that's going to be happening because in the past, they've never known that TDK, they have went there. But for now, they have went there just to make sure they have a safe distance between them and PN Crew. And hopefully, as I mentioned, they don't run into some other teams. If that does happen, then they already have ZEUS right next to them. If they take a few shots, as I mentioned, a lot of teams will be attracted, and TDK might just be in the receiving end. But there's a lot of teams that are in those like kind of like those clotheslines, including Raw. Take a look at Raw. They are like all the way near Kamishki. They don't have to worry about anyone. The only
Okay.
time they will need to worry about someone is when they decide to, just make that rotation.
I don't know. I mean, Mafia was just trying to flex his muscles a bit. He was just lobbing Molotovs inside his own compound. He had no threat to deal with.
Practice,
But
practice.
practice, he needs to
yeah.
make sure when the time arrives, when the time
Yeah.
comes, he does not miss his mark, at least with those nades. And we know how good DRS is with it.
Yeah.
But look at Scurry. He's gonna hover around. I believe he's been spotted. That's a good way to stop. Of course, with a stoppy being pulled off by him. But still, now Stalwart, they have given away the position of one of their players, right? Now, Scurry is completely unaware about I8's quick maneuverability over here, and he's gonna loot as if there's no one watching him. But I believe Johnny and Blade do have their eyes set at where he is. They're just
Yeah.
waiting for him to come out right in the open, and they strike.
And if you can take a look at the map as well, Uzum is right behind them.
Yes.
It's a 3-1
Perfect
split
set.
from their side. And yep, they have a perfect positioning against them. And Wall, that's a huge mistake. Being punished by I8. And Stalwart Esports now at a man disadvantage at the same time. Uzum's position not being compromised. He can rack up a lot of kills if he plays his positioning to perfection. But again, there are a lot of disadvantages to a 3-1 split. If Uzum gets spotted out and if he gets taken out, there's no way he's going to be able to get himself back up on the feet. It's pretty much a gone case at that time. And as I mentioned, TDK, they just want to maintain a safe distance against against PN Crew. That's why they're trying to find new compounds. And this is where they didn't really know that Avon Esports has already contested. And this is what I was scared of. They're probably going to be running into some other team, and that's what exactly happens. They run into Avon Esports. Oh, that was quite close.
But now fight is really getting interesting because they know that Scurry is isolated from his teammates. Now, I8 can certainly go in for the push, but we have to see. This is where Scurry's individual skills are going to be put to test because he's one of those players, we haven't really seen much of in this particular league. He's, of course, lobbed a few smokes, and now he's being bombarded with grenades. He's managed to dodge both of them. But Blade also chimes in, and along with Johnny, he's going to go in for the push. But Action, I do not think he can provide cover. As Johnny, he's getting shot from elsewhere. He's taken quite some amount of damage over there as Blade has been knocked out by Action.
Exactly, and I also do like the Molotov from the side of Scurry. Walltop just directly rammed the vehicle inside the compound. He's there to provide that extra bit of cover to his teammates. He doesn't care if he falls down. Main priority is to make sure each and every single player inside the team stays alive till the end of the day, and that's what he's trying to make sure that happens. And while I8 are slowly and steadily crumbling apart, whereas Uzum is still all the way in the back, he's not even close to his teammates. He needs to make his way as quick as possible because Johnny and Blade, they're slowly and steadily bleeding out. Crypto is the only one left alone. It's kind of like a 1-on-3 situation at this point because Uzum's nowhere nearby. But still, Crypto's making a lot of things happen, even though he's the only one nearby, and he's making a lot of trouble for Stalwart Esports. And while Action is the only man in the nearby vicinity now, the tables have turned.
And
No. Oh, wow. Crypto.
All right, gets ahead, connected for the final kill, and this is where it is settled, right? I8 and Stalwart, they do have a different sort of rivalries. We're not gonna venture into that territory, but wow, I8 playing that to perfection. But still, having lost out on two of their players, that was really not anticipated. Considering how the circle has been panning out, it has been a rather slow game of Erangel, but that's how we like it, right? Because the hell's gonna break loose any single moment. Now T2K, we did see them that they were in a bit of a pickle as Sandesh was caught off guard, and now they're somehow still alive. BABLU, they're gonna get the better of the airdrop. Have they gone for the big green cannon? Yes, and a freebie, a ghillie suit. Now this is gonna make a lot of difference for them.
Ghillie suit in the hand of a wolf. Wolves are already quite, clever. And if you give them ghillie suit, they're going to be so deadly. And well, BABLU looking to at least position themselves well for the late game situation. At least we do know Wolf is the first man to move in forward, trying to scout some areas out. And now Vibes. Again, we were talking about this team as well, and again, the close contestation's still on. This is Vibes that they have a decent lead, but if Vibes end this game off with a decent amount of points, or even a chicken dinner, that can help them topple over Visit Vibes and get that third place. But again, it's going to be really tough. They will have to make sure that this game has to be the best for them. And considering the fact that this is the final game, it's a do-or-die situation, Vibes might just go all in.
Well, I mean, they will have to. I mean, every team will definitely do that. But look at Teen Wolf. He's going to march at the ARS direction as Galden. He's going to take a few shots and gonna back off. Now, this might be really heavy as Teen Wolf is almost about to punish him for that. But it's going to be Pika who gets knocked as Clarity BABLU are going to be dashing out. And this is so bad for DRS. Look at them. They are in tatters. They are completely spread all over the map. And Clarity BABLU having taken control over the situation. This is one of those rotations that DRS is not really accustomed to, and they know that if they possibly get eliminated early on and T2K have a good game, then their chances, their dreams, the deadlock that they have been wanting to break ever since will never be fulfilled.
And well, as I mentioned, Wolf doing a great job of scouting, and BABLU, they're not going to be stopping just with that. Wolf again. This man's on fire. Someone needs to stop this lad, because with the AWM, we are surely up for a shove from this man. He is just taking fights on all different angles. He does know he has the confidence. AWM is just kind of like the sniper rifle, which just gives you sure confidence. And you're like, when you have that in your hands, you just want to challenge fights all across the place. Another quick rotation coming through from the side of I8. And well, PN Crew missing quite a lot of shots. That's me when I camp the bridge.
Yeah, and we are all potatoes, right? And look at the circle shift, Necro. Now, this was karma for I8. They did block the bridge, and now Orchid. Well, all right, I do not know what this kid is up to, but he definitely 100% has been spotted. Now, Ozem, he is not going to spare him. We know he's been in hot stellar form. As Crypto will provide the cover fire, he spotted two players coming at his direction, as Ozem is already well prepared for them as the shots get registered, and Ozem does manage to get one more knock. Now, Slayer, he's going to get that quick rest back up, as I8 in a little bit of a pickle. Ozem needs to heal himself up as Crypto. Wow, he's dashing off, but Ozem, wow, what a play by this particular lad, getting those nade knocks. Now, Orchid, he's going to come out off the shores, and, well, Ozem is just waiting for him. That's a cute gift of death. Burn, baby, burn.
Yeah, holy moly. And Orchid follows that play from his side. He just jumped inside water in front of the squad of I8. That was questionable, and yeah, that's it. That's it for P and Crew. There's no way Orchid's going to be making it out alive from this situation. I8 as well, they're playing this situation as if they're not even scared. It's like as if they're just playing against some, I don't want to use some harsh words, but yeah, they're just making this look so easy. And P and Crew, well, there's just no way out from this situation. Orchid has put himself in this uncomfortable situation by himself. And there's just no one to blame inside the situation rather than himself. And he just can't make it alive. He's taking damage underwater. He cannot breathe. And finally, the play zone is going to be the one to take him out. And that's going to be it for PN Crew in 15th position.
That's an interesting take. And I8, they've been dealt with a lot of casualties. But right now, Future Station, Magnet, he's got 3 opponents right in front of him. And Teen Wolf, did he hit that? Did he hit the shot? Oh, he did. And that's a headshot. And, I mean, Godless is not really far behind. So while we were covering the action between, I8 and Pre and Crew, a lot of headshots were lobbed in every possible direction. But Magnet, he's managed to take one. Can he get the second? As Cloud will prone down at the right nick of time.
Nade being pulled out. It's traveling right there. Magnet, okay, quite lucky because of the rock that he had for his cover. Cloud down quite low. Same thing goes with Wadu. He just got back up on his feet. Magnet now trying to create a safe distance from the cover, and now this is where he has made the call as well to back off towards his teammates, and that's probably the best or the most mature decision he can go for, and that's what he does. Future Station and High Voltage, these two teams right next to each other. Extreme is knocked out, and we can also do see, right, like Legend is right behind him. And he can play the third-party role inside this, and that's what he's exactly doing. He's taking a few shots onto them, just doing that tickle damage, but finally decides to fall back.
He certainly does as the fight gets on right now. As Wadu, he's the one holding the flanks for his team. He's the last defense, and he's also been broken, which leaves Havoc alone. And Future Station, they're enjoying themselves. And we were talking about Future Station and all these off teams are, well, performing really well in the final day. And Wizzes with Vibes is the team that has impressed us the most. Now, considering how the zone has spanned out and ZEUS being right at the center, this looks like a really interesting game for them. As T2K, they've already gathered 4 kills for themselves. And DRS, I really want to see in what condition they are in right now. I mean, it's just 5 points separating them. And if T2K out of somewhere pull off a chicken dinner, then this win is going to be historic for them.
They definitely can, especially certainly knowing what kind of a play Crypto pulled out against Stalwart Esports there. I mean, Stalwart Esports is a solid team, and pulling off a clutch like that against them, I don't even know what to say at that point, but take a look at this replay. A crispy headshot. Wow. That was clean. That was clean. Sada from the side of Raw. Raw as well, I like on the final day how they're stepping up, right? They have stepped up on the gear. They finally have realized that, well, stepping up a little bit is probably the best thing they can do on the final day, and I like they're getting a lot of spotlight as well in the final day. But talking about some bold rotations, this is a clear example. Nima hugging the zone lines, making that crucial rotation happen, but he keeps on if he keeps on going in the same direction, he might just meet Seal.
Yeah.
Okay, that's brilliant.
Yeah, or maybe Wizzes with Vibes, right? They're all right beside each other, but Rules has decided to head in inside the circle. As DRS, they're definitely feeling the heat, right? T2K, for them, their first objective has been accomplished, right? PNQ is no more in the game, so they do not have to worry about them. But Baron does manage to take down Mafia Ninja, and now this is devastating as Seal is heading in for a push. Now this will get really deadly because Wale, he's gonna cook his grenade, and if he lobs it in good fashion, then Nima is going down as well.
Nade, a little bit of not really making it onto the mark, a little shorthand, I would like to say. Another nade, though, definitely makes it. Mafia Ninja was really vulnerable, and this is what he capitalizes upon. Nima is down low, and I feel like healing himself first and then maybe going back to Mafia Ninja is probably the best thing he can do, and that's what he's exactly trying to do. Mafia Ninja is like, all right, this is probably where you should try and give up on me. And Seal, this is where they find the right opportunity to strike. They are going to be charging ahead. Wally's the man who's leading the charge. He finds the kill confirmation onto one. He sees AJ leaving the vicinity. And while DRS opting out to get those positioning points more, because they do realize that they need to defend this first spot. And well, if they're not really going to be able to do so, TDK has managed to close out distance by quite a lot. It's only, I think, so 4 points different, Fixes.
Yeah, and they've gotten quite some decent amount of kills with this circle shifting towards the eastern side. They've got to make a mad dash for the circle. And now the big question pops up is, where do they go next? They still have 4 of their players alive. And I think, Necro, if AJ gets picked up, T2K have pretty much done the job. And with ZEUS, yeah, I mean, ZEUS also playing really well, but they haven't really gotten themselves on board with a lot of kills. Now, this is the moment where the lightning strikes. It's all just going to come down to when exactly are they going to find their kills. And BABLU, all right, they're doing magic with that AWM, having spotted the players of Team Vibes as Assassin falls down as well. But IC falling down. And ZEUS, well, they've got to get that quick revive.
They will. They do have a decent amount of cover for themselves. Also, at the same time, a few smoke grenades being lobbed in. Just to make sure that extra safety is always better. Precaution's better than cure. And now, trying to kill. They are trying to move inside the zone, trying to create themselves a safe path through those smokes. But this rotation is going to be full of risks. They also need to get Suyog, Legend. Yep, finally he gets Suyog now, and they're on a move inside the zone. And as I mentioned, this is not going to be an easy move, but still, I do like the balls on Legend and Suyog, though. They still just directly go inside the zone. This is where Suyog is kind of left away from the rest of the squad. It's again, I feel like it's a 3-1 split coming in through from their side. But unfortunately, one man being knocked out and the kill also being confirmed. This leaves TDK in a 3-man squad.
Yeah, but they still have gotten 6 kills. Now AJ, he's lying out in the open as Suyog gets not just one but 2 knocks. And does he wipe out the entire squad? Yes, he does. Stepping up when it absolutely mattered. This man is a monster. Quite resonates with the fact as to why he deserves to be in those kill leaders. As T2K, they are inching close to win the league stages, of course. Well, DRS, they seem to be in tatters for now as AJ, the only lonesome survivor. As T2K, they've accrued 8 kills already. Right in front of them lie Team Seal, where Baron and Wally, well, they have been spotted.
Spotted, few shots being rattled off in their direction. A decent amount of damage being dealt on Wally. And yeah, I feel like at this point, pretty much TDK should have secured a little lead. At least they should have tied up with DRS. Sandesh, he does know where exactly Seal players are there, but the problem is they also need to cross over on the other side. But another fight panning out. It's going to be ZEUS and I going head-to-head against each other, but still the threat looms around. As long as Crypto is alive, he can make some inhuman clutches happen. And if you want to at least secure a fight against IAs, you need to take the man Crypto down first.
Yes, you certainly have to as Godless. Well, he spotted up Suyog. He's definitely gonna release a few shots, and there you have. Was that a head? But either ways, AJ is still keeping them in contention, and Godless with his M24 blew up that vehicle. Now he's got his sights set up at Crypto as IC got that high ground advantage for himself. Crypto lying in that sheet of smoke. For how long is he going to fight as he manages to take one down? And he's done this before, right? And I'm not going to be surprised if it pulls it again. And he is getting close. But Crypto, well, he does not have a lot of medicines to work around with, but he's still fighting. And Crypto, can he clutch it out? 5 kills already for this lad as he gets those confirmation for himself. But ably, at the final nick of moment, will shut him down as ZEUS still somehow are in contention for the chicken dinner.
He made me stand up from my chair. Oh, he was almost about to do the 1-on-4 clutch again. He took down 3 players, single-handedly fixes. And how can someone be that good? But now, Seal's still alive. I'm kind of surprised how they're still alive. But that's such kind of an uncomfortable situation. And as I say that, Wally falls down. Baron is the only man alive, but he's taken a lot of damage from that blue zone. The blue zone's eating him alive. And how he needs to get out of that tricky situation pretty much just seems quite impossible because he's being pinned down by BABLU, and they're not going to let him move out just like that. BABLU, they have quite a good positioning. They are in the center, but the problem is they're also getting shot at in the back lines by Raw. There are a few teams that are trying to traverse inside the area, but BABLU are doing a great job holding their ground off and ball. This is where the final stalemate comes down to fixes. Raw versus BABLU. What do you think? So which one comes out on top? But yeah, the man advantage is certainly looking heavy on the side of Raw.
Yeah, they've been playing so well in the final day, right? And this is what we had anticipated, you know, the big guns falling off and an off team getting the chicken dinner over here as just the final 3 remain. It's a gift from the gods for Team Raw, but are they brave enough to go for this? They've already gotten themselves 6 kills and are certainly eyeing out for more as Pika. He's just surviving with a sliver of HP and with no first aid. It looks so far-fetched as Baron finally falls down, but with 5 kills, his daddy will get the opening knock over here onto his B shot as blah 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 going in for the trade as Joker has managed to spot them out, and this is it. This is it. The way they have been playing, wow, this had to come in, and the ruthless, aggressive Warriors get the final game for the evening.
What I really want to see are the overall rankings, man. Yeah, I do understand Ruthless Aggressive Warriors won the game, but still, the final game was all about who's going to be getting the first place or the first spot. Now, TDK moved in quite close. We did see DRS. They fell down quite in an unfortunate way, as Asia was the only man who was left alive. He tried his best to at least get those survival points, but again, TDK, they were looking quite good till the late game of the phases, so they have racked up quite a lot of kills. They were looking quite good, so I want to see have they toppled them off in the overall rankings. What do you think, Fixes? Have they done it?
It's a mystery. It's a mystery. Absolutely. I have
Oh, yeah,
no
I do
clue
understand why you're
what
doing
really
that.
happened. You know, on one hand, DRS had that slight lead and AJ was surviving. He was getting some kills from the backlines. But I must say this to you, Necro. I mean, T2K did get some amazing kills, but Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, they have definitely sealed some $1,000 for themselves in the final game, which did go and blew our minds with the kind of action that we had for ourselves. I mean, what a game that we had to witness right from the early get-go. Stalwart going after I8 punishing them, then I8 also getting punished, but still managing to topple down P and crew. T2K Suyok with that beautiful, Kobe nade as he took down 3 players. These moments were definitely surreal.
Hey man, you're standing right now. It's you're making me feel awkward at this point. Okay, I want to stand as well, but I can't, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm pretty sure you're having a great time standing there, because now you will have to run all the way across. You have to run all the way across. So I do understand it's kind of like a warm up for your feet. But with that being said, I feel like that's it from our side, right? Fixes. You will have to move on to the analyst desk, and after this break, the analyst desk is going to be on board.
Are you keeping it real? I'm calling shotgun, wanna see my baby run. Oh, what's the word on the sea? Kicking up the dust, you know what I mean. We got a good thing going. We got a good thing going on.
Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Season 4, brought to you by the Oppo F19 Pro. Book up your fun with the Oppo F19 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Ocean and Fixes, and what an interesting game, I have to say. What do you guys have to say about this? Ocean, did you have fun watching this match?
I actually had fun, and just like Necro, I just want to see those rankings in front of me. I mean, just give us those already. I mean, it's
we have a habit of making people wait. We like to build it up, and then it's going to be a final reveal, like a great magic trick, right? So we're going to wait for the final standings. Before that, though, we have a lot to discuss, and starting things off, it is going to be the MVP of this match. Now, Fixes, while you were casting this game and you were dictating all the action that was taking place, did you expect Crypto to just go on a destruction spree, and such a nice one as well? 6 kills, 2 assists, just 200 healing done, and 1400 damage dished out.
I mean, I did not expect, but I was not surprised at the same time, because we know this man is capable of pulling things like this. Now, it all started with him going for an early rotation, right? I does not usually do that, and they do not usually rotate from the eastern bridge. So this time, Stalwart were caught with their pants off.
Yeah, definitely. I do agree with that. I mean, just think about it, right, Fixes? When we were looking at the way I8, the players were being taken down, we thought it might just be the end game for Crypto as well, but the lads just clutches out the Stalwart situation, and that too with real ease. And now, talking about Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, well, I'm really happy for this team. Finally, they are just getting up those $1,000 for themselves. Joker coming up with 4 kills, 7-7 damage. It's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, those are good numbers that have been displayed, but let's have a look at the head-to-head between Raw and BABLU Clarity. Now, this was an interesting match, because I mean, we were hoping for something like this to happen, and we did talk about this, in fact, at the start of the day as well. But finally, a lot of wishes have been granted in this game.
Definitely.
Well,
Definitely.
no, I mean, 100%,
Yeah.
you know, considering the fact that, you know, T2K and PN Crew was one of those fights that we really wanted to see, but, well, that did not happen. And T2K, they played out of their minds in this particular game. Still missed out from the chicken dinner, though, but have managed to get 9 points. But I really want to see how many have DRS gotten for themselves.
Even if it's 9 and 0 points for DRS, then it kind of matters because then both the teams will be at a neck to neck for themselves. So we'll have to see what happens, because if DRS even has 1 point, that means DRS will be at a higher level, and well, they have 4.
All right.
I'm not gonna say it. I mean, Johnny, you can.
Well, I mean, they always like to outdo themselves, right? But it was still a close finish. It was still an exciting run from these teams. And as I said before we jumped into the game, things are not done. This was just the Super Weekend. From here, top 16 teams will be moving forward to the finals, where the action is going to continue. But for now, I believe now it is time for me to, well, not for me, but for Ocean to explain to me and to you guys as well exactly how the rotations worked out in this game. So
I get it. You were gonna say it's time for you to tell me.
Yes.
Leave it. Let's just
get
focus on this one. Let's just focus on this one, right? Well, let's just focus on Team Pakistan, because at this moment, look at this, where Ruthless Aggressive Warriors were and the way they started. I mean, I kind of just did think about it. They always just try to have kind of like out of the box areas for themselves. Kamesh, Stalwart, not exactly though, but this did work up in their favor because the way they were moving, and unlike the previous game when we talked about it, they already were acquiring the most dominant areas inside the circle. Right, Fixes?
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, this is where the aggression from the last game did come down over here as well. They were not shying away from fights at all. And like you said, you know, this is one of those drop locations that Raw has for their plan B. And boy, oh boy, it really did turn out well.
Yeah, it definitely turned out well for themselves. Look at this, right? Most of the times when they had the circle. So today, in the entirety of the game, if you remember the previous Erangel, ZEUS won the game because the zone was pretty close to them. And this time, one good rotation, one good decision actually gets you $1,000. We saw a live example right here and also in the previous Erangel game. So I would say these Erangels were all about your critical thinking and your good decisioning. If you have the good decisions, well, you yourself know which fights are you going to take or which fights you're going to avoid. And that, again, just comes down to good fights and bad fights.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, you have to figure out what position gives you an advantage and in which position you have a disadvantage in those fights and try and disengage. But it was an interesting game nonetheless, and talk about interesting intensity of this match. We're going to have a look at the Oppo F19 Pro moments of this game and relive the action once again. Starting things off, we know I8 how good they are at controlling the Brits positions.
Yeah, and this was not anticipated, right? This was where Stalwart were never thinking about it. We did see Scurry just, hovering around that one compound, and he was feeling confident because no one took shots. But this is where, I8 could have actually capitalized, but they were the ones being really patient. They waited for the right opportunity, but still, they dealing with just casualties over there. Crypto had to be the savior, not just once, but twice. The synergy that they displayed was so beautiful. But again, Team Wolf displaying some beautiful bolt action over here, and it was just not him. Even we did see Bishal, Sada, everyone are going really big with their bolt actions.
True.
I mean, yeah, when you have the cannons in your hand, you have to go big. And we have seen this happen throughout the PMPL South Asia Season 4. Bolt actions, were sort of brought back into the hands of the players. And Ocean, you were quite upset when the meta changed. And does this make you happy?
It does kind of make you happy because it's this is all about efficiency and how much you can just acquire your target with the better of the ease for yourself, because it's just one shot and it's like you get one shot, one opportunity kind of a thing. So that way I would say I love it, but then again I love me some M4 6 times as well.
Everyone does like
it's
that action.
a good thing. It's a good thing to watch out, right? Bold action coming down, but then it's all about versatility as well. Sometimes we see those mini 14s as well, and oh yeah, this nade was so brilliant just coming down.
Yeah, there were a lot of things that we've been asking for a long time happening in this one insane match itself. But moving forward, I mean, it was all about, again, like the previous Erangel, about capitalizing and moving forward at the right time. That was what Raw were able to do, pushing forward slowly and steadily, while all the other teams that were fighting for the points were part of a lot of action and aggression. And this was Crypto just dropping his wrath on ZEUS Esports, the god that was quite notorious for their anger. But this was an incredible moment from I8, and moving forward, it was just Raw ending things and just walking away with $1,000 and the chicken dinner from this match. But now it is time to have a look at the damage graph, the damage histogram for this matchup. And well, it was, as we said, quite intense, this game. Ocean?
Chaotic, intense and chaotic both, because you see Wizzes with vibes. Well, they were trying to just carry on forward the momentum for themselves. T2K, their main goal was to survive, and they were doing it with a lot of ease. I mean, they were in a few final moments, they were definitely being spotted out. Well, DRS, again, you remember, when the rush was around, DRS, last man, just started moving forward to get to the center of the circle. Again, their main objective, survive. They did do that in a really good fashion, though. I8, again, the classical I8 as we were talking, but then Ruthless Aggressive Warriors, they had it for themselves.
Exactly, but now as we have a look at the overall rankings, it was a 4-point difference between DRS and Train to Kill that is going to keep DRS at the first position going into the finals with the highest number of chicken dinners as well. They have 7 chicken dinners. I believe that is more than more money, $7,000. That's more money than if you finish second in the finals. So DRS, they're going to have to, they will be able to capitalize, and they'll be walking away with a lot of cash in their pockets at the end of this PMPL South Asia Season 4. That's what the fans are going to be hoping for. But again, top 10 teams moving forward to the finals. DE, the drop was massive, moving from the top 3 all the way to the 10th position since they were not playing any matches in this final Super Weekend. Now, going to the second page of the standings, we know like things are not going to change that much. But Fixes, I want to ask you first. Like, was there any fight in this last match? Were there any team collisions in this last match that made you just go, all right, you guys have to avoid that. This is not going to work out for you?
I mean, of course. Well, there had to be T2K and DRS's fight against Seal, right? After they got that first knock. But they were in such a position that it was not going to be an easy escape, because we know Mongolians are infamous for chasing down their opponents. And AJ, I believe, did save the day for them. Had he not escaped from over there, had he not put himself in a really sneaky spot, and he did manage to get a few kills also. So that really helped. And yesterday also, if you remember, the final chicken dinner which DRS got in the map of Erangel, AJ had a really important role to play. And today also, he saved their heads.
Exactly. I mean, he was able to make sure that the team was going to be at the first position in the overall rankings by the end of the day. But as we come to an end of the league stages, before we head to the finals of the PMPL South Asia Season 4, ladies and gentlemen, Raw have finally gotten themselves their first chicken dinner of these league stages. Now, this will give them an extra $1,000 in their pocket going into the finals. And we were talking about this for a while, like, all right, every team has a chicken dinner, but now 7C are the only team that are left behind. But let's have a look at the team that has done really well for themselves in today's matches, and it is going to be the team that got 2 chicken dinners today out of the 5 matches they played, Wizzes with Vibes. Ocean, how wonderful was their performance?
Definitely really, really wonderful. Look at the survival stats, right?
Yeah.
Rules, if you look at his stats alone, when it comes down to the survival marker, he checks that. When it comes down to the kill department, he checks it. When it comes down to the damage department, he checks that. And Wizzes with Vibes. In fact, the Sanhok's game was kind of, really, really, I would say, quite an anticipated one. I mean, they had all the players surviving, and their rotations inside the zone, those were some amazing rotations that these lads did. But then coming down on Miramar, they had a really good damage, and well, Erangel almost around an average of 5 kills. And that too, we know it, we have multiple Erangels, so
Exactly. I mean, we have a lot of Erangels have been played. We do see the number like 39, and 17 Miramar, 13 Sanhoks. But they have managed to put up a decent performance every single time, no matter which week they were. The only sort of critique that all three of us had, like every time we've been in on the desk, it was the fact that Wizzes Vibes, the consistency was lacking a little bit. But talking about the team that is sitting on the first position in the overall ranking, DRS. Now, Fixes, I want to ask you, like the recovery from DRS, it was incredible because they kind of had a slow start in that first week, but from there on out, they have been pretty consistent.
Yes, and it was such a roller coaster journey for them, right? And in the first league days, they come in and they show why are the kings of the competition. Suddenly, heading into the first Super Weekend, they absolutely vanished. They were at the second page. Now, this is where they did most of their climbing in the second Super Weekend, right?
Yeah.
We also did see T2K being in a good contention, and this was such a good rivalry being built up. But this was something that we did not expect with the start of the tournament. I'm really happy about, because we really thought that the Mongolians would be dominating, which certainly was not the case, because it has been a Nepali domination altogether if you talk about the top four standings.
Yeah, completely agree with you on that. I mean, the Nepali teams have shown up really nicely for this tournament, and we've had a conversation about this, me and Ocean as well, as to what went down since between season 3 and season 4 of the PMPL South Asia, since we first saw the Mongolian teams getting introduced to the South Asian region. They were able to catch the teams from Nepal, Pakistan, and Bangladesh off guard, and well, it sort of gave a boost to the morale, I believe, of these teams, because now we see a lot more aggression from the South Asian region, and the fights that they take are incredible. Ocean, what are your views on this?
So let's compare season 3 versus season 4 league, right? Overall, if we just talk about it, as we'll be seeing, overall what has happened in these super weekends as well. So if we talk about the previous time, look at this. Day 1, right now in this super weekend, right? Day 1 it was heavily dominated by Stalwart Esports. Day 2 comes down for BABLU Clarity, and then it's Wizzes with Vibes today, just coming up really good, having multiple chicken dinners for themselves in one day, getting 72 points. But ZEUS, last time, in 45 games that they played, they had 5 chicken dinners, 206 placement points, 241 kill points, and they got 447 total points. 447. Then comes down DRS and T2K, both of them as well with 5 chicken dinners and 392 points each. That means at that moment as well, they had a close competition for themselves. And right now, out of the 45 super weekend matches that we have seen, 12 chicken dinners are in just first and second position, 7 for one team, 5 for the other team. It actually showcases that both of these teams, both of these names in fact, would want to go neck to neck, and that's what that is one thing that keeps me going for the finals as well.
Exactly. I mean, very well said. I mean, we have seen the improvement from these two teams, and it has been quite an incredible stance they have taken this time. But now looking at the kill leaders, Action and Top, it feels like it is going to be some next level aggression that's going to be required in order to beat these lads. But since the start of the day, Crypto has closed in on Top's position towards second, 120 versus 113.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you talk about Crypto. Right at the start of the day, he was at the 4th spot and wasn't really looking too good. But look at the damage numbers, right? 26,000 points of damage. Now, this shows how good this lad has been throughout the entire course of the evening. And Action and Top, just barring that first game, they really haven't been visible at all. Stalwarts had such a tough time today.
I mean, it was not a good day for Stalwart Esports. They had a shaky performance, but moving forward, looking at the next 5 kill leaders, it's going to be quite interesting to see where does this the end of this day put the lad from ZEUS, where we were seeing him on the 10th. Yeah.
Johnny, but I would say, somehow Stalwart did have a really good start of the day in which they were in the top 3 for themselves. But then, then things kind of just, deteriorated for the team. But Sandesh and Suyog, well, these lads actually did really good. Suyog especially in one of the games was just, racking up those numbers. Godless, well, not anymore on 10th now, is getting up ahead slowly and steadily. 91 kills for him as well. I feel finals might just be a thing for maybe Stalwart or ZEUS, because when it comes down to those, the major tournaments, when it is like a 4-day affair or a 3-day affair or something like that. These teams love those kind of like short forms for themselves.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when it is just a matter of couple of days, a couple of matches, the things usually we have seen in the past are working out in the favor of these teams. But I mean, it is going to be really interesting to see what mindset they enter the finals with. Are we going to see some massive changes in terms of how the teams have been playing all this time in the league stages, or are we just going to see them stick to the same strats and maybe get countered? Now, it is going to be really interesting to see how things go about. But I mean, it has been an incredible journey during these league stages. We have seen a lot of damage being dished out as well. Let's have a look at the overall leaders by damage. We know, I mean, this is where top comes to the first position with 29,171 damage, but Action is going to be sitting on the second with 28,581, even though he has 8 more kills. But this time in damage leaderboard, we see 2 players from the side of ZEUS sitting on the 6th and the 7th. It is going to be Icy on the 6th with 19,923 and Godless on the 7th with 19,567. So, I mean, it was pretty clear, and you guys have mentioned this as well. The problem with ZEUS Esports was sometimes, I mean, especially in the early days, was the fact that they were being a little too over-eager for those fights, even in situations that did not favor them at all. Fixes, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, of course. And towards the late games, towards the late stages of the Super Weekend, they did work upon it, right? They fixed every single thing. They knew that overextending was never a solution. And now they are starting to get themselves in really sublime form. Now, heading into the finals, I'm excited as ever.
Everyone is going to be excited for the finals. You are, Ocean is, I am for sure, and I know you guys watching at home are going to be excited as well. So make sure you guys are following PUBG Mobile Esports and PUBG Mobile Esports South Asia on their socials, and also subscribe to the relevant YouTube channels as well, so that you do not miss out on any action, any content that is being dropped by us on these platforms. And also, we are done with our show for today. We're going to be back on the weekend starting Friday. It is going to be the finals that are going to be beginning, ladies and gentlemen. Good night. Take care. We'll see you again on the battleground. Bye.